I don't know what that is.
I'm uninformed on that.
703 with our guest TurkeyTom, who I'm told is fresh off a victory at the most recent UFC event.
Let's go.
I'm proud of you. You're looking
Thank
big.
you, I appreciate it. Yeah, man. I've been really working on my physique, and he tested me. He tested a young white boy. He didn't know I had hands like that. He didn't know I had black friends who taught me how to fight, and he found out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Leo, do you have a lot of black friends? Do you lead with that?
I only have black friends. I refuse to be friends with white people. They actually are mad that I'm on this show right now, but I said that I said you guys repped, the hood and the culture and stuff. So
why was 100%?
Anakin, except you win with the low ground.
Yeah, it was kind of shocking. The thing is, he's a bigger guy too. He's a bigger guy, but I think he was on meth or something. You never know with these kinds of people. But the biggest problem was when Trump came out, I clapped and he didn't clap. He said that he had a problem with me clapping. I'm not even a Trump supporter, but I just thought he had some swag in that moment, so I was clapping. And because I was a true American patriot, he had to come after me, get very upset. Yeah. And
dude's about to learn.
You can see he's a lot. He's a lot bigger than me. He's a lot bigger than me. I'm 5'10", he's like 6'2".
He's on the step above you.
He's at least
he is.
Yeah. Look at that. And you
had so much power. There was recoil.
Come here, you.
Yeah, my punch was so powerful. I went.
What you want some too, chin beard? Come here.
Yeah, exactly. My hat.
I got a hat for everybody.
You got to go unhinged. When the hat comes off, I'm in a different state. I'm primal.
Yeah, play the part.
There's another video.
Yeah. Oh, there he
goes. There you go.
Whoops.
Yeah, there you go.
It rolls downhill. I'm told.
Dude, that ninja roll was a bad call, huh?
I don't think that was an intentional.
He tried to go Ninja Turtle on me, but
yeah, he saw
I'm prepared to deal with Asian culture as a black man. So
what was he yelling at you right in your face?
He just kept calling me the N-word, weirdly enough, which is strange.
He's
I found it very racist.
He thought it was Xbox. I've been there.
He thought it would scare me. He thought I would be scared, but I know it's 2024. You get canceled for that kind of thing, and I had to cancel him with my fist, obviously.
Yeah.
Well done.
Dude, well, that's great. You're a real hero. And if anyone else ever comes forward and says that was them in that video, we know that we can announce them as liars.
That's a false allegation.
Valor stealers, because that's you. That's you taking on that guy. Man, that's so embarrassing to be that much bigger than a guy and have you get an extra foot because you're in the stand above him, and then to make that much of an absolute goose of yourself in front of the public. It's just
turns out hands down, chin up is not a great fighting stance.
You're right.
No.
You're right.
He had too many tattoos. If I see somebody who's all tattoos, I'm like, what's this guy's game? Overcompensation much? I see a guy who has like a couple of tasteful tattoos, an eagle, an iron cross, SS. Just a couple little ones.
Yeah, Super Saiyan fans, right?
That guy's someone to be respected.
Yeah, my black sun is on my back, so you can't see it right now. But the Son and Rad is back there, and it's beckoning. That's why I'm called the Ancient One. It's basically when I fight, I go into a sort of Hyperborean state. It brings me back. Just lots of Germanic ancestry calling to me, and
I'm a moron. You have I felt the power on your back, like a picture of a fetus. What is on your back exactly?
It's a Sonnenrad. It's like a nice ancient rune. It's just a whole. It's not like a racist thing. It's just like a Celtic ancestry thing.
It's just for fun.
Yeah. It may have been co-opted by some bad actors once or twice, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, it's like the swastika, like
Buddhist symbol of everlasting light.
Exactly. The Indians. They don't let the whole Nazi thing boot them off of their swastikas. They put it on the back of their shitty little Hyundais and they drive around their horrible roads.
Hyundai is a fine motor of carriage. I'll have you know.
It is.
Speaking of India, you guys know Brandon Buckingham, right? He's been on the show.
Yeah.
Really
like Brandon.
The first time he came on, he actually shouted me out, and that's how I met him, funnily enough. So that's a little bit of lore.
Nice.
But we've become great friends since. But he and I have a plan. We're going to be going to India in September. Because there is a festival. Now, this is some ancient lore I'm going to fill you guys in on, okay? And this is not even a joke. I'm not being ironic here, okay? There was a festival in southern India, not that far away from a city. I believe it's called Coimbatore is the city. And this is a festival called Gora Haba, Gore, like Gore, and then Habba. You can look it up. There's a few different spellings. It's a festival in which they engage in the ancient ritual of playing in shit and eating shit. Cow shit specifically. And there's videos of I'm not even kidding, like a poop mosh pit where they roll around in it and they eat it and they believe it has a lot of healing properties and stuff like that. There's videos of
is that like they're Burning Man?
It's kind of that kind of thing. Yeah. I mean, they get
I am so very excited for the poop festival this year.
Makes a lot of sense.
Wet. It's so far. For those of you who are audio,
what are you doing? Do not shit on me.
For those of you who are audio only, so there are 30 Indian men shirtless in a giant pile of cow shit, and several of them have acquired boulders of cow shit. Our man in frame center with the yellow shorts has already made a man unconscious with a ball of shit, and he's coming in for the coup de grace. Like he's like Arnold in Predator, finishing the guy off.
If I tried to tell an AI to draw this, it would be like, this is against our terms of service. We will not draw an Indian poop festival.
Well, because
the top boulder guy hitting the middle boulder guy.
Yeah, it does sound so racist. Like if someone with a Nazi hat on told me about this festival, I'd be like, get the fuck out of here. There is no possible way. But if like the news is talking, I was genuinely counting fingers in this photo. And like, this has to be AI. Where's a third arm somewhere? A third arm could just be another aspect of.
You sound like someone who's never worked in IT. This is normal.
This is the thing. Like Brandon and I have been joking for a long time about like smoking shit and eating shit. We'd be like hit the poop pipe because we thought it was so funny. And then we made the startling discovery that in India there are they believe, some of them anyway, that there's a lot of medicinal properties to shit. So like when people had COVID, they were like, listen, I'm your doctor. What you are going to do is take a mason jar, put the poo-poo, and put your piss inside of it and drink it, and it will go away. It will be gone by tomorrow. And this is a real thing. This is a real thing. So we're going to go there and explore their culture. I think it works. I haven't heard of any shit-eating related deaths personally. So
yeah, my breath was awful, but otherwise I felt fine.
Oh,
dude, can I just move to India and be a doctor? Is it like the reverse of what they do to come here?
Like, you give up your law career for that?
Drive a taxi.
Yeah, I go over there, and I'm like, I am also from America, and I am a doctor. And what you must be doing, the necessary is to eat the poo-poo. Like, that would be fun.
In the U.S., we do this too. That's how we're so advanced. We've been doing this before the Indians, and that's why we're on the come up right now. So frankly, you should go over there. You'll have a PhD in no time.
Damn. A degree in fecal matter and poop. This is what? Wait, so is it really medical? Like this is like that tomato festival in Spain where they're just having a fun time.
So the medical thing is separate. So this is a festival celebrating the potential spiritual properties of the shit, from what I understand. But the medical stuff is separate. That's practiced sort of countrywide in areas. But the poop festival happens in one specific area. It's like hours away from an airport. We don't know how the fuck we're going to get there, to be honest with you, but we did buy plane tickets. We don't have a guide. So we might die. We might get speared. We're also hanging out with Hindu cannibals when we're there that live on this beach in another part of India, more central. So it's going to be a totally fucked up trip. We probably
is it the Jackass guys with that put the ash on them? Like, have you seen the old Jackass where they went and they meet up with like this tribe? I think it's in India of bone ash covered cannibals, and they try.
I haven't actually seen that. I know the cannibals live near a beach, and I know they wear necklaces of human jaws. But they don't eat. They don't like kill people and eat them. At least according to them, that's what they say. They eat the elderly because they believe it transfers the properties and knowledge to them. So
okay, you're young, you're fine.
Well, I don't know. In that video, the guy was trying to bite Steve-O. Like he was like actively like trying to.
He was hungry.
Nibble.
At that point in Steve-O's life, that might have killed the cannibal.
Yeah,
got him
he'd
high.
have been awful high.
It would have been enough. Damn. So you're gonna go meet up with Indian cannibals. You're gonna pop by the poop festival. I imagine that you and Brandon are gonna be kind of prime targets at the poop festival for the festivities, right? Because if you're the only ones not covered in shit when in Rome, you know you're gonna be made fun
making
of.
Some assumptions there. You think
we're gonna be peer pressured into
get a load of this fucking loser with no shit at all on him.
He smells like deodorant.
Oh, look at me! I'm going to go take a shower.
That might happen. We do have a friend named Brody TV on YouTube. Big shout out. He said he would wear goggles and play around. So that should be good. We're going to try to strap a GoPro to him, I think, and just witness a POVs for everyone at home to enjoy.
Dude, if I were the president of India, I would be waging a Kim Jong-un disinformation like campaign with the military where I'd be like, this is the end of the poop festival. We will never do it again. And then I'd tell my officials to be like, round up any and all poopers and remove them. We are a laughing stock of the entire world. I go to the World Economic Meeting. I say, I have some ideas. And they say, get out of here. Your people are pooping in a festival. I am so very embarrassed. And like
I think they should have stages. They can have like some cool bands up there, maybe like throw the shit around. Like I think it'd be a beautiful thing. It's like spiritual, you know. It's like Burning Man, like you said. It's like Coachella, but for shit.
Yeah. It's Coachella for shit. Probably just as stinky.
It's important we respect their cultural views, though, Taylor.
Not this.
All cultures are equally good.
No,
equally good, Taylor.
Not this one.
I think theirs is better. I mean, what are we doing with our shit? You know, we call it waste. We literally call it waste. They're making use of it. So, I mean, think about it that way.
What happens the next day?
Point.
Like,
they plant crops.
The infection sets in. Like,
I haven't really thought about that, to be honest. I don't know.
Yeah.
What they do.
Imagine having an open wound. Imagine having like an open wound and you hop in the doo-doo festival and come out and lose your fucking arm.
Dude, like, you remember or like not remember, but Woody, you grew up in like a tourist town.
Yes.
Like, can you imagine if you grew up in this Indian poop town and you're like, oh no, is it June again already? They are the worst, these leafers.
Cow poop is the best poop to play in, though.
Indian guy.
Is it
Cow
the best?
poop is your favorite to play in, Kyle?
Yeah.
What's second place?
Of the poops, it's probably the cleanest.
Some sort of are they called ungulates? Like something that chews cud. Something that chews cud, I think. Because everything that's going in is just grass for the most part, especially with cows.
Yeah, it starts as grass, right?
Yeah, but like it doesn't go to a much more terrible place than grass. If you ever look at cow poo, I mean it's poo, but it's like, all right, I've seen worse poo than this. Like a predator's poo is all sorts of nasty things in there. They just eat everything. An omnivore, like bear shit, look, it's just so disgusting. I'd much rather have cow poo than, I don't know, people poo for sure. People poo.
I'm an omnivore and I'm kind of offended.
I mean, I would so much rather play around in cow shit than any of your guys' shit.
Yeah, my shit looks really fucked up lately. I drink so much Red Bull and I pop so many Zins in my mouth, like it's straight up toxic. It's like horrible. I don't even know like what comes out of my ass. Like I would not wish on my worst enemy for them to see that.
Dude, keep it up. That's how you win friends and influence people in India.
No, you're right.
They're gonna
get the most foul shit of all time. Or like blackmail them, like my poop is better than yours anyway. I think I should be governor.
For the last time, Tom, stop speaking to us in this manner. It is insulting. Just doing that's like Family Guy, Simpsons. Like every cartoon show's done it, but just the idea of like going to a foreign country and speaking broken English in their accent at them always makes me smile and laugh. Like as they're
do not put this shit in the double gulp cup. Whatever you do.
No.
Whatever you do.
Unless you purchase it, then it is yours to do as you wish.
Bring your cup from home.
So this was just a spur of the moment decision from you and Brandon. Like, wow, this is a hilarious festival. Let's go get video of it.
Well, so I think Brandon somehow found out about it, and then he spent the next 2 days, maybe 3 days, like incessantly posting about it on Twitter, basically having a mental breakdown, being like, how is this fucking real? And he's texting me about it, and I'm like, I can't stop laughing about it. Like, it's 1 a.m. at night is keeping me up. I'm like, really, like, I was genuinely fucked up over finding out about this because, like, once again, never in my most racist dreams would I have imagined that this is a real fucking thing that these people do. They roll around in like literal shit. You go on Brandon's Twitter, he has videos of women like with a poop bowl and they like put it on their face and they're like, this is good. Like it clears up their skin, I guess. So that explains a lot about why Indians smell really good. So I think that, after the mental breakdown, he was like, I think we need to book a trip. So we booked all of our flights and we
flights? I'm dying to know.
It wasn't even that much. I think 2 ways from here or it's like JFK to New Delhi and then New Delhi back. I think it was only like $2,000 maybe, $1,500. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah,
could be worse.
That's pretty long. Is that a? There's some stops, I would imagine.
No, it's JFK to New Delhi. It's 17 hours, I think.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty
god. 17 hours.
Yeah. I think we were planning on popping some trazodones or something on the flight.
If the smell is bad on the way there, just imagine the smell on the way home from the poop festival, right? After the celebration.
Well, this is the thing. Every flight I've ever booked, even ahead of time, like I was looking at flights to Japan, which is like comparable distance, right? All the seats are like filled up. They're mad expensive, right? On the flight to New Delhi, we were the only ones picking seats. There was nobody else who wanted to be on that fucking flight. Like literally the plane was empty. We could pick whatever we wanted. We could get the best upgrade we wanted. Like we're sitting all at the front of the plane in the same row. for like cheap because nobody fucking wants to go there. And I don't really blame them, to be honest, because there's horror stories about literally every day on Twitter. I see a story like couple goes to India, woman gets raped 18 times by the time she leaves, guy gets murdered. Like it's brutal. And the police, I think, are just not equipped to do anything about it. I was curious about the whole cow thing because they respect the cows a lot there. And I was curious about what the situation was. So I was reading a little bit about renting a car, and I was on like, I think it was like the US Embassy website or something like that. And they said, if you're in a car, if you see a cow, do not under any circumstance even get close to it, because certain people there in India have been known to incinerate. They use the word incinerate on the US government website, incinerate the car and the passengers inside of it if they disrespect a cow. And the police are like, they won't do anything.
Dude, that's the video. The whole video is disrespecting cows in India.
The video will be the last one.
This is disrespecting cattle.
Into every cow you see.
I saw you take on that white dude with the man bun. You could handle 3 or 4 of those little fuckers.
Yes.
Oh, Indians? Imagine like 100 of them, like it's like a World War Z, like swarming you.
Just turn into a liquid.
That's how they attack with like fluid dynamics. They're
kind of the thing about
crash
Indians,
upon you like a wave.
Indians aren't conscious like us. They're kind of a hive mind, so they just operate at the same time. So one of them senses something, like pheromones travel in the air, and they all know what the fuck to do.
Is that true?
Man, I'm learning so much.
I'm an expert. I'm a racial expert. Okay? I've been studying the race. I've been reading a lot.
I should show you or ship you a copy of my phrenology textbook I bought offline. Seems like a fellow scientist of skull size.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah, it's got all sorts of pictures in there that it'll show like a crooked nose, and it'll be like, "Beware the nose of the financier." And I'm like, "Oh, I wonder what this fucking guy was getting at in 1855."
Yeah, I was doing the normal thing the other day, which was reading the Wikipedia article about Hitler's racism. I was reading that, and so my mom is from Bulgaria, so I'm half Bulgarian. So I was like curious, like, what did they think about the Bulgarians? Because I thought like the Bulgarians are basically like they're like Russian or like Romanian or Serbian, like they're in that kind of cross section. They're like next to Turkey, so there's probably Turkish blood. Like there's no way they like them, right? There's no way. I was like, they have to be low on the racial totem pole. But Hitler described the Bulgarians as brave people, and they're great friends. So I think that, personally, if the race war happens, I will be viewed very favorably by the Aryans, and I'm very happy with that knowledge.
You think you got natural allies in the Germans?
Yeah. Despite the fact that I think genetically I'm probably like a giant fuck up in their eyes, because it's like the True Romance scene where they describe like how the Italians are actually black people. Have you guys seen this? You probably know this.
Oh, Kyle definitely knows that scene.
True Romance. Yeah, we talked about last week.
Oh, there you go.
That quote. Okay, yeah, I remember. Okay, now I remember. I haven't seen the movie, but I know the
Italians are actually
grandmother. Your grandmother.
The Moors. Yeah, so I feel like I should be in that group, basically, if not darker than the Italians. But apparently, Hitler respected me, and for that reason, when he comes back on Twitch, I'm going to be respected. I'm going to be respected.
Good. It's about time Bulgarians get some respect. I haven't thought about Bulgaria and what they're up to over there in longer than I care to admit.
Yeah,
I don't know what's. You could almost say I have no idea what's going on.
What would you think their number one export is in Bulgaria?
Oh, like pickpockets or something.
That's true. There's a lot of memes on social media about Bulgarians right now. There's this one that's like, the like "you are not the father" thing where the guy jumps in the air. It says "you are not Bulgarian" and it's him like jumping. It's like, I thought that was awesome. There's this other one that was like a map of Europe, and it showed Bulgaria, and it said, "But if you close your eye," and it disappeared. It was pretty beautiful.
I didn't know Bulgarians were getting bullied so much by the other European countries. I knew Armenians, they get bullied a good bit over there in that little weird conflux of the world where everybody looks to the outside world like about the same, but they're in there, and like you see a Croat, and you ask a Croat, like, "What do you think of this Serbian guy?" You look exactly the same, and you live 60 miles apart, and he'll be like, "They come from most despicable stock of humans."
Yeah, exactly. The Slavs and like people in the Balkans, they fucking hate each other. I talked to this guy on Discord from Montenegro recently, and he told me that I, as a Bulgarian, would be regarded way worse than a black person in his eyes. And I was like, okay, Jesus Christ, that's racist in the first place that you don't like black people. But secondly, I'm below that. What the fuck? My family is from like next door, like we're probably in the same fucking village, but because of that border, it's like, fuck you, bro.
Yeah, damn. It is funny that what actually got you mad, it was where you were in the ranking. Not that they didn't.
Well, I mean, I don't need to worry about other people in the ranking. It's me. You know, I'm advocating for my people, the Bulgarians, the most oppressed race of all. You know.
Yeah, there have to be 10 million Bulgarians, 8 million Bulgarians.
No way, there's 10 million Bulgarians. I'm gonna guess there's 3.5 million Bulgarians tops.
Really? Look up population of Bulgaria.
My guess.
You could sway
there
me
are
either way.
6.5 million Bulgarians.
So many Bulgarians. Way too many, if you ask me.
6.5 too many.
That's a lot.
Cut that number in half.
A little
We'd be in good
high.
shape.
Yeah, 6 million. That's
How
a
would
lot
you
of
do it?
Bulgarians.
That's a lot of Bulgarians.
Yeah, that is a lot. Yeah. They are an oppressed people. They were enslaved by the Turks for 500 years. Okay, so
of course
that's true. The Ottomans were big bullies in the region to get historical.
Yeah. I mean, Hassan Piker is like my genetic enemy, really. Like he to me is like a white guy from the South to black people, basically. If you think about it.
Yeah, he's an overseer.
Exactly.
He'd have been the one in the field keeping a sharp eye.
Are you
his
Greek
great-grandfather
too?
was probably whipping my great-grandfather. I'm
Exactly.
not Greek. No.
Oh, you don't have any Greek? I was going to say you could get double victimhood from the Turks if you were Greek too.
They'd have you out there picking olives or something.
The Greeks are just they're just a lazy fucking people, aren't they? I've been to Greece and I feel like everyone there was just like drinking coffee and hanging out. Like they don't really do anything.
Dude, the Greeks are like someone at a company that gets hired on and absolutely fucking kills it for the first 6 months and then phones it in for the next 2,000 years. Where the Greeks got high on their own supply. They were like Socrates, swish, Aristotle, swish, Plato, swish, Phalanx, Bronze Age,
mathematics, philosophy, astronomy.
Alexander the Great, boom, we're taking him a little. He's Macedonian, but he's basically the same. And then they basically just gave up. Rome came along and was like, we're going to take everything you guys do, rename your gods and do it better. And the Greeks are like, whatever. I guess we'll just be conquered for thousands of years by the Romans and then the Ottomans. And then I guess they didn't get taken in World War II.
The Euro.
While we're on international studies, as well as tangentially feces, I don't know if you saw, but the North Koreans, Taylor, have been systematically flying balloons of feces into South Korea.
Yeah, they're bragging. Look at all the food we have. We can make poop.
Did you hear the justification, Kyle?
Tell me.
Oh, you hadn't. So South Korea, the one that is our ally, has been systematically flying their own version of trash over, which is like K-pop and entertainment. And it's really
Wikipedia.
It's propaganda. Can propaganda be true? I'm not sure. But they're sending over, hey, this is what life is like outside of North Korea. And the USB drives and shit like that. And they're like, we think that what you're sending us is disgusting filth. So we're sending you disgusting filth back, which is feces.
Yeah. They're sending culture north and they're sending shit south. Like they send things like sitcoms and stuff like that. So
what sitcoms? I'll be the judge.
Oh, Friends. Lots of Friends, I'm sure.
Simpsons.
Okay, early seasons.
They're yellow. Oh, they'd identify with the Simpsons, of course.
What if they are only sending like seasons 20 and up? I wouldn't be okay with. I'd be fine with them sending shit back if they're getting like season 28 of The Simpsons.
But some people call it a shit bomb. I think in India they'll be regarded as like sharing culture, like a culture drop type thing. I think it's
like
nice.
care package.
Yeah,
just in time for the festival.
It's like a loot crate type thing. Like they just drop it on them.
A poop crate.
Yeah.
Zach, can we get a picture of the poop balloons going into South Korea?
And the thing is, it has to be a coordinated government effort to send this shit south. Like the thing going north is probably some aid group or some international group that's trying to send culture north or information north. They're like, hey, break out of your mindset. There's a bigger world. They probably haven't even seen a real world map before. But whoever's sending shit south, nobody's doing that without permission. You know what I mean? Like that seems like this is a government. That's one of those weather balloons. Like,
yeah. I mean, I'm sure the South Korean government is like sending like sitcoms and all sorts of shit up there. Like that's a super valuable way to like get people's minds. Be like, hey, if you like this, imagine how much more you'd like everything else we have not in North Korea. Like that's a good seed to plant.
Have you seen the YouTube channels that specifically have North Korean defectors and they expose them to Western culture? And
you showed me what you like linked me one of them like years ago, where it was just a poor, skinny little guy eating an American serving size of barbecue and being baffled at every step of it, where he's like, and this amount of food would be for 10 families. And they're like, no, this is your entree. And we haven't even brought out your biscuits yet. And he's like, oh, what a wonderful place. And I'm Indian too now because I'm so stuck in that for this episode.
They show them all sorts of Western culture. A lot of the time it's food. I saw some guys, they seemed like Bedouin tribesmen from the Middle East, and they were eating lobster for the first time, and just trying to say the word lobster was difficult for them. So when it came out, they were terrified. You know, if you've never seen a lobster before and someone plops one down on the table, it looks like a giant cockroach.
That's fair. Yeah. They don't know how tasty it is yet.
They're pretty freaky.
It's not.
I'm from Maine, and they're really freaky looking, bro.
It's just a butter shovel. It's the butter that's tasty.
It's a giant bug. It's a giant fucking bug that lives in the ocean. That we were like, why don't we eat the bug?
I will eat the ocean bugs, 100%.
I mean, they taste good in like a roll, but I don't like when my parents like they have the bug itself and they like pull it apart. They're like, they're sucking out the meat. I find that disgusting. I don't.
Yeah, I don't do crawfish either.
I do shit like that. Yeah,
crawfish look like roaches to me. Like. It looks like a big cockroach. It's got that tail on it and everything.
Yeah. I mean, of the sea bugs, crawdads are absolutely the worst because the amount of meat in there is so small.
I had a genius idea for how to. So we've got all these genetically modified foods, and for some reason people have an issue with them. I honestly don't. If you can genetically modify my tomato and make it last longer on the shelf, so that tomatoes in general are cheaper and more readily available, that's great. Why don't they make crabs with more legs?
Yes.
Add fucking legs to that bitch.
I love it.
Imagine if it had 12 legs bodies on each side.
Slow down. You know, we don't two bodies.
Like a crab, but
double
centipede.
legs would be like two crabs. We could tape them together.
Like a Siamese crab.
Centipede crabs, where it's just like rows and rows of delicious crab legs.
I'd like that.
And with a centipede crab, maybe you could snap every other leg off and put it back in the ocean.
Yeah, and
would they just go ass to mouth all the way, and then the back crabs are actually pretty gross?
Yeah.
No, it's one crab with many legs. It's a centipede crab.
Many-legged crab. He couldn't be more clear.
Yeah, let's just give a pig like 14 ass cheeks so we get, quadruple the bacon or whatever.
That's fine
That'd be a great idea.
Yeah.
Just shitting everywhere.
We're already doing horrible things with factory farming to all these animals. Why not get fucking weird with it?
You're always against the factory farming. What's your problem?
It's because it makes me sad.
Which part?
The part where like you see a clip of a cow who is like kept in a warehouse his whole life, and then he touches grass the first time and he's like spazzing out. And I'm like, oh,
the internet has misled you. Okay. Those dairy cows stay in during the winter because there's no reason to go outside. It's just cold and barren out there. They need to be inside with their calves being milked. They let them out in the spring when the grass is back. That's why they're so happy.
Right.
Those cows love their jobs.
There's a misinformation campaign from Big Cow to shit on Big Steak, I think, and I don't think we should be taking that seriously. Honestly,
I will never stop eating meat ever. Like it could come out that like we're treating the cows 10 times worse, and I'll be like, that's a damn shame. But I wish that wasn't happening. Number 7, please.
Oh, but stop.
Yeah, I can taste the fear.
Cheaper.
Yeah, I do like meat too much to give it up.
I have a YouTube buddy named Vegan Gains. He made me watch this movie called Dominion, which is about factory farming in Australia and how horrible it is. And it's like comparable to the US, I guess. And the movie was like horrific to watch. It was like, it was basically just like gore of animals, but it was real. And so that night I was like, man, that's really disturbing. This is so fucked up. And I remember at the time, my girlfriend at the time, I got into like an argument with her where I was like, I don't want to eat it anymore. It's all fucked up. And so that night we went out and I got a Beyond Burger, and I was like, I ordered it. And then the person brought it to me with cheese, like cow cheese. And so I'm eating, and I was like, no, it's fine. I'll just eat it anyway. And I was like, as I'm eating it, I'm like, it's just not the same. So I woke up the next day and I just immediately started eating chicken. I just couldn't give a fuck anymore. The problem is that it's not nearly as good. Like I would be willing to eat like, vegetarian, vegan stuff. If it was good, I would eat like the lab grown meat too. I don't give a shit.
Really? That doesn't bug you at all? Because to me, it's a little icky.
I mean, a little bit, but like there's a lot of other stuff in food that's kind of icky too. I feel like if everyone was eating it, I would probably just start eating it. You know, I wouldn't really care. I'm not going to be the one martyr.
I spent a lot of time in the cattle barns where you take cattle to be sold to the next step of their journey, which is the slaughterhouse, usually, or the feedlot. Feedlot's just where they fatten them up before they slaughter them. And you'd see some really rough stuff in there, like crippled cows and cows with big tumors on their heads and shit like that. And it's like, why did you even bring it here to sell it? Why don't you just fucking put this thing out of its misery in your field somewhere? Which is like exactly what we would do. Like if there's a cow that's suffering, you kill it. You don't, or you get it help. You know, you don't drag it 20 miles to be sold for $300 to then be chopped up and fed to the populace.
Yeah, one of the most disturbing things for that movie was the chick grinder, because they don't have a use for male baby chicks. So they take the male baby chicks and they basically funnel them into this grinder that just chops them all up into little pieces while they're alive, and you just watch them go like.
Why don't male baby chicks get grown into chickens that you eat?
I think they didn't want to use them in this case because they wanted the female chicken so it could reproduce and lay eggs. So for that purpose, they didn't need.
Yeah, they're making hens there, and it's a different breed of chicken almost. The ones that are hens that lay eggs. It's not necessarily a different breed, but they genetically modified them naturally by interbreeding so much that the pullets, the ones that you grow for meat, are just kind of a different kind of bird. But yeah, I've seen them go in that grinder, and honestly, like, it's a good way to go. It's a good way to go. Like they don't feel any.
They're with all their friends.
It's better than the alternative, you know, like living as a pullet and then getting slaughtered in those slaughterhouses. I can't remember who it was that informed us about chicken slaughterhouses. I had been there before. Like I've been invited to the slaughterhouse and gone and seen it, but I didn't see the shit they saw where like they like cut their throats with this machine, but then there's not really enough time for them to bleed out. So they're immediately doused in boiling water. And it's like they're just boiling in water with their throats cut. And it's like, that's pretty rough. I don't like that. That's not how I would want to go.
Take the head all the way off.
No, I'm going for a cardiac event induced by orgasm. Is that on the table at all?
I want them. They should CO2 them or something. Like just CO2 them all or
that's actually how I kill animals. Like
CO2?
Hopes rats and stuff.
You gas them?
No, I use dry ice, and then they just kind of freeze and fall asleep, and the CO2 I think settles at the bottom. I read, and they just sort of die and freeze, and it's supposed to be the humane way to kill like a rat.
Yeah. Or I
why don't we do that with death row people? We're always CO2? Looking for a more humane way to do it.
They use nitrogen on that poor fucker in Alabama like 3-4 months back. Remember?
Yeah, and he gently fell asleep.
Yeah,
right?
If you say so. I didn't get
I made that up. I have no idea what happened.
I don't know what happened. I've heard that I don't think that lethal injection is painless either.
Yeah,
a lot of drugs that they give you to like take you out of the bad place. Set and setting is really important. Like if you were to give me lots of ketamine or something right before you were going to kill me, I'd have a really bad trip.
Oh yeah. That'd be horrible. That'd be the worst time. You have your last meal and then you get a little bit too high because they bring you a weed pen and you're like, oh great, now I'm all stressed out on my big day. I'm gonna be fidgeting too much in the chair. You're sitting there and you're like self-conscious, like they know I'm high.
Ruin my reputation.
Am I giving my last words weird? That's not you think if you were too high.
Yeah, I know there's still places that hang, and I think there's places that do the firing squad too if you request it. I think firing squad would be the way to go if you had competent marksmen.
Yeah, 100%. I'd pick all my closest friends who are best with guns. Yeah, you should be able to pick your own squad, by the way. And
I'll use a bow.
No,
you were off the team.
You know what? That I could die,
dude. I'm gonna cut your heart in half. With
just impaled with arrows.
Oh, that of your lung.
Oh, like fair. Boromir.
Only one of them has a real steel head. All the rest are just wooden dowels that embed in my torso.
You want to go? You get that Boromir death.
I would die like Boromir, and you'd have to be dressed as Lurtz.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. And I could save 2 hobbits. Well, now it's just kind of the film, but that'd be cool. I'd like that. I wouldn't like that. I don't want to die that way. Don't kill me that way.
I got real high like 2 nights ago. I took one of those edible like gummy ropes we've got, and I took my kitchen shears and I cut off like just a little bit, like this much, like the tip of your pinky. And I picked all the little nerd candies off because I don't care for those, and I rolled that bitch up in a little ball like a booger, and I took it like a pill. Like I just swallowed it with some, because I didn't want to chew that shit up. They never taste good. And it came on so fast and hard. Like within an hour, I was just real good and baked and having a great time. And my girlfriend came in, and I was joking around with her, and I had her laughing, and we were having a great time. And she goes, "Hey, what's wrong with your eye?" And I was like, "I didn't know there was anything wrong with my eye until this very moment. Like, but now I'm very self-conscious. Why are you pointing at my face?" And I like go to the hall bathroom, and I look, and in this eye, you can't see it now. You really can't. There was a blood vessel broken, and it had done this big spider vein thing on like the right side of my eye. And it must have just happened because you could almost see like a little blood moving around under like the first layer of my eyeball. And being high and seeing that upset me so much and freaked me out so much. I walked out of the bathroom and I was immediately mad at her. I was like, "Why'd you have to fucking show me that? Why'd you have to show me that?"
It's really her fault, yes.
I'm so upset now. And like
I started swinging.
Anything? Do you remember like sneezing can sometimes induce that?
I probably coughed a little bit or sneezed, or we were laughing our asses off like right before. But so who knows? Something like that likely. But I started feeling worse and worse and worse, and I was like, "Oh my God, I'm having a panic attack. And I'm like sliding down the wall to sit on my butt, and I'm like, wet washcloth, hurry!" And what I meant was those paper towels right fucking there. Those paper towels, wet them and get them to me in the next 8 seconds, which is how fast I could do it. Rip. 1, 2, 3. Here you go. Beat my 8 seconds. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
I go unconscious, just completely passed out, sitting against the wall, but I've fallen all the way to my left side. So I'm laying on the floor out. I wake up. She's still not back with this washcloth. She's still not back. I'm like, coming to, waking up, and I'm like,
you had to go to the store to buy washcloths.
I'm like, "Where are you?" She's gone upstairs to get an actual washcloth. She's like, "You enunciated washcloth so perfectly and clearly 3 times in a row." And I was like, "Yeah, because my brain was dying. I was being starved of oxygen. I was trying. It was the equivalent of going like I'm choking. Like I woke up, and once I got the washcloth like on my face and my head, I was fine, like maybe 2 or 3 minutes later. But she said she thought I was dying because I was so pale. Like I turned completely pale. My lips go blue because my body thinks I'm dying and draws all the blood into like my heart and my core or whatever. My hands go numb. My feet go numb.
How long were you out? Like 5 seconds of real time?
Probably 5-10 seconds of real time. Yeah. I have no idea, but you know.
That sucks. I saw your text about that, dude. And it was like I saw it literally. Woody responded like 40 minutes later and was like, "Just saw this. Are you all good? You know, we're."
Yeah, I was worried. You could feel the stress in the text.
I saw it like I could feel the stress too. I saw it like 2 hours after Woody's 40 minutes after thing, and so I'm like, if I address this now, it might just remind him of a very recent and stressful time. I'm not going to ask him how his eye's doing because he might be watching a show having forgotten about his eye.
That's clever.
So I was like, oh, tactical.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I had to chill out after that. I hate that. I have maybe 1 or 2 panic attacks a year, and I always get annoyed when people are like, "Yeah, I have them too. I get all stressed, and I just have to get out of there." Like, you don't have panic attacks. You have anxiety. I have panic attacks like Tony fucking Soprano, where I hit the floor and wake up like bleeding. Yeah. Like I go out.
You need your own Dr. Melfi.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, your own big-titted WAP therapist.
God, she was hot in the early years.
Yeah,
no.
You know, she was the wife of Goodfellas.
I prescribe 1 poopy roll around. See give it you all fixed up.
You need to go out to the world and experience culture. There's a festival in India I can recommend.
Really get it in that eye. I think that'll.
I obviously don't keep up with the online drama nearly as much as you, Tom, but through you, Brandon, I think just you and Brandon, I saw like a week ago that some guy made a video bullying our main man Wendigoon,
He did,
right?
yeah.
Was it just Wendigoon or like
it was more slanderous, but yeah, it was funny. It's a bunch of people you guys have had on. I mean, it was me, it was Brandon, it was I don't know if Mudahar's been on the show, but he was included in there.
No.
Wendigoon was like the main subject, though. It was basically it was this like bread tuber, which for those in the audience who don't know, basically means that he's a socialist YouTuber. He made a video called "Conservative Horror Movies," and the last 40 minutes of it or so was dedicated to trying to explain how Wendigoon is a virulent right-wing racist. And there was a lot of association tying in there. A large part of it was like, here he is with Donut Operator. Donut Operator is a cop, which means he's a fascist bootlicker who defends the state. And the funny thing is, like, the examples he used were really funny. So first of all, yeah. So for Donut, he was like, he made this disgusting video where he showed a pedophile getting his head blown off. And like everybody in the audience is obviously like, that doesn't seem like that bad of a thing. And the funniest thing is he uses this absolutely hilarious thumbnail that Donut used, which says head removal on it with a picture of the pedophile and like the cop holding like a shotgun in his face. So there was that. He also did just a lot of poor research. He was like, TurkeyTom was accused of saying the N-word. And like, accused is putting it very lightly. I said it on YouTube like not that long ago when I was playing Fortnite. I lost Fortnite. I fucking, it just came out. I was angry.
He was mad. He got shot. Yeah, give him the fucking break.
I got second place. I was pissed the fuck off. I can't think of a better word.
You should have said it more.
Yeah, I should have. But so there was that. He also said that Wendigoon, because he wears a Hawaiian shirt, he's a Boogaloo boy, which is like a domestic terrorist group. And he literally said in the video, he was like, Wendigoon is partially the cause of right-wing domestic terrorism in the United States. And people.
Damn, I didn't know he was so influential.
What?
I had the same.
That's the thing you don't know. He has a lot of high praise for him.
I thought he was making like lore videos about fucking forest monsters and cryptids. Yeah,
that's what I thought too. But
those are all dog whistles, clearly.
He called Brandon a gun tuber. He said he was a gun tuber. He said Oompaville was a gun obsessed YouTuber. It was funny. It was like in his move to divide everyone, he kind of brought them all together.
Gun tuber an insult? I thought that was like a category on YouTube.
To him, it's an insult, but Brandon is just not a gun tuber. So it just kind of showed that he.
Oh, okay.
He was
well, a lot comes along with gun tuber. Like a gun tuber is a white right wing conservative 99% of the time.
Oh, okay. To me, gun tuber was like gamer. Like FPS Russia wasn't political at all, but
I mean, you could say gamer too, and you would find you know that boils it down to mostly some white, nerdy neckbeard dudes.
So I think everybody.
I think like I think a guy who like just does videos about guns, and Brandon has done like one video about guns, which is when he and I went down to San Antonio to hang out with Brandon Herrera. Who was also, he was called out in the video. Grand Thumb was called out in the video because Grand Thumb made a tweet saying that like open relationships are degenerate, and that was like a very detestable thing in this guy's view. But basically, the point of the video was to say that Wendigoon should not be allowed. He said in public, he shouldn't be allowed in public, and he shouldn't be allowed to make YouTube videos about horror movies or cryptids. He also said that because his name is Wendigoon is hearkening back to the Wendigo, which it is, but he said that's offensive to Native Americans.
What a holy shit.
It was hilarious to see after the video, a bunch of Native Americans were like, fuck you, don't fucking talk about me, keep my name out of your mouth.
It's not very nice to call that retard a faggot.
It's not nice. It's not nice.
Yeah, it will probably hurt his feelings.
Yeah, after
this guy sucks, and I don't like him.
Yeah. That's true. Brandon, I think he tweeted at him. He was like, "You're a low testosterone soy boy," and the guy was like, "Why are you making homophobic comments about me?" And it's like, I didn't even know you were gay, but Jesus, I guess that's part of it now.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just a very bad.
Why did that guy hear low T and immediately think gay? That seems a little.
That's what I'm saying. There was another thing. Like one of the funniest parts of the video was somebody made a YouTuber gay sex chart that a lot of people were put on Twitter, and Wendigoon was put on it as like a bottom, and he was like, Wendigoon replied to it. He was like, "Why'd you do this to me?" And the guy's like, "This is clear evidence that a cis white male is being homophobic because cis white men perceive bottoms as disgusting." And it was like, Jesus Christ. So it was a pretty bad video.
This guy's a provocateur who's bad at his fucking job and has no sense of humor, it sounds like.
It does seems that way. Yeah.
It almost want to laugh at things.
So to him, like everyone to the right of him, and he's a socialist, anyone to the right of him is a Nazi. People making videos about Wendigos in the forest.
Yes.
This is a tweet from Brandon Buckingham showing a picture of the guy who was ripping on Wendigoon and him. This self-righteous bread tuber thinks if you are friends with internet historian, donut operator, shoe on head, Oompaville, Mudahar, Grand Thumb, TurkeyTom, Brandon Herrera, or myself, then you are a bad person.
He pretty much looks exactly how you would expect. I'll say that.
Yeah.
What's a bread tuber?
A bread tuber is like a socialist YouTuber.
Like
I can't
bread
remember.
lines?
Like I don't think it's bread lines. I think it's some other thing. But
It's got to be bread lines. Come on.
They say it's some book or something that references something about bread and the rich or something.
Them and their books.
Man,
this guy looks like he reads.
He looks like he reads for sure.
This guy reads Age of Consent laws.
Oh, he does. He reads them well. But there were so many videos made about him in the wake of it because he called out so many people that there was like tier lists made of like how good the videos about him in particular were, or like how good the thumbnails were. So it was it brought everyone together. Really, it did bring everyone together.
That's good.
Everybody got to come together to shit on this guy collectively.
That's nice.
And,
a little bit of
probably what
Christmas
he wanted.
spirit.
It is what he was just trying to make us better friends, I think, and now we are.
Is this guy's video like? Does he get a ton of views, or not even like he's not even a huge guy?
He deleted it like a day or two after, but he had 400,000 subscribers. But the motive
is so dumb.
He didn't even stand by his lies.
No, he took it down right away. But then he was like, "Well, the execution was bad, but I think my heart was in the right place," is what he said about it, which is just.
Oh, did he delete it because he felt like it was inaccurate?
He deleted it, I think, because he was getting shit. He said he felt like he was in the right, but he got some of the information wrong. But the only thing I think he apologized for was calling Brandon a gun tuber directly. I think that's the only thing he said. But the video is, you can kind of get a peer into his psychology. I hate using the like, oh, well, this guy is this way, so he can't make arguments. But in the video itself, he opens the Wendigoon part by talking about how he's rich, therefore he shouldn't be allowed to have an opinion on media. And earlier in the video, he's talking about how he's struggling to pay rent because his YouTube videos don't get views. And the reason why his videos aren't getting views is because he made a video. Well, that's a great question. Why include it? Well, he's been coping for a long time because of this video he made. So there's a movie you guys probably know, The Hills Have Eyes, right? About like cannibals live in the hills. And this guy got a lot of shit for a video he made in which he said that the cannibals in the hills are an allegory for Black people or Native Americans, and the white people that are like being chased around by them are like colonizers and settlers that are moving into their territory. This was this is like a real thing he said. Like he's like, this is what the movie director meant.
This is a bad film review. This is my least favorite kind of YouTube video.
Yeah, I think it's an actual fucking retard.
He's reading into the literature. You guys don't know what you're talking about, okay? Frankly, I've heard of a lot of black cannibals in the United States, so I think it's completely accurate.
Maybe
but
he is. Yeah, I don't know.
Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. Comparing black people to a inbred racist, I think radioactive rape family of cannibals. Maybe
aren't all the
torturers.
bad guys white in Hills Have Eyes? I've only seen it, I think, once or twice.
They're
years
mutated.
Ago.
Ill folk in his family that rape and murder and maybe eat. Maybe I don't know. I don't remember if they're cannibals or not.
It's certainly not the most progressive stance to take that they're actually an allegory for Black people or Native Americans. But
okay, so this guy starts with his ideology and then backwards engineers all media he consumes to comport to that.
Avatar's right there, dude. What are you doing?
Yeah, this guy. This guy looks like a fucking idiot in his Hawaiian shirt. He's wearing a Hawaiian shirt.
Well, he's wearing it because he's doing it as parody. So in the video itself, he's like, it's actually disrespectful for me to say the word Wendigo out loud, but I have to say it here for the purpose of research purposes, which is crazy. It's just a crazy thing to say. Like, I thought like the N-word was like the word that people would say you can't say out loud, but the word Wendigo, like Wendigo, like that is a crazy thing to say. There's a lot of other shit. The video is filled with gold. At one point he says everyone in Appalachia, like where Wendigoon is from, should be assumed to be racist until proven otherwise. That's
all right. Well, he might have a little prejudice. Look, you can't get everything wrong. All right,
he says that.
Wait. Actually, this guy's winning me over. He's pretty cool.
Oh, he got you? Okay. You guys are all on board with that. You guys are the ones.
We've been to Appalachia.
No, I'm Team Appalachia. Those people are victims. They get no money from the Fed, and they're sitting there trying to make ends meet through their moonshine operation.
Victims of subpar dental care.
Entrepreneurial spirit.
I remember driving my Middle Eastern friend through Cherokee, North Carolina, and we drove past the Confederate store. I don't know if you've ever been to Cherokee, North Carolina, but you'll recognize the Confederate
store.
Absolutely. It is a store bedazzled with the Confederacy. Okay. Interior and exterior is nothing, but they have like the open market. They have Confederate flag dream catchers in that bitch. They have, nice? Yeah, they're so nice. Okay. They keep dreams of Black people away.
Okay. Martin Luther King is not
Just like
is not having a dream there.
Mary Jo season, I just had the scariest dream. We had a black president.
It's
Again.
not real. It's not real.
not
Go
real.
back to bed, honey.
Like they're flying so many Confederate flags. I don't care if you want to fly one. I'll tell you what I really don't like is the upside down American flag thing. I don't like them doing anything to the. I don't like when people wear the American flag. I don't like when you turn it upside down. I don't like when you put that fascist blue stripe through the middle. Leave it alone. Is it Susan B. Anthony? She got it right the first fucking time. All right, I mean, we add more stars as time goes on, obviously, but that's just that's like in the UFC when you get another fucking ruby on your belt every time you defend your title.
Mm-hmm.
I like this. I think
what's the Betsy Ross flag look like? Is that the with just 13 stars?
I don't know.
Have you guys seen
Betsy
the one
Ross?
that's
What
like,
does Susan B. Anthony do?
I don't know, but
I think she made
know
the one
she's
that
another history lady.
The Republicans adopted the Betsy Ross
have to
flag
look
for
into
some
this.
period of time, and
There's the one that's like the American flag, but where the stars are, there's like a big white swastika. That's a pretty fire one, you know. That's some new lore.
that was
They
huge for one decade, a century ago.
Yeah, they say America.
It's like Susan B.
Anthony.
Anthony. Yeah, it's just Betsy Ross. Susan B. Anthony was just like she was a suffragette. She was.
Ooh, I do not like her.
Yeah, taking that. By the way, if you look at a picture of her, you'll see fucking wine. My God. She
Okay,
looks
well,
like,
I'm team fucking. What was her name? Betsy Ross.
Betsy Ross. Yeah,
she's the.
Is she the one that made the
flag
flag? Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what she did after making that beautiful flag?
She
her
shut the
husband
fuck
dinner.
up like a
Kept
good wife.
it to herself. And do you like my flag I made, sweetheart? It's fine. Dinner's not ready yet. And then
Wow.
this
Christ.
bitch shows up a
Who is
century
the-
and a half
who is the
later and goes,
cross-dresser? I
"Oh,
don't
That's
recognize
Susan
her.
B. Anthony.
Susan, that's a girl.
We put that lady on a coin.
no,
She has
I would never
she has a
spend
good
that coin."
jawline.
That is a masculine woman, dude. Like if you look at her
Mhm.
from like get rid of the eyes and put a man's haircut on her, and like that's just a dude.
Yeah,
Dude.
She's been mewing a lot. Jesus Christ.
Dude,
her haircut
Zach,
now
slow
kinda
down.
looks
I can
like,
only get so erect.
She kind of got that hair of the berries and cream.
She's big into
Starburst
jazzercise. Oh my
commercial.
God. Look at that
Look
fucking
at that.
jaw.
Wow.
Look at that, built like a linebacker. This bitch.
Dude, if she'd be UFC champion if she existed today.
Yeah,
She looks like
I
Frank-
want to vote.
Chocolate.
Wah. No, get over it.
Zach, see if this lady if might have been a man. If there's any theories about that, or if it did like she ever bear children? You know, was she married to a gentleman, like, or was she like single her
There
whole
is
life
no
or something?
way she was married. Let's see. Wait, why the fuck is this?
It looks like a
National
man.
Women's History Museum.
I saw that this conservative lady, I
Lots
suppose,
of
made an,
inventions in there.
It's the same style of invention list as the George Washington Carver one we looked at last week. Oh, we found last week, Tom. We found like a straight up George Washington Carver conspiracy website. Like there's like the Tuskegee Project. It had like a .edu, and it was like the inventions of George Washington Carver. There was shit like soap,
vinegar.
Wait,
Like he
is
invented
this the peanut butter guy?
this.
No, that's the thing. That's what you thought, isn't it? That's what they told us. That's what they
Yeah.
lied to us about.
Mhm.
I don't know
Okay.
what George Washington Carver invented. I genuinely don't anymore. They gave him credit for
Vinegar.
the salted peanut, dude. Okay,
Mhm.
fuck you. Fuck you. What if I put pepper on him? Do I get my name on a goddamn website with an edu tag? Get the fuck out of here.
Pepper
He did
peanuts.
not invent. The one thing he didn't come up with: peanut butter. Peanut
Yeah.
butter. He never figured that one out. He was using
Mm-hmm.
like peanut like husks to make insulation and shit. Calling himself Edison.
He made
Oh,
the
yeah,
first
like-
car powered by peanuts.
Like the stuff. I just pulled the website up again. Thank God the link was still purple. Yeah, they said he invented buttermilk, mock meat, peanut sprouts,
Mock
oysters,
meat? There was not
mayonnaise,
mock meat in 1800, whatever. the
dry
fuck.
coffee. He invented dry coffee. For centuries, people in other countries have been making coffee and they never thought to dry it.
They just boiled huge batches of it and carried the vases of liquid coffee around for
Yeah, one of the things on
centuries.
this list is breakfast food number 5. We all know breakfast food number 5. We all know and love.
Revolutionized my world.
So much better than 4.
But I'm more of a breakfast food number 3 guy, which is also on the list.
Is this on the IHOP menu? Like, what the fuck is this?
This is on Tuskegee.edu. George.
What is
Washington
breakfast
Carver.
food number 5? Like,
That's on his. Here's.
I choose to believe it's like Rocky, where number 2 was the best.
Here's the link. It says in the list foods he invented: instant coffee.
Could you pull
candy,
it up for us, Zach, please?
Caramel. He invented caramel. This guy was
he
busy.
didn't.
He did not. He did not invent cheese pimento, substitute asparagus.
Do you like pimento cheese? I love it.
I'm good on pimento cheese. Yeah, or that makes it sound like I don't like it. I'm fine with it. It's not like
if you ever go to the grocery store. So what you want is there's this brand at the grocery store that has jalapenos in it, and it on the like pimento cheese package, the little plastic jar or whatever. There's a picture of an old timey black lady on it, like an Aunt Jemima type, and it's not like a cartoon of her. It's like a bad quality Polaroid of just a black woman's face, and that shit is delicious.
What the fuck is cheese nut sage? What is cheese nut sage?
Dude, there's one schizophrenic guy who maintains and updates this website, guaranteed. Like one lover of George Washington Carver who can't accept, hey, I bet he was a real nice guy.
He invented breakfast foods 1 through 5.
That's true. Don't forget peanut cake 1 and 2.
It says here under general, he invented sizing for walls. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah. Do you ever notice how every ancient building, all the walls are out of fucking whack?
He invented milk.
They're all different sizes. He invented 32 kinds of milk, Woody. Don't cut him short.
My bad.
He made oil for hair and scalp.
Yeah.
What the fuck does this mean? Italians definitely made that.
Yeah, the Italians created it. The Italians are like a farm of scalp oil.
Of oil for the scalp.
He created laxatives. That's a proud one they're putting here under medicine. That's fine.
Bar candy. No one else put
substitute asparagus for when you can't get the good stuff.
Sweeping compound.
Peanut relish. Why would you be proud of
he's looking for a way to make cum taste better?
Peanut beverage beverage for ice cream.
Asparagus needs work.
Plum punch. Tannic acid. Man, medicine similar to castor oil. Couldn't quite beat the castor oil guy.
He created chocolate coated peanuts. He was the first guy ever to put chocolate on a peanut.
Vanishing cream. I bet the guy who put this here imagined it to be true vanishing cream. Man, here I was thinking that like the ancient Egyptians and Romans used soap. And
that's ridiculous. They were black too, is the thing you don't know.
That's what they try and keep you down. That's what Big White tries to take credit for.
Yes.
Yeah. But anyway, we spent a while on this guy last week, but it still fascinates me to no end that there is someone out there with an edu domain just making the kind of list that I would if I had a George Washington Carver edu domain. Just making things up.
That's the list you would make if George Washington Carver was your uncle and you wanted to like big him up on the internet and not let everybody find out that he didn't invent peanut butter. Like we all believe. That's a good trivia question. That should be that. Like if you had like who invented peanut butter, you put his name in the list, but you also throw in who did invent peanut butter, whoever actually did it.
It's almost you can't even take credit for inventing something that simple. Can you?
This is a college website. This is
this is not like you said edu domain, and I looked into it. They like. Their endowment is 157 million.
This is for the same college that Lionel Richie graduated from.
Lionel Richie, noted George Washington Carver historian. What the fuck? This is a ridiculous university. There's no way anyone is learning useful things from this university.
It's a 142-year-old university.
We're learning a lot about peanuts.
Was it founded by George Washington Carver? Is that part of it?
I don't know.
Athletics. Hold on. Where's
it's D3?
Why choose TU? Here at TU, we love breakfast food number 2. And chili sauce and peanut hearts.
John Harvey Kellogg invented peanut butter of Kellogg's cereal. He patented the process for creating peanut butter from raw peanuts. There's a different guy who came up with something called peanut paste, but that's just like pressing peanuts between 2 hot plates. And he was also a black man. 1884, he did that.
This apparently a pretty good school.
Canadian.
There's no way this is a good school. Do they have pages for like other inventors with just made up nonsense?
I hate that he gets credit for peanut butter and he didn't do it.
Why is that? Why is this page here? Oh, is there a whole George Washington Carver section?
I wonder if there's a museum for him you could visit.
I'm on their rankings on their site. It says they're number one in best colleges, historically black colleges and universities, according to the U.S. News and World Report. So I think this is a predominantly white school, from what I can tell.
Yeah, seems that way. A lot of peanut scientists going here.
They're apparently number 31 on the best value schools, regional universities, South by U.S. News and World Report.
I hate it when they divide it into like 16 categories.
Yeah. The 7th best predominantly black school that George Washington Carver graduated from.
They're the 15th
in Atlanta
best college in Alabama, according to College Consensus. So they're up there.
Yeah, I call into question some of the facts on this page. But regardless,
I'm okay with tearing this guy down. I just don't want you to go back to. You already tore down Helen Keller. Who was the other person you were trying to steal valor from the other day? Not steal valor, but just take it away.
Einstein?
No, why would you?
Einstein wasn't a real person.
I was trying to think of the other conspiracies I did back in the day.
I think it was also. It was Coco the gorilla.
Oh, we've been through this up and down 6 Question Sunday. That gorilla was not talking. That gorilla learned input orders the same way you can teach a dog that kind of shit. Like, it didn't learn to communicate. It learned that if it does these signs,
have you seen dogs hit those
plum
buttons?
Shows up in my palm.
Have you seen those dogs hit those buttons and communicate stuff?
Yeah, but they're not communicating. They're learning. They don't understand the grammar and syntax of what they're expressing. They understand that this and this and this means that a treat comes to me. These sounds just came out of my owner's mouth, which means that this one, this one, this one, and this one is what I need to do in order to achieve the treat. They're not like, oh, wait, he just posed a conditional hypothetical at me. I need to hit this one.
I think they know I think those border collies have 100-word plus IQs. I mean, I'm not IQs, but vocabularies. They know what those words mean. Like they can. They describe.
I think they can remember what the sound is in like tandem with another thing happening.
Yeah,
but I don't think they actually.
But isn't that what vocabulary is?
No.
Really?
They don't understand the meaning of it. They understand what they're supposed to do when that sound comes out.
That's people too, though. Like blue is blue. I don't need to know anything about the color spectrum.
But if you use a series of words in a sentence to inquire about something to do with my life, I understand and can take many avenues to respond to that because I internalize and understand the root of the question and what you're asking. If you do that at a dog,
I feel like I've seen them do complex things, like not regularly, but I don't know. I watched some Animal Planet thing about the world's smartest dog. He knows 400 words, and they like go talk to this border collie that's in there fucking typing out sentences on the floor.
The one guy who's on screen is like, "Yeah, I'm the dog vocabulary expert." Oh, what do I do? What do I not do?
I'm a producer.
I'm a producer. I produce lies and nonsense to sell to the Animal Planet station.
I also have this part of me that just wants to believe that animals that we're all just kind of the same. Like we're all sentient to some level, and we're just more sentient than they are, and we're able to put sentences together. Like, I think that whales should have some sort of personhood, and dolphins, I feel like they should be protected.
I'm fine with that.
Like, I don't think of them. Like, I get we're all animals, but when you say animal, you mean a different thing. You know, I feel like they've almost transcended the animal thing and getting close to the people thing to some extent.
I think you're right. Whales are fine. We can kind of play dolphins by ear. Let's start with whales.
I saw a dolphin try to rape a lady yesterday. Do you see that video on Reddit? It's like no, she's like the ladies. They're like scuba diving, and the dolphin's trying to get its nose in her snoot.
That sounds like a guy I know. He should have rights.
And it's dick's out the whole time. It's dick's out the whole time. He's after her, like trying to get that bottle nose up her snoot.
Well, you can't fuck around the ocean too much. That's their domain, man. They can just drown you if they feel like it. They can just grab you with their prehensile penis and pull you to the depths.
I don't think they grab you with it.
They can, though. It's prehensile.
I can break its grip. I don't think they can coil it around your limb like
okay. It's either prehensile or it has an actual bone in it. But it's one of those is correct. We've gone through. I've seen it.
Remember when Hank Hill got humped?
There's not really a bone in it. It just feels
that's
that way.
True. Hank Hill had that harrowing experience at La Grunta, the La Grunta vacation spot.
I think the dolphin got like red cheeks, like its cheeks were flush, like they were using that to signify a hard on.
Yeah,
because they didn't want
his belly was
dick.
getting red when he was getting pet.
Oh, that's what it was. Well, in the video I saw, his belly got more than red. His dick came out, and it was he had a fucking baby's arm down there flopping around underwater.
I bet they're big animals, right? How much does the dolphin weigh?
I would guess big dolphin, 500, 600, 700 pounds. 500 pounds? 500 pounds would be my guess.
Okay.
Big dolphin.
That would be similar to what I'd guess too. They're only next to other dolphins, and so unless you have like a good foreknowledge of dolphin weight,
but you can't really see him very well, and water compresses.
Oh my god! An adult dolphin can weight that can't be accurate.
That's not true, Zach. You've fallen for a big dolphin.
Zach said between 2,000 and 6,000 pounds, roughly.
How really? Dolphins are so much bigger than I thought.
I'm not confirming it. I'm telling people.
6,000 pounds is just insanity mode.
All right, that's Zach. I think.
I don't believe that.
The Maui dolphin's only 110 pounds.
And
then I guess the orca counts as a.
Oh, don't count the orca.
I'm reading an article.
Whale.
I'm learning.
I see what happened. The top link has it in like the Google preview, but you can't tell it's talking about an orca.
Bottlenose dolphin. That's what we want. We want Flipper. Remember Flipper? You ever see that show?
I have the answer. 3:30 to cut off my screen. Sorry.
Wait, this is an AI overview. Aren't these notoriously wrong?
330 to 1,400 pounds, according to Wikipedia.
For a bottlenose dolphin.
Bottlenose dolphins can range in size from 6 to 13 feet long and weigh 300 to 1,400 pounds.
That's way bigger than I thought they were. That thing could kill you easily.
Wait, 300 pounds to 1,400 pounds in that range?
That's a huge range.
Huge range.
Yeah, there's like a lot of shapes and sizes of these things. They are human in that way. Jesus.
Maybe 1,400 pound dolphins have a weight problem, right? In the same way that humans get, like human males weigh between 150 and 700 pounds. So the 700 pounders are not normal human males.
Man, that's crazy that we're the only animal that just dominates nature so hard that we have problems with being overweight. Like there's no troop of chimps out there who's just killing it so hard in their like their locale and wherever in Africa they are, their little tribe area, and they're just all fat. None of them. We're the only ones who just kick ass.
I'm trying to come up with an animal that proves Taylor wrong. Like bear?
Even bears, they get fat off of our labor. Unless they're finding all those honey buns and all that shit in the trash, all those calorie-dense, sugary things. Like,
I was going to say they get fat in preparation for hibernation.
Sure.
Like the way that they rock.
Okay, that's all right. Other than bears, there isn't a single animal I can think of that has weight problems.
Dogs. Right? But that ties back to your parlay.
Yeah, dogs that we feed,
That's us. Wild
Every
dogs,
dog I've ever had.
Wild dogs are skinny. They all look like they are a dinner miss away from death.
Mm-hmm.
And they probably
there also aren't any other animals that have figured out how to do fentanyl, as far as I know. So I think we're pretty addicted to making our lives a lot worse.
We actively make our lives harder for ourselves through diet and lifestyle.
The fentanyl thing is kind of fucked up, right? Like I don't do hard drugs, but like I don't know, if I was on a vacation and somebody offered me something, I'd be like, yeah, all right, I'm not gonna be the square that doesn't want some fucking whatever that powder
you need
is.
to be a non-fentanyl doing square.
I don't want fentanyl, but what I'm saying is like if you got some powder you want me to snort and everybody's snorting, I'll snort some of that powder. I'll rub it on my gums like in like a Scarface.
Come as a powder?
Yes.
It can come into anything. They could be what they do. My understanding is they're using fentanyl to make other drugs go further, right? Which is crazy to me because they show you that tiny little fleck of fentanyl that'll kill a man. And it's like, how do you disperse that over a kilo of whatever the fuck?
Just use baby laxative like an adult and cut your drugs in it and make it last longer.
So it's like it
sounds like what a baby would do, not an adult.
No, that's the tried and true method.
You could just be trying to take like some Molly or whatever, like some medium grade, just fun time drug, but it's going to kill you in the parking lot. That's super sketchy.
That's why you only get your cocaine from really, really rich people like Mr. Beast, because you know it's going to be good.
Oh, dude! If Mr. Beast offered me cocaine, I mean, what am I going to do? Get kicked out of the contest?
Cocaine.
You gonna say no?
I got two people from every country to come together and do cocaine in a warehouse.
This is not the way that I want to compliment Mr. Beast.
One of those vials of cocaine is nothing but fentanyl.
Behind you are 30 million Legos.
First family that overdoses wins the prize money or whatever.
Last family alive. Damn,
Gets
he's
to bring
taking a
home
turn with
this
his
Lamborghini.
content. I thought children were watching these videos. For the most
Benson
part.
over roulette. That'll be awesome.
Yeah,
That'll be so sick.
shout out, Mr.
I hear he's
B.
going to do a video in India where he churns all the poop eaters into a fine paste for us to eat to feed the homeless. It'd be awesome.
That would be
He's
funny if he had a video at the same
everywhere.
time, and he was like him trying to clean the streets in the middle of the poop festival.
That'd be
And
great.
he doesn't get it.
We're going to clean up all this shit for these kind people who can't seem to get this shit out of this city. And then they're all just like, fuck you, bloody, fuck you, bloody, fuck you, Mr. Beast.
Fuck you.
Yeah, they're pissed the fuck off. They're like, Mr. Beast an asshole. It's his biggest controversy ever.
Dude, I can't wait for your content at the poop festival. I'm going to watch your and Brandon's video on that.
It's going to be traumatizing. We were considering bring like an IRL streaming setup, but we thought if something traumatic happens, we might not want to have that live streamed on YouTube for the world to see. So we'll probably have to do some cutting after. But
That's also a lot of money to
Fair
flash
enough.
too. You know, like depending on what kind of rig you've got. Like you've got a DSLR with a whole setup. Like somebody might just want to change their life by taking it from you.
yeah, well, it's pretty expensive. I know the main thing for IRL streaming is there's like companies that make the bag with the server in it, so you always have like internet wherever you go. But I think those are quite expensive. And then on top of that, there's like battery life for whatever you're filming with to worry about. And I mean, then once again, like, you know, if an Indian person does something to me, I might get kind of racist with him or something. And, you know, you just don't need that out there on the internet for everyone to see. You got to be able to cut it.
Someone's going to make a hate
100%.
video about you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just start doing an Indian accent, like bloody, fuck you, bloody, when they're robbing me. And
Yeah, someone might make a mean-spirited video where they implicate Wendigoon as a bad guy for hanging out with you.
True.
He
They're
did
right.
have a Hawaiian shirt. That part's confirmed.
What I learned is that none of us made the bad guy cut. That makes us basically
know.
Bernie Sanders supporters, progressives,
right? Like, dude, call me irrelevant more directly.
I told him that we were going to India, and he was very confident that we were going to die. So I think, given how much knowledge of the world he has, I'm very confident that he could be right, and it will make for a great video. I mean, if one of us dies, like one of us still has the footage, right? It's
Zach,
fine.
now somebody make a hate video called Lesbian Book Club and just run with it.
No one would even get the reference.
Probably true.
What have you guys been up
fans
to
would.
lately? What's up in your lives, in your personal lives? I know, Kyle, you just had a bit of a weed episode. I mean, that sounds a bit dark. Your eye almost exploded. Woody, what's up with you? Anything
Just
good
got
going
back
on?
from a sexcation in Charlotte with my wife. We like to get a hotel. We try to do it every month, but we don't. It's like 7 or 8 times a year, and we just do a little weekend and bone a bunch, I guess. And so that's what we did in Charlotte. We also saw we went to a coral reef show. We keep a fish tank together. It's like this shared hobby. So that's what we did on Sunday. Brought home some.
No, this was not the location that Nick Rekeita went to, right? It wasn't hedonism.
No.
Are you guys
I
familiar with
guess
this part?
not. I don't know about this, but yeah, that's it. Just did a little weekend with Jackie.
Okay.
Yeah, I messaged him. I was like, "Hey, we're watching the UFC event in the patron Discord over here. If you want to join." And he's like, "Nope, I'm on my sexcation." It's like leaving that one on red.
Every 5 weeks, all year long, Woody goes on a little sexcation.
My parents would have sexcations when I was growing up with me in the house trying to play Left 4 Dead. That was really fun. They didn't get it.
They didn't even like send you outside? Like not
Send me
even
outside.
like,
No, it was like 1 a.m. in the morning. I wasn't supposed to be awake. I was playing Left 4 Dead with my friends, and then I would just hear noises, and I'd be like, "What the fuck's going on?" The first time it happened, I cried. Actually, I cried very hard. It disturbed me. I was like 10 years old, and I remember,
Really?
yeah, I was so disturbed. I was like, when I was younger, I hated like sex scenes in movies. I hated anything sexual. It really disturbed me.
I
remember
reacted very differently. It gave me a like a security that my parents got along.
No, I was like, this is degenerate. You guys have sex? That's fucked up.
yeah.
I would mock them
Yeah.
by like I would hear like compliments from the night before or afternoon or whenever it fucking was, and then like the next day repeat them, and they're like, "Yeah, I guess you really did hear us. I remember saying that."
you've said this to me a dozen times over the years now, and every time it just takes me aback to like to be sitting there eating your Cheerios the next morning and be like sniping at dad, like, so dad, did you take that pussy? Or like, and it's like, oh
Jesus.
Like,
I remember like, I thought it was so traumatized. Like I remember like being very in my feels about it when I was 10 or something. I remember because it happened and I think I started crying and my mom came in. She was like, what are you doing? And I was like, I don't know. Something's going on. And then the next day I was like eating cereal with my dad. He was like, so we're going to talk about last night. And I was like, what's there to talk about? And I remember going to school, like my friends were like, are you okay? And I was like, it's fine. Shit just happens, bro. I remember being very like emo about it and very disturbed at the time.
Life's not as simple as you thought it was.
I just don't want to know about it. Like keep it. I also like I don't want them not to shit, but like close the door. You know what I mean?
There. Yes.
I mean, looking back, I'm glad that they were doing that because it shows that they probably still liked each other and still do. But at the time, I remember being very, very disturbed. I was like, what, they fucking have sex? I was like so grossed out by the idea that they could have any sexual feelings whatsoever. I was like, you know what? You guys need to like put a pillow fort in between you when you go to sleep. Like, don't touch each other. No kissing allowed. That was like my policy as a young 10-year-old.
My first job was working in my father's accounting firm. And so he worked a lot. He'd work like an 18-hour shift, but he also had a 2-hour commute. And maybe these numbers aren't adding up. Maybe it wasn't that long, but it was long. It was a 16-hour day with like a 2-hour commute. And then he'd get home and he was complaining to my coworker. He's like, it's like a second job. Like after I get home, I've got more to get done. He's got to bone the woman before he can sleep.
Well, I got to get home and think about, the due date for my presentation on Friday. And then I got to get my wife off 3 times and traumatize my son.
Exactly.
And then I could sleep. Yeah. It was like, yeah, he had work to do after he got home.
Well,
everyone else got to just rest.
No, I would have come down on the same side as Tom in that if I was hearing that loudly, it would upset me as a child.
I found it extremely disturbing. I remember hearing it and being like, what the fuck is that? Is there someone in the house? And then I heard it and I was like, is that my fucking mom? And I was like, wait, what the fuck's going on? And then my dad came in doing the classic boxers and a t-shirt thing that was all like wrinkled and shit. And I was like, oh no. I was like
pulling his shirt way down.
The mistake was starting you at 10. They should have started you like before you even spoke, like we did at my house. It was just intrinsically known that mom and dad are upstairs banging.
Do you remember falling asleep hearing like your parents screaming at each other?
No, I never had that.
Oh, a little bit. I thought this was a part of childhood.
Yeah. You remember falling asleep hearing the beer bottle break over mom's head, be like, they're getting
you just hear like and you're just laying there.
I heard a lot more screaming than fucking, and I'm glad.
That's why Kyle and I turned out so well.
I wouldn't trade.
It's a healthy adult with a family and children. And
it taught me how to really cut somebody to the bone with a verbal assault.
Well, my mom got me back when I was 15. She walked in on me jerking off. That was pretty brutal, to be honest with you. That was a horrible experience.
Like where you were in your room though?
I was in my room, and I thought that she wasn't. I thought no one was there. I thought nobody was in the house. Because I remember walking downstairs and I would do the classic check, see if anybody's in the garage. There's no car there. I didn't hear anything. Turns out she was in the basement on the treadmill. But so I'm up there, whacking it or whatever. And she walks in and she's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, what the fuck does it look like I'm doing? She's like, why is your dick out? I'm like, I'm jerking off. What do you think's going on? And she's like, oh, do you want to like hang out after? I was like, shut the fuck up. Get the fuck away from me.
How close is this to the actual conversation?
This is very close to that. She didn't say, hey, She was like, do you want to drink coffee after? And I was like, well, what do you mean after? Like, I'm leaving.
So what her attempt to be chill about it.
I can use a cup right now, actually.
Well, she walked in and she thought it was funny. She was like laughing. She was like, ha ha ha, what are you doing? And I was like, what the fuck does it look like I'm doing? She's like, oh. And I was like, yeah so, or like, is this going to stop? Because I was like, she had walked in my pants. I was like clenching my dick in my hands so she couldn't see it. It was like horrible. It was horrible.
That's brutal.
That's rough. That's
one of the last ages where like actually 15 is pretty late to be getting caught, Jack. And that's totally on her. Your door was closed.
What do you mean? 15 is when you first start, Taylor.
Jesus Christ.
No.
The door was closed and it opened very fast. The moment between me looking at like some girl sucking dick on my phone and then seeing my mom's face was like half a second, to be honest with you.
I can't imagine what it was like to have the internet on your phone at 15.
I had a paintball magazine that had like, for some reason,
but those guys were cute.
I was into athletes. What can I say? And there was like every 8 pages of this paintball magazine, there was just like a lingerie full fold out.
Yeah,
and that didn't make sense until like looking back now. It's like, yeah, they knew who was buying these. And so
yeah,
like
I was 13. Me and my friends were just watching chicks get gang banged while playing Fallout or whatever. It was just like that. It was instant.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
They made everybody real normal.
Got LimeWire by the. I don't know. I had LimeWire by the time I was like 16 though. So that's
audio porn.
No. You could downloading videos from LimeWire, which was like the
I got a lot of money out of the preview videos on those sites where it's like, I can still see your tits for like 40 seconds in like the backstory of why they're on this pirate ship.
That's all you need.
Right.
Yeah.
I've told this before, but I remember early on, and like when porn first hit the internet, porn sites had pop-ups that went everywhere. They really abused that like pop-up JavaScript. Everywhere. And I'm like, joke's on you. I can get off to this too. You're just giving me more choices.
Yeah, but you got to get those closed out. If you hear the car coming up the drive, it's like I got 40 windows to close one at a time with like a finger pad or whatever. Yeah. I remember LimeWire was so bad and our internet was so bad. I would download a porno for like, and I'm not talking about a whole hour-long video or something. I would download some 3-minute clip, and it would take 45 minutes to download. And I'd be like, this isn't what I thought it was going to be. This sucks. I can't jerk off to this. So I download like 8 of them preemptively. I'd have them all in a row. Like all of them are like slowly downloading together. And I'm hoping that eight pornos that all sound good will be jerk material. But sometimes you fail. Sometimes you're like, well, try again tomorrow.
Well, it's time to go imagination mode.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess there's still sites like that, but back then it was like the Wild West. So I had Kazaa and LimeWire, and I was just downloading anything and everything. When you were first able to download music, it was like, what? So it's all free? Mm-hmm. All the music is free? Because you had to go to Target or Walmart or the mall to spend $1997 on a goddamn CD. And all of a sudden they're like, no, actually every song forever is free now. And you don't even have to listen to the deep tracks and the shit on the albums you don't want to listen to. It was, I don't know if has there ever been like a revolution like that where something that before was not free became free, and it was just the Wild West because it's not like you had to go out and get it. It was just right there at your fingertips.
I wonder if it felt like that when libraries were first created.
Oh, I bet if you were a learned man back then, and the idea of just a bunch of books you could go borrow, because
See, I never experienced this whole physical media thing. As long as I can remember, it was always Apple Music and Spotify.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, my dad had CDs when I was growing up, but even by then, it was like people were just getting music on the internet on YouTube.
Do you guys pay for a music subscription service?
Yeah,
Spotify. I pay for that.
Or I guess I have YouTube Premium, and that includes the YouTube music thing.
I got Spotify and Audible and YouTube Premium.
YouTube Music is good. I just click on a Elton John song, and it takes me away. It takes me right where I need to go.
Is that what you listen to?
Premium's pretty good.
Love Elton John.
Did you hear Eminem's new song this week?
It was good. It was fucking
really
awesome.
good. It's really good. It samples that song. Oh, it's magic. Da 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 da.
Cross-dresser and a fake ass bitch.
Yeah, it's like it's a throwback to his early 2000s stuff. And they do a de-aged version of him along with the modern version of him. And the de-aged version looks, I mean, we remember exactly who Slim Shady looks like, and it's like, that's him. They brought Slim Shady back, and so Slim Shady is like judging the new Eminem, and then at the end there's this explosion that melds them together. So he's got the blonde hair with the beard. And it was good. The best line is when he's like, I wonder if I can get a feat with Meg the Stallion. Oh no, what was it? He's making fun of Meg the Stallion.
I wonder if I could hit her in the feet, right?
I wonder if I'd have a shot at getting a feat with Meg the Stallion. And that's Meg the Stallion got shot in the foot in a club or a bar or some shit. So he's making fun of that. That was a great line. But yeah, look at this. It's pretty cool. I think it's got like
really well.
It's got like 50 million views in 4 days or something like that. He did age super well.
Yeah, he still looks young. And he's probably in his early 50s, right?
He's pretty fit. Yeah. He's like real close to me in age. I'll look it up.
I would guess
it was a great song. It was an excellent song. Yeah,
We're
there was that one
age.
part when he was like, I wonder what the old me would say. He'd probably think everything is gay. And then the back is like happy.
He's 51.
It very much felt like an old Eminem song. He wasn't doing like the growly like thing he was doing in like 2009 with the Lose Yourself or whatever. He was doing more his like chicken, you know, Slim Shady.
Slim Shady. Yeah, it's Slim Shady, not Marshall Mathers for sure. And it's not his it's not quite like his newest stuff. I like Rap God too, but that's probably 7 years ago now.
More than that.
Fuck, that was a while.
Probably 11 years ago. I remember listening to that song in like 2013, so it has to be around there.
Yeah, 2013 is when it came out. Yep.
Oh, damn. Look at me. That big Eminem head here.
Big head in general, really.
Big head in general. Yeah.
I was about as big of a fan as you could be in the early 2000s. Like when I was in high school, like I remember that Slim Shady song came on the radio and they played it that summer. Like every 5 minutes they played the real Slim Shady. And then I went and bought all of his CDs. And then every time a new one would come out, I'd buy a new one.
Did you ever dress like him?
Never, not even close.
You never wigged out?
No, I've never been that poser. I've always just really been disgusted.
I saw you with
that.
the Justin Bieber haircut when that bit.
That was just my fucking hair. He copied me. He's the young one.
That's true.
He copied me. All right, that's just what my hair looks like when I grow it out.
Well played.
Shit in it. No, I liked him a lot, and I remember one day my dad was driving us to school, or maybe back home from school. That's what it was. And my sister said something about like we were arguing, and she's like, "Listen to what he's listening to." And he like took my headphones and listened, and it was the first track I think of the Marshall Mathers CD, and it's like Slim Shady doesn't care what you think, and if you don't like it, you can suck his fucking cock. And it's like he's like, "What is this? What is this?" I'm like, "Well, you really picked a bad spot. Like if you skip forward, like, well, not the next track because that's pretty wild.
Well, the next track is FAC, so let's skip that one.
go like 4 tracks in, and there's some poppy shit." But it was a bad look. I felt like everything to my dad was an embarrassment though. Like anything that was new that I was into felt like it. It almost felt like that meme when your dad is like, "You winning, son?" Like the worst one was one time he saw me playing Halo or something, and I was like, "Yeah, so you see I'm a lieutenant commander here," and he like told my mom later on, like we're all having dinner, and he's like, Kyle's a lieutenant commander, and I'm just like, I will never share anything with you. That's it. Now we just talk about fucking hunting and whatever you watched on the news last night.
You've never seen a look in an adult man's eyes like my father when he saw me playing Magic cards for the first time.
Oh no!
Where he was just like, just disgust.
I would do that too, to be honest. I'm on the same page.
You're with the dad.
It's such a fun game, but it is pretty gay. It's a pretty lame thing to be into, but I don't care now.
See, Taylor doesn't look down on bottoms.
No, never. I would never look down on Wendigoon for being a bottom in that Internet Anons graphic, for example. if that's the way he rolls, which I know it isn't. Wendigoon's a good boy. Even if that fucking asshole in his Hawaiian shirt was saying wait, was it that guy who said Wendigoon was a bottom?
Yeah, he's the guy.
Oh. Yeah, well, it was a meme guy who said Wendigoon was a bottom. And the guy who reacted to it said, well, that's homophobic to have a problem with him being a bottom, because Wendigoon was like, why the fuck did you do this to me? I remember when I was younger, I think I was watching Pokemon on the TV. I didn't even like Pokemon particularly. It was just on. I remember my dad coming downstairs and he was like about to go outside to go somewhere. He looked at it. He just said, looks gay, and then walked outside. That's all he had.
Damn. That probably helped out in the long run with your development.
Who's the hottest chick in Pokemon? Emma, before you answer, like, I just want to say I've got a real thing for the Team Rocket chick. The bad girl.
I think I'd probably have to agree that it is Jessie from Team Rocket.
Mm-hmm. Jessie?
Yeah, Jesse and James.
I don't know Pokemon at all, but I was sure the answer was going to be like Snortigus or something like that.
No, these are what was the name of when we were doing the trivia at the end of the episode? What was the name of the we were doing a trivia bit like 6 months ago at this point, Tom, and like Chiz put a Pokemon related question in there because that was my specialty, like the original 151. Yeah, and it was like name the Pokemon, and Woody was like had no idea any Pokemon. And so what was Zach? Please put in the chat what was the name of the Pokemon that Woody shot out in the dark and guessed. Please. It made me laugh so much in the moment because it sounded like it could be real because it followed the fuck.
Zach doesn't
know. You guys, if you look up Gardevoir and pull it up on screen, you would all fuck the shit out of Gardevoir. There's no question.
Oh, I know.
Oh, Zach, please, Gardevoir. I need to see now.
Mewtwo's kind of hippie. Like you know what I mean? Like you could be attracted to Mewtwo.
Yeah, but Mewtwo canonically has a cloaca.
Exactly.
You're being kind of specious.
I remember I saw that movie. That I think at the end, Mewtwo is like the main Pokemon of the movie and like somehow saves the day. That was the only exposure I had to Pokemon because I had seen like 2 episodes of the show. And
oh yeah, we could bang that.
That's not Mewtwo.
That's not Mewtwo.
Gardevoir.
That's Gardevoir.
Mewtwo does have like a very weird like groin area. Like
the big old ass on Mewtwo. It's got to be very hippie.
Mewtwo is a dude.
Oh,
wait,
little bondage.
Mewtwo?
No, this is the same one all tied up.
This is Gardevoir all tied up.
This one only has one.
See, she doesn't have. Well, she's got a bum, but not like
a fleshlight.
Not like that dress implied.
Just like a napkin you tied a ball in. Now this is Mewtwo.
This is the hot one.
Yeah, this is the one that's got a big old ass. Like you get that, look under that tail, you're gonna see some fucking cake.
I banged this one already at a convention.
Yeah,
okay,
Mewtwo. I mean, but Mewtwo's too powerful.
What would
not a tail? What is it, Zach?
It's a tail. Yeah,
it's more like a.
Look at
where
it starts. It's a dick. Oh, he's on to something.
Look at where it starts. Damn.
Wow, look at
that is funny to imagine that it's just folded back.
I mean, Mew has some tits for sure. There's something going on.
I don't know what.
Yeah,
kind of a breastplate. Looks hard though. Doesn't look like it'd be nice to touch.
Well, you never know until you get in there, you know.
Yeah. Did you have an answer for the hottest Pokemon character? Because I think Jesse is definitely the winner.
The hottest Pokemon character. Yeah, I mean Jesse's definitely up there. What about Meowth, the cat? You ever think about the cat?
I enjoyed his comic relief as a 7-year-old, but I would not want to fuck Meowth.
He's sort of spitty. You know, he's
kind of
got a bit of a lisp, so there may be some advantageous.
Were Jesse and James fucking, or were they siblings?
I think they're siblings.
I was always
100%. They might have also been fucking. I don't think that precludes that.
One of the have you ever noticed you know how they do those poses every time they like make their entrance? They like pose together. It's always spelling an R with their bodies. Did you ever notice that?
Yes. Yeah. You know why, right?
About that. Well, Team Rocket.
Yes, there you go. Is there an alternative theory?
No, there's not. I didn't know if many people knew that. I've only ever seen like 2 episodes and then the movie, and it was all when I was a child. I watched Digimon for some reason.
No,
that's what was, Saturday morning. That's what was on. Pokemon wasn't on for some reason. I didn't have that channel.
You need to wake up earlier, my friend, because Digimon, Digimon sucked. Digimon was never cool.
There was no cable in our area. There wasn't even and we had satellite.
We just made it all. Zach, pull up Chitara, would you, while they talk? This is what we got down to in the 80s. Chitara. Cheetah is the root word.
Oh, I know exactly what this is like. I think Andy dressed up as this thing in is it the Thundercats?
Is it the
Thundercats? Yeah, Chitara, Thundercats, if it helps you find a picture. This is how we rolled back in my day.
I've never seen any Thundercats, but I've seen the imagery enough that it's pretty iconic. They look like a cat.
Oh, that's
all right. Well, that's some modern reimagining shit.
Exactly. It was more animated and
more of an actual cheetah. This is more of a woman LARPing.
Yeah, this is just a lady.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's Chitara. That's what we got down with back.
I've always seen her with fur everywhere.
Same.
Maybe
I was never that big into Thundercats, though.
They weren't shaving it like that back then.
It's been 40 years. I'm not sure.
No one was eating Chitara's ass.
It was the 80s, right?
Oh, fair.
I don't know.
Okay,
man, we're really exploring all aspects of culture this episode.
It looks like the one guy from Kiss. She looks like she's like a Kiss fan or something.
Yeah, Gene Simmons.
Makeup.
I was looking on your Twitter, seeing what you've been up to, and Nick Rekeita, who came on our show probably years ago now, right? He was on here. Friend of Dick Masterson, the attorney. He got big years ago following the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard case online as like a really big streamer. And now it looks, based on the thumbnail that I see on your Twitter, things aren't going good for him. What's up
he's I think he's just straight up developed a cocaine addiction. Seems to be the biggest problem. I mean, he
is he thin?
He lost a lot of weight. He lost a ton of weight.
You guys are acting like cocaine's all bad.
It does help. I don't think he was ever a fat person though.
And he never will be.
Yeah.
But yeah,
not if he sticks to it.
It's too bad because he was I mean the real thing about him is he kind of always posited himself as like a very conservative person, not only in his like values, like openly, like, you know, freedom of speech, anti-censorship, stuff like that, gun rights, but also in his lifestyle. Like he was like, you know, guy from Minnesota, had a bunch of kids, you know, normal marriage, got married pretty young, so it was kind of a
oh, that guy, yeah.
Oh yeah, it was kind of like he had a very
too much. He lost too much.
He lost a lot.
Way too much.
Yeah. He had a very forward-facing conservative kind of look to him, and, you know, vibe, I guess you would say. And he would call like cucks degenerates, make fun of cucks, and, you know, that's whatever. That's all well and good. But then with time, he made a bunch of money on YouTube, and it seemed like he kind of was getting into some weird stuff. Like people started noticing little things, like he went to this anime convention and he let a bunch of girls step on him. Like he was lying on the floor. People were like, "Oh, that's a little weird," but, you know, maybe it's nothing, right? His wife's there, maybe she's fine with it. It's whatever. And then they start posting in this they have this thing called Locals, is like their community for this app called Locals. And, you know, his wife is like posting lingerie and he's posting weird pictures. One of them was his ass gripping a beer bottle. So that was one picture that was posted.
He got cheeks?
No, I would say he did not have cheeks.
Shit.
I
thought it was gonna be like what I've seen his baristas do that, and it's like you need a lot of ass to hold a beer bottle. So I was just curious how he didn't insert it, did he?
It was partially inserted, I would say. There was a partial insertion. It wasn't all the way in, though.
So
let me ask you this.
That's kind of cheating.
Here's the telltale. Would you have drank that beverage?
No.
No, because his ass was bare. It was naked. So.
Oh, I understood that.
Oh, okay.
Right. But I think Kyle's saying if you got enough rump to hold it between the cheeks vertically, then it's still drinkable. But if you don't and you have to insert it in, then, you know, nature's beer holder.
No, there's probably another beer in the fridge. Like,
oh, sorry.
Just Miller Lite. Last Corona.
Zach clarified in chat that picture was actually his wife, so that's even better. Did he just send the image? Did he send the
Yeah, he did. I'm looking at it.
My goodness.
How are you on this so fast?
Don't show people that.
Don't show this.
He's updated on the lore.
Well, anyway,
I don't see it.
Regardless of it seems like you can get down.
Wait, that's not the picture. There's another picture. There's a picture with a beer bottle specifically.
Oh yeah, I kind of do want to see that one. I don't need to see these.
Sounds like they do this a lot.
I'm gonna look up Nick Rekeita beer bottle ass and see what comes up. I'm sure something really good.
I don't know. I don't like judging people's kinks, but the furry thing has always been like, it's not even that dirty. It's just like something about it not being dirty makes it just weird.
It is physically like, dirty. You're wearing a mascot costume.
If you told
all over.
If you told me that you like peeing on girls or like getting peed on by girls, I'd be like, all right, but you know, sure, get in the shower, we'll be clean right after. All right. But when you tell me that you've got a $1,800 wolf costume that you like to dress up in, and that you're going to need me to get one too, so that we match, and then we start having this long, in-depth conversation and start shopping for cat costumes online. It's like, man, this just seems like,
dude, you're winning me over. This sounds dope. This sounds like a real way for couples to connect.
No, it sounds awful.
To be honest, like if you do like this kind of thing with furries and like scat play, I'll take furries 10 times out of 10.
All right, you've won me over there. Okay. Okay,
you've unleashed an atomic bomb of comparison.
Okay, I was at pee and you jumped at poo.
Oh, I'd be happy to go to a German Oktoberfest and drink beer and eat tasty sausages more than I want to go to the actual shit festival in New Delhi.
A festival's a festival.
Tommy's catching strays over here.
The corn dogs here are terrible. Oh, that's not what that is.
Everything is shit. It's all shit.
Okay, so just to clarify, I do have a link. Kiwi Farms is down right now, but it is Nick gripping a bottle with his butt cheek, so I can confirm it is Nick's ass. Just to put that out there.
I mean, I would argue
there's care about the facts here.
Right, we do care about the facts. We got to get it right. No misinformation. But so there's just little stuff like that, and it was like, oh, whatever. But the kind of contradictory thing there is he was previously calling stuff like that degenerate, and then he's kind of engaging in it, right? So it was kind of a hypocrisy. As the audience,
I'm okay with furries, but not hypocrites.
Right.
Yeah, I don't like calling anything degenerate, because I feel like it comes from sort of religious morality high place that I just don't care to stand on at all. Like, I feel like people should get down however they want to get down, you know?
Yeah.
Like not if there's poop involved. That's gross.
So
look, I won't take part in your poopery, but if you want to, like, I'm certainly not going to create a force of poop enforcement agents that go door to door sniffing people or anything, looking for these fuckers.
It's a hilarious enforcement method.
Smells like shit in there. What's going on? We're poor. We're poor. We promise.
She made Indian food. I just keep going.
The SS. It's the super smellers.
Is that human feces I smell?
You were wandering by your house.
No. It's dog feces. I know the taste of dog feces.
You are hiding a man dressed as a Saint Bernard under the floor, aren't you?
Legit. Like when I think about the kinks, to my mind, I guess the way I'm wired, I would argue that the furry costume is not any more off the deep end than the sex swing.
Whoa, that's crazy. That's
really
crazy talk.
I think it's more off the deep end. It's a fucking dog. It's a dog.
Yeah. All right, so it could be anything. You could be Mewtwo. I guarantee somebody's dressed up as Mewtwo out there taking some Charizard cock or something. It's something's weird to me that we're dressing up at these other things and that it's so in depth. Like if you just put cat ears on and a tail and like maybe some scratchy paws, by the way, you can buy that kit on Amazon, then just guessing, then I see no problem with that. But it's just that you've got this mascot costume. And to Taylor's point, I know he always brings this up. Those things get sweaty and like fuck juices. Like when I fuck in my bed, it's time to clean the sheets. Like we've made a mess. So, but I can't imagine you could dry clean one of those big things. Maybe you can.
No.
But I wouldn't think you could.
No, you're having anal sex dressed like a fucking mascot for a minor league baseball team. Get
that's
out of
risky.
Here. That's gross. You're getting poop particles and cum and liquids all in your fur, matted up.
I don't know. I pictured a different way. Like maybe it's kind of cuddly and cozy and like
Zach, bring up some
activity.
furry porn.
Yeah, on the scale of like kinky stuff, furry in my mind is just like all the others.
I've never met one. I'm being a bigot about it. I'm trusting my.
Yeah.
I've met some. Actually, we've talked about this. In the hangout. 100% of the furries I've met, one of one, has been a really cool guy, and I like him.
I like him
too. We who's the movie reviewer? Your movie sucks.
Oh yeah, he's all. But
I found the picture. Oh, sorry, I just found the.
No, I wanted it. I'm glad you let us know. Yeah.
I'll send this in the links in the chat so you can see this. You should be able to pull this up.
Why is it downloading? Command. What command?
You should be able to just press the link.
Man, this is
you can still drink from that bottle.
I mean, it looks like if he leans back just a little, it'll pour anyway.
Oh, yeah, that thing's practically between his thighs.
Yeah, I was imagining that.
Pretty good form.
You thought I was using nature's bottle holder.
I thought that's what they call it. Nature's cup holder. Yeah, I thought, but that looks all to be all in good fun.
Yeah, this is kind of the start of things, but it's not really.
LinkedIn.
It's kind of just like whatever, right? Like he's into weird shit. Like who really cares, right? But it progressively gets worse from there. One of the big things is Nick, like I said, he had openly talked about how bad degeneracy is, and then he ended up going to this place called Hedonism. It's basically like a swingers resort, right? It's a sex resort.
I've heard of it.
And so he didn't announce he was there, but he announced he was at a resort with his wife. Autistic Spurgs online, they cross-reference photos, realize where he is. They realize that he is following on Instagram these two black bulls, you would call them, and they follow him too, who work there. So that's the thing people put together. And it came out that Nick was kind of into cuck stuff, right? And that in and of itself, once again, it's kind of whatever. It's weird, but it's kind of whatever. But it was around this time people start noticing Nick is apparently exhibiting signs of an addiction. He had drinking had always been a thing on his show, like alcohol had been a thing, it's whatever. But he was visibly very drunk during some of his streams. He had his friends talking about how he was doing coke and it was a big problem. And he was apparently justifying it to them. And it all mounted an incident where Nick Rekeita got arrested because multiple people ended up reporting him because there's something called a mandatory reporter, which basically means somebody who feels like they have an obligation to report somebody to the cops. And one of the things was his kids were, according to this person, coming to school. They were dirty. They'd been wearing the same clothes for days. They were hungry.
You don't like that.
And that was And so eventually the cops ended up going to Nick's house, and he got arrested. Right now he's being charged with, I think, this possession of whatever the class of substance is. And he also had firearms around the drugs, apparently, which also, can be a problem that can add to the charge. So I think he's facing at the max right now, 26 years in prison for that. And it all kind of began with, this, like I said, this early stuff, this just kind of hedonistic stuff, which is like whatever, right?
Yeah, sounds like he was like living life to the fullest.
Living la vida loca. Is what we call that.
Inside, outside.
You just living the dream,
Yeah. So Zach and chat said they have a legal expectation to report it to the police and call CPS, and I mean that's the cops ended up coming to their house.
Yeah,
I don't know any charged with any like endangerment stuff, or is it just drug and gun?
I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so officially yet.
Can you estimate the kid's age?
One of the youngest is 6. The youngest is 6.
Oh, fuck this guy then.
Yeah. If they were like 17 and 19 or something, I might take a different look at it.
Yeah.
Zach says there are 5 charges of endangerment on him and his wife.
There you go. But to be clear, they're charges, but obviously, he hasn't had a full trial yet, so we don't know everything.
Right.
But
we do know he's a hypocrite. That much is locked in.
Yeah.
If you want,
pretty disturbing.
Seems to be if he was.
A lot of times these accusations are projection, right? Like, what are they? Accusation is an admittance. I forget the term they use, but these guys who absolutely hate gay people sometimes turn out to be gay.
Yeah. They're the ones who make it like a thing. It's like you must think about this a lot, like all the time. It's like really in the forefront of your mind. Gays, always gays, penises and butts. I mean, it's hot, but God, you can't do it. He said so. He said so, and I don't do it. And they are. Why are they having all the fun that I want to have? It's like
one of the things
really
One of the things from the police report was his wife asked to be given her medication when being arrested, and the cops went to get her meds. And in the medication bottle, there was stuff that was not her meds.
Idiots.
And so that was one of the things that.
So they tested what was in the bottle, and it didn't
I don't know if they tested it, but they looked inside the bottle, and there were very visually pills that were not supposed to be. Like they just weren't the medication.
Probably had a mix of pills stored in a bottle.
Usually, like if you get like antibiotics or something, like it'll be like. This is a small white pill that has a line through the middle. Like there's a little physical descriptor on there, so you can just read it.
It says that on the. I don't think I've read my prescription bottle very carefully.
I've never seen it.
Zach said ketamine. There you go.
And they did test
ketamine. Okay, well you can get a prescription for that. It's I don't care about any of the sex shit or the drug shit. I just don't like especially like here, like your kids are going to school dirty. Like you're a fucking scumbag. You're doing that to your kids. Like. I mean, like, I remember there was 1 or 2 kids that were like that in school, and it was like, man, why is nobody loving you? Like, why?
In particular, what's disturbing is like,
can't be there.
This guy made like $700,000 on YouTube, like, the previous year. He has enough money to like have his kids.
Sometimes that could be a curse. Like, I've been around YouTube for a long time, and man, some of these guys that hit it big, especially if they're too young, it's like a lottery that ruins them.
Yeah. Well, it seems like when he had the opportunity and he thought he could get away with it, he ended up doing all this weird shit. I don't think he went into it thinking I'm going to neglect my children. I think because of the addiction, he ended up doing that, which doesn't make it better. But obviously, it is like drawing a through line.
Right. Like there is 1% of me that's sympathetic to the idea that he didn't want to go down this road. He did.
I mean, addiction is very powerful. It's very powerful. It rewires your brain in horrific ways. But I mean,
but making your kid go to school as the stinky kid, like ruining, like literally think about it, like I'm not.
You cannot overstate how like life ruining having your 7, 8, 9-year-old go to school stinky and dirty can be. Like that will set you down the path to ruin. You will be a loser for the rest of your life when you start out like that. Like it's you're creating a whole mindset within the kid and within his peer group. Like everybody's like, oh yeah, that's the other. You become that.
That's who you pick on to be pop. Like that's creating a hurdle, a series of hurdles that don't need to be jumped if you just smell reasonable.
I don't know. I mean, to me, school was often like very materialistic and very like stat and ranked based with stuff like that.
Yeah, very hierarchical.
If you didn't have enough fucking polos, then
you're gay. You're just gay.
Your family's poor.
You're lame and you're gay, and there's no coming back from that.
If you don't have Jordans, you're gay. You're not cool.
Yeah.
I mean, really,
You don't have gene codes. You're gay.
Right.
I definitely know.
Apparently, his kids did not have Jinkos at all.
Damn shame.
So, Kyle, you think it was that like parental success based? Your stack ranking?
It wasn't necessarily that. It was just that like if you had poor clothes and you were dirty, like everybody noticed, and those people weren't mixing in. They weren't sitting at our table, or not even that I was at the best table or anything, but they weren't sitting at any of the good tables. They were sitting at the table with the kids with disabilities, the big fat gross kids, the greasy hair kids.
What age are we talking about?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Like fucking third grade through high school. You'd be stuck at that table. You wouldn't have a friend group. Your friends would be greasy haired, dirty people who looked funny.
Yeah. You'd be sitting at the Italian table.
You'd be sitting there with the one guy. There was one kid whose granny had accidentally spilt a whole frying pan of grease on his head when he was a kid. So like half his face was melted. He was over there. There was the other kid that only had 3 shirts. So, he couldn't even do a 1-week rotation. And be like, oh, it's WWE tonight. Like he, there was shit like that.
I remember I had a friend in like middle school who wore like plain blue, like red, like all the most plain shirts you could imagine, like no logos, no nothing on there. And someone ripped on him one day in a way that like got a bunch of laughs, where like he was like, dude, you're dressed like you're a fucking kid in one of the Spanish textbooks. Like, it was just like the most generic, like bad blue jeans, and then like just plain red shirt or plain yellow shirt, or something like that. And that stuck with me. I'm like, oh damn, there needs to be something on my shirt at all times.
Did you guys ever
mom
have
and Carlos's mom shop at the same spot?
Yeah.
Did you guys always have the right like school uniform? I'm not talking about actual uniform, but like the uniform that you were supposed to have. Maybe that's Levi's or Jordache or
I didn't have that.
I felt like
I dressed very like normally. Like no one ever would have seen how I dressed in middle or high school and been like, whoa, this guy's got it. It's
when
just
I was
like
10,
normal.
There was a phase where I was badly dressed and the school mocked me for it hard. And I ended up moving. Like it was rough. It was
What were you wearing? A dress?
It was
a lot of kick me signs.
It was like early springtime. So I was wearing long pants and I had outgrown them. And so they were high waters. They called them floods in my area, but high waters, you guys get it.
Yeah.
And it was pretty bad. Like it wasn't borderline. Like I could get away with it.
When you sat down, it was a show.
When I stood up, it was a show. This didn't fit proper. They were wrong. And the kids,
you had a capris on.
Basically, yeah. And I had some other things that weren't my parents' fault. Like I was training my hair to go to the side. So I brushed it with my fingers like a lot. And I blinked too much, which was like I had this mild Tourette's. And people would just like pull their pants up, brush their hair with their hands, look down and blink a lot as a way of like mocking me. And
that's called doing the Woody. It becomes a dance. Everybody's doing it. It's like a Michael Jackson video in the hallway when Woody steps out. Everybody's doing the Woody.
So I talked to my mother about it like years later, and basically what it was, we were not poor. My father was professionally successful.
Yeah,
but my parents were poor growing up. Like my mother's father died, and my father's father ran away, and they didn't have like real breadwinners in the household, so they were frugal. I don't know, cheap. I'm looking for a better, frugal is a better word. Mm-hmm. So because it was springtime and I was about to switch to shorts and summer clothes, they didn't want to buy pants for me in like April when I would have been needed new pants in the fall again, because you're growing all the time.
Yeah.
And I see the logic in it, but it turned out to be emotionally damaging for me.
So my mom,
that makes sense. Mom spring for the pants. Help this.
My mom was in the school system, so she saw it. She saw like what would happen if you were wearing the wrong fucking jeans or whatever. And like it was easy to be like, hey, we need to go shopping. She's like, yeah, we do. You wouldn't want to get you beat up for anything. We don't give them another reason. let's get some Tommy Hilfigers on you.
Yeah.
Do you guys remember in like grade school how occasionally a kid would just throw up?
Like, that was awesome.
Like it would just be like you're sitting there in second grade and like learning to read better.
I was that
and
kid
suddenly,
one time.
like some kid just like there was no lead up, no warning. Just Sarah vomited on her desk. Sarah, go to the office.
I remember being
like, put you in some dirty sweatpants.
Go tell the next con to make with a kid litter.
Throws up. Sorry,
wait, a kid threw up on a field trip of yours?
Well, no, every field trip ever, there would always be that one fucking kid who like couldn't take the bus moving around. It would always throw up on the bus. Like it was a consistent thing throughout all of my school experience. Even in high school, this happened. There would always be that one girl looking out the window, and like teachers trying to console her, like just pick a point and look at it, and then pick another point and look at it, and just breathe slowly. And like without fail, they would just fucking vomit somewhere.
We went on a field trip to see how peanut butter was made. Right. And I don't know.
Okay.
And anyway, we go, and it wasn't like normal peanut butter. We didn't see how Jif was made. We saw how like no name, random, like natural peanut butter with no preservatives or something was made. And of course, we all ate the fucking peanut butter, which was dreadful because I was used to like Jiffy or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we get back and I throw up badly, like just
peanut butter vomit too.
I made the most of it. And yeah, so shortly before I threw up, like 5 minutes, we had these tables in the cafeteria that folded into the wall. I don't know if you guys saw it. Okay. Anyway, one like fell out of the wall and just landed on the ground. And all the teachers circulated the notion that it scared me so bad that's what made me throw up. An adult me is like, I think you're dodging responsibility for this peanut butter field trip thing you took me on and blaming the fucking janitor for not locking the table correctly. But the table didn't bug me at all. I assure you. And I'm like, no, it was the peanut butter. They're like, no, that table, that was a loud bang.
What a great field trip.
Yeah. The worst.
Now, the worst field trip we ever went on was to a sod farm. We genuinely went to a field and Mr. Mackinson was like, that's how sod's made. You see, end the fucking story. It's grass and that machine cuts it up and, well, you know it all now, don't you? And it was like, dude, why are we in a field right now? We walked around.
Well, Farmer Malkinson, you've got the kids until 2:15 and it's 9:40 a.m. What else are we going to do?
You're in Georgia. Start picking cotton, Kyle.
It was awful. He was like, the nitrogen in the soil has to be replenished seasonally. What are we doing out here? We went to that was
a farm on a boring field trip.
It was the worst field trip I've ever been on. We also went to a greenhouses where flowers were being grown. That was actually kind of cool. Greenhouses are nice in the springtime, but that was one of those electives that I had shown up late for elective day. Like I was a day late to choosing my elective. Somehow I didn't get the memo on fucking choose your elective day.
It sucks.
And oh my God, it was the dregs of electives. So I had to take horticulture and animal science. And animal science is you're an unpaid farmer for the school now, Kyle. Yeah, hold it. With this filthy piglet while I cut his teeth out with pliers.
Hope you paid attention in sod class.
I would refuse to go in the pig barn because it's like, dude, this is first period. There is no way I'm going into a pig barn and like helping you cut baby.
You're the
piglet's
stinky
teeth.
Kid in school now.
Then you become the stinky kid, and it like the worst kind. BO, everybody's kind of just accustomed to.
Your mom couldn't pull some strings for you.
This is high school. She got no influence in high school. She's a fucking third grade fucking teacher.
She had no pull there.
My mom taught special ed for a long time, so it was mostly special ed. That's how I got wrangled in on that special ed field trip.
Yeah, sure it is. Yeah.
That was awful. You want to talk about kids throwing up on the bus when you haven't lived until you've been on a bus that a big old fat girl taking a shit on.
No.
Oh my God. Oh yeah. We were driving back from the Tennessee Aquarium and Tiffany, I won't say her last name, Tiffany, who is the person I was
right now is the shitter.
She's the person I was picturing when I mentioned greasy hair because that she's just so greasy blonde back in a ponytail, shit herself on the way back. But on top of that, we stopped at a rest stop to eat our sack lunches, and they chose the spot that everybody walks their dogs for us to picnic in. And so 80% of the kids stepped in dog shit and traipsed it back into the bus. Because again, special ed field trip. Nobody's paying mind. You know, they're out there stomping the dog shit for fun.
Yeah.
They can't wait to go to this Indian ceremony.
A big one. They're just having a time.
I had a blast at the Tennessee Aquarium. I got I remember I had a Polaroid, took a bunch of pictures. I remember the whole way there listening to like my cassette player, listening to Way Down Yonder on the Chattahoochee. That was a good field trip.
Dude, my best field trip ever. Life-changing, man. I've told this story before, so I'll go quick. We had a whitewater rafting field trip. I had this course called 4 Challenges in high school. So and I guess one of them was physical or something. So we went on this whitewater rafting field trip. And we're going down the river. We hit something rough, and this girl falls out of the boat. And there's a term for it, but she's on like the downside where the water pours over the rock, and she's just getting dunked and dunked and dunked, and she like can't breathe. And in one of her cycles, and my boat's like stuck, it's not even going, it's not floating down river, and one of the cycles she makes like eye contact with me.
Oh no.
Yeah. And she's like dying, like she hasn't breathed for a good 30 seconds now, 40 seconds, and I'm like, well, maybe the fastest guy on my high school swim team at this point. And like it clicks in my head, like, this is you, babe. Like this is you need to do this. You're the guy for this. And I jump off the boat and I pull her out of the whatever that turbulence thing is called. And she's like,
under bubble.
There's undercurrent. I don't know. But anyway, I pull her out and she's like super grateful about it. And she literally said,
you got to stop clicking that mouse. You got to mute yourself. You got to
keep clicking it.
No, of course not.
I'm like, I don't realize I'm doing it.
No, the only one clicking a mouse.
I don't know. I didn't took blame. But
I'm talking to our guest. Can you hear me, buddy?
Oh, I can't. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. My YouTube editor was texting me about a thumbnail because I lied about being Pokemon's editor. Sorry.
Yeah,
what did you say?
I'm saying mute yourself if you can. You're clicking really loud.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah. For what it's worth, I couldn't hear it. I don't know what other people hear.
I can't.
But maybe I'm old. Anyway, to roll it along, she was super grateful. It was cool. We didn't like bang or anything, but it increased my self-worth.
That's a good story. That's a good field trip.
You've saved all sorts of lives.
Pretty scary.
Taylor, have you ever saved anyone's life?
Never, not even tangentially,
right?
Not even close.
It's so crazy. He saved so many.
Yeah, yeah, like what I've done. I'm old, right? So I've done some cool things along the way, but the lives saved are like way there at the top of the pyramid, like things I'm proud of.
You guys had such cool field trips. I didn't have fucking anything good. Like I didn't have any good field trips in high school.
Not
I do remember at
summer camp. Cool.
At summer camp, there was an epidemic of someone shitting in the urinals, and it was like a big thing. And so at one point it was such a problem that they had like in like the mess hall, they had an announcement to everyone. They were like, they didn't know who it was, obviously.
It was the Indian kid, obviously.
It was actually a white kid with curly hair. I think it was Jewish. But they had an announcement. They were like, everyone, we know who is shitting in the urinals, but it'll be much easier if you fess up now. And instantly, as soon as he finishes his speech, you just see this fucking kid walk right up to him at the front of the room. It's like, okay, well, he didn't really care to hide it very much, did he?
What an imbecile.
Wow.
Well, I think could have gotten away with it.
It was like a
They're supposed to be sneaky.
That you are. Right. Well, it was like a week of doing it though. Like every day you'd go in there'd be a shit there.
He's regular.
Every single day they'd clean it, new shit, clean it, new shit. It was just such a problem. I think I probably pissed on it once because that was the only one available. But yeah, it was pretty.
Yeah. Who among us hasn't had to pee on a poop in a urinal at a summer camp?
So poop bandits is apparently a thing that happened in every school. And whenever I'm on Reddit and like someone tells a story about like the guy was smearing shit on the wall, the comments are full of people. Yep, they took the doors. They closed our bathrooms down. Like we didn't have a bathroom.
Shout out to Mike, our poop bandit in high school. Yeah,
shitty Mike.
No idea what that guy's up to now. Bigger and better things. We got
some ideas.
Yeah,
we got some ideas.
He's at an Indian festival.
That guy was all about it.
Is that what being a poop bandit's really about? Is it a scat fetish?
I think it's more of a
domination.
I think more of a Joker mindset.
What if they're not using their poop? What if whenever they go in there and there's poop in the toilet, that's how they make they grab someone else's poop and smear it?
This guy was shitting into
the DNA tests.
Yeah, this guy was shitting into paper towels.
People.
I mean, if that's the case, I feel like there's a lot of preventative measures.
Principal, according to this,
flush.
Yeah, you could
have
just
one
flush.
poop bandit. You have 37. Oh my god, that's like a South Park episode. They misinterpret the poop bandit DNA test. And
dude, the way Mike got away with being the poop bandit at our high school, it was so fucking obvious it was him. And like he escaped and graduated air quotes from high school, more like "get out of here, please." And like him escaping with not being called the poop bandit was like his Kaiser Sose not limping anymore outside of the police precinct. Like it was everyone but administration at that point in time knew.
He must have been cool, right? Like people liked him.
He must have been cool because he's shit.
Because he got away with
nobody
it.
rat him out. Like if this is a detestable figure, people would tell
he was like
he's like Robin
Only
Hood.
Taylor knew. Only Taylor knew.
I was the only one who like knew 100 or other people like found out about it, but the guy told me. Because I remember I was walking through the sophomore hallway. I was about to go in the bathroom that morning, and Mike and I were on talking terms. He was one of those guys that like keep your friends close and keep the suspicious, eccentric weirdos closer. And he was like, "Oh, Taylor, I wouldn't go in there. It turns out a certain bandit has struck again." That's how he talked. He was like always like laughing to himself, like Beavis or Butthead, and then like telling. And I was like, "All right, I'm going to go to the one in the freshman hallway instead." Not good. This destroyed bathroom, because I've said this so many times. He would shit into a paper towel, Tom, and he would write messages on the wall for people, like for the janitors. He'd write like "ha ha ha ha, you'll never catch me." He did that.
In shit.
All right, well, I gotta know him. And he would write that. Yeah,
that's crazy. Oh, okay. So he poops in the paper towel, and then he's got like a marker that he's using as a turd.
He was holding it basically and smearing shit everywhere.
I choose to believe he has one of those artist palettes you stick your thumb through.
Yes.
and he has different consistencies of shit. It's like this is that's a modeling poo. There you can we're going 3D with this.
Mustard
he was his own little Pepe Le Pew. Yeah,
there was so much like degenerate shit going on in the fucking bathrooms of my high school, like because juuling was a huge thing when I was in high school. So I would go in there and I would just be taking a shit, and then like 7 kids would follow in. Yeah, the vape thing. I would be just trying to take a shit like normally, in the big handicap stall, obviously, because that's the best one. And then I would hear like a troop of 7 freshmen come in when I was trying to take a shit, and they just all be like, "Oh, let me pass that, let me hit it." And they would sometimes fuck around. Sometimes they would like say to me like, "Do you want to hit?" And I'd be like, "Dude, I'm taking a shit. Can you leave me the fuck alone right now?" This is like this is a consistent problem. I had people trying to get me hooked on drugs. Well, I'm just trying to poop max.
I totally misheard you. I'm like, dueling was a big thing. Pistols or sabers?
No, that would be cool. There was another shit related memory. We have a lot of those, I guess.
Yeah.
When I did cross country in high school, and there was a kid on the varsity team that would run ahead of everybody during all of the meets, and he would shit in the woods and then come back. That was like his like marker. It was a consistent thing he would do. But he would. I mean, there's no toilet paper in the woods, so he would smell like shit if you were.
Was he really good?
Yeah, he was really fast. Yeah, he was
better have been like to keep that guy around.
Dude,
he was on varsity, so he was good. Yeah,
but there's other people on varsity. You can't run in front of I don't know.
He was the goat. What can I say?
Fuck! I gotta hand the baton to Tony.
Shitty hands. Yeah,
gotta run in his wake for 20 yards.
Oh, maybe that's
good.
I was thinking they always hand the baton to each other, and I know that form is very important. The way that you catch the other person in stride. What if you were so caked up that you could put it between your cheeks back there, and so you could use both arms and they could just grab it from back there?
I think there'd be a lot of friction going on.
Yeah.
Oh, I see that.
You're the hand. Yeah, hot. You need gloves. You're right.
I thought you received it in there, and it's my task to like, you
got
nature's baton holder.
Oh, maybe if you could flick it and like get it to go in there like a ninja. Oh, I see your point now. That's even better.
I wonder if you can throw the baton.
No, because you would.
They told us that immediately when they were teaching us to do it, that you can't throw the baton.
There'd be some guy who could hurl that bitch like.
I always wondered if it was like a cost benefit thing. Like, you can save 100th, but half the time you're racing.
If you drop it, you lose 10 seconds. It's a real crapshoot.
They were going to drop it. The reason they were doing track instead of football or baseball, or
I think they would just stand in place and throw it.
Can't throw or catch.
That's what I would do. Just throw it like a fucking football and you win. You just throw it 4 times around the track. You're good.
You got to hand the baton off.
Would you trust any of your track compatriots to catch it?
I'm telling you, Taylor, as a swimmer, you're 10,000% right. We all know that we can't throw and catch.
Yes.
It's just like they're not kidding anybody.
It's so crazy that you had all those great electives. Like my school was we had those redneck electives that I guess like you're like, oh, horticulture's kind of cool. You had a pig barn? Yeah, we also had a cattle barn. We had a barn for all the animals. It's like that wasn't fun though. No one was in. Yeah, I mean, look, you're gonna act a certain way. You're gonna treat a certain way. We were just. No one was like, oh yeah, we've got so many cool barns. like it's great. But you're like, yeah, we had fencing and we had golf. But you had like all those aquatic sports. We had a golf team too, but it was like, how many people were on your golf team?
I don't know. I wasn't on it.
I think we were 3. I think we had 3.
Oh no, it'd be in the teens, I think.
Yeah. There were like 3 dudes who wanted to wear fucking khakis and run off with Coach Moore and do whatever the fuck they wanted. So they played golf.
Run off with Coach Moore, jeez.
Yeah.
That sounds dope.
It sounds a little gay. It sounds a little gay, but it was more like just an older, like it was a baseball coach.
You're not doing yourself favors.
Wait a minute. It's just an older dude who wants to like be there with you when you have your first beer and your first blowjob, and he wants to watch you closely and mentor you.
He sort of stands behind you with his dick on your ass while he teaches you
all the time, like all the time.
I said golf pranks.
You're like, I've been doing this for 9 years. You can take your dick out of my ass.
This is going to keep your back straight and you're alert at the highest level. When you're playing golf, you need to be alert. It needs to be right at the cusp of fight or flight. This should do that for you.
The bare minimum that we have in Georgia for educators, or at least we did back then. I remember there was this program. I don't know if it was nationwide or how exactly it even worked because they were kind of tight-lipped about it. But if you had served in the military, you could just be a teacher.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
And it was like, what the fuck? How is this man going to teach it was English, wasn't it? Yeah, it was English. How is this man a fucking English teacher? No, it's history. I'm 100% it was history now. How is he teaching history just because he went to Iraq and got shot in the leg? And he was mean. He was like a 28-year-old fucking big, scary man who got red-faced and angry all the time. And like it was scary. Like I failed. I genuinely failed that class.
They still do stuff like that. Like you can take industry experience and become a teacher, but I don't hate it. Like,
I mean, that makes sense.
If you're going to teach computer programming, I know. It's not an exact parallel. It's like that though. Like you don't have to be a certified teacher, but like if you're a computer programmer,
he told us.
Class.
You could teach bookkeeping if you're an accountant, and you want to like get over there. It's not a bad way to get teachers.
He went into a rage at this kid named Jimmy one day, and to be fair, Jimmy's thing was winding teachers up. He would do the copy thing. He's like, Jimmy, this is the last time I'm going to tell you. Jimmy, this is the last time I'm going to tell you.
Oh yeah,
Jimmy, I need you to sit in your desk, and I need you to be quiet while I teach. Jimmy, I need you to sit in your desk and be quiet while I teach. And like, at first that doesn't work, but after like 20, 30 seconds, you could see him just getting redder and redder. And he ran toward Jimmy, and I didn't know what was going to happen. He grabbed Jimmy, desk and all. The desk and Jimmy, he fucking yoinked up and marched him out into the hallway, put it on the floor, and slid him, desk and all, against the other wall across the hallway and slammed that. We had big, thick wooden doors. I don't know if that's ubiquitous, but it was so loud. It was like a fucking gunshot. And he's like, no! Does anyone else have a problem learning about D-Day? It was just like, no.
You should have gone, does anyone else want to learn about D-Day?
Beat the shit out of me. Break my fucking skull open like a Cadbury egg. Yeah, that guy was way too intense to be a teacher. And like you could see it in his face. Like he was routinely surprised by like normal high school shit. He's like, what? Like he had just gotten out of the army. Like
you were in high school 10 years ago. Why are you so shocked? This is him at 20.
Oh yeah. He had been. He absolutely had been. Yeah, he was. And I think we had a lady too, and her thing was she had been in the Air Force, and it's like you didn't even fly a fucking plane in there, like you were just in the Air Force, and now you're teaching us.
You went to an awful school.
It was terrible. You have no idea.
Yeah, it sounds like
most of our teachers
were taking all comers for jobs.
All comers, anybody who would fucking like open a textbook and watch 20 kids for 8 hours a day. Like I said, there was no those other electives like shop, automotive, and welding. We just didn't do anything in there. Like it was just hangout time. It was free period, and you could take them back to back.
I had a big fat teacher who, like, you know how someone who's fat, but they're working day to day, like there's like a strength to their fatness.
Okay.
Sure.
Like this guy wasn't that. Not even not even 1% of that. Like this guy's BMI, like he was probably 6'1", 6'2", in the 300s, but there wasn't a modicum of muscle on him at all. And he would come into school every fucking morning, and he would just openly tell us this. And we were seniors, like old enough to be like, but like bullying him almost, where he'd be like, yeah, I don't really drink coffee. He had a really bad underbite, and he over enunciated the way he spoke with his lower lip often. And so he'd say, I don't even drink coffee. I go to McDonald's every morning. I love McDonald's, and I don't even get any breakfast there. And it's like, fact check, lie. And he would, but he would get the biggest cup that McDonald's had in 2008, a 45-ounce thing of Coke. And he would like drink it throughout the first 4 hours of the day as all the ice melted, until like by the time my class was there, it was people would put napkins, and instead of just wiping their fucking drink off, wiping the condensation off their cup, they would like stick napkins to it.
That's yucky.
There would be dozens of napkins every day stuck to this guy's cup that he was refilling with more soda, and then eventually water. Like I actually had it 7th hour, so final hour. And so he'd be like, it hasn't even been soda in here since this morning. And I'm like, just buy a fucking water bottle. Like, this is so like you're drinking it through the same soda straw with the same cup. I can see the stains of the soda on your plastic McDonald's cup. There's 15 wet napkins all around you. There's wet napkins. I hated that guy. I didn't hate him as a guy. He seemed like a nice guy, but I hated that habit of his. And he would close his eyes while he was talking to you. Like, like if
I don't know
if he asked, like, if I was like, Mr. Stevenson, what year did kind of everything kick off for World War II? He'd be like, well, it's a pretty sophisticated question you're asking, and it's actually not what a lot of people would consider. And it would be like, open your eyes, you fucking bitch. Like, look at me when you're talking to me. Don't like piningly muse about how you're going to articulate this answer. You should have just said, yeah, late 30s. Late 30s is when it really got moving. 1933 with the Hitler election. That's what got that shit going. Like, just something like that. I didn't, and it sucked because he was a nice enough guy. But when there's like a really nice person and you don't even dislike them, but everything they do drives you up a fucking wall. That was this guy. Every one of his mannerisms drove me insane. He was so.
Speaking of World War II, D-Day today, right?
June 6th.
Yeah,
June 6th is D-Day, isn't it?
Yeah, I was watching the thing where the French people go out and rub the Normandy beach sand on all the crosses that they have at that memorial.
Shout out to the French. They don't get enough love.
Shout out to the French. We'll be there again if you need us. 3rd time. Hopefully you don't. Hopefully you can keep the enemies.
Might be Russia this time.
Might be Russia next time. We'll be there for a 3rd time to bail you out if need be. Don't worry.
I saw today that we threatened Russia if they exploded a nuke. Did you hear about this at all?
Yeah, that we destroy all of their.
They're like, if you blow up one nuke, detonate one nuke, even if there are 0 casualties, we will go in there with conventional weapons and destroy everything you have in Ukraine. Every man, every piece of equipment, all of it gone. That was our threat.
Yeah,
it's an interesting negotiation.
I like that. I look, say this about Biden, but I'm gonna say lots about Biden. But lately, it just seems like he gets something done every week. Obviously, he's doing it for the election. It's like, where was this the last? Like, why aren't you always like this? Why aren't you always just? And it was the little things like lowering the maximum late fee for overdraft charges. It's like no one is against that except for bankers. There's like
the airline thing. Remember, if your flight's canceled, you're guaranteed like a full refund on the spot. Or
cash
something like that.
On the spot. You pay me back. You
no
don't
store credit. No bullshit. No, yeah.
No miles. You don't give me fucking miles. I need to get somewhere.
Doesn't matter if the weather's bad. Give me my money back.
Yeah, absolutely. All that shit was good. And then I saw he's
pot.
Sorry,
I'm going
pot.
on and on.
No, you're right, and I don't mind it because it's true. Like give him credit when he does the right fucking thing, or just does good things. Period. That aren't even, split down party lines. It's great if you can do something. Everybody's like, yeah, I don't like late fees either. But I saw he secured the border to some extent. Something about denying asylum to X amount of people above a certain number until
it's 2,500, which means now. Like I guess I don't know exactly how they measure that 2,500, but if there's like 2,500,
I think it's asylum seekers per day.
Okay, all right, and which is what we are currently. So he's like, as of right now, no more asylum. Boom, done. It's just a pretty good move. Did you see the right was giving him a hard time about pooping his pants today? Did you see that?
I did.
No, I didn't see that. Did he potentially poop himself?
No. What happened was he went to sit down in a chair and he did this like pause with his knees bent that looked awkward. And he did it because he didn't want to sit down before his wife. He thought he should remain standing until she took a seat. Of course. And it was just kind of a weird timing as he was being polite. And then once she took her seat, he did. Well, they edited the video to make it look like he bent over and purposefully pooped his pants on stage by the podium. Yeah. And then, Tim Pool's running with it. All these Twitter accounts are running with it. They cut it before he sat down and before it was clear what happened. Yeah. If you watch the unedited video, it's pretty clear. He's like looking at his wife like, as soon as you sit, I get to.
I don't like the disinformation. I'm not about propaganda necessarily. Maybe sometimes unintentionally, but like something like that. It's like, dude, there's enough to actually go after him about. Right. Like he is an old man.
Yeah, he's a senile old man. Just call him out.
Here's a politician who, he was the. I could be wrong about this. I think he was the youngest senator ever at the time he was elected senator. Like yeah. And now he is the oldest president ever.
He was alive during fucking D-Day.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. Of course he was. Yeah. So, like, all that being said, a man who has spent that much time in politics has said enough stupid falsehoods,
especially
that you could make a montage of them and roll it out. Do that. That's real. And it speaks to me whenever I hear him like bragging about his intelligence and how high he was in his class and stuff like that. And he's doing it like in front of a big group of reporters and stuff. And then the program cuts and it's that old school TV where you've got like Walter Cronkite or something, like a real old man news anchor who doesn't give a fuck about politics. And he's like, actually, Senator Biden was not in that class. He did not take part in any of their honors programs, and he was 283rd in his class. When questioned about this further, he said he misremembered. And then they just cut to
he's always been senile. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, he's always been a politician.
So like, don't say, look, like, I mean, he might poop himself, but like, don't say it until he actually does, so that you're crying wolf about him pooping himself. Like, stop crying wolf.
You're
like,
right. He did lie about where he graduated. So did Trump, though. So that's not a great decision maker. He said he was at the top of his class. Yeah, he did. It was actually
I do seem to remember
version of the same lie. Biden claimed he was in like the top quarter or something.
Yeah.
Trump claims he's like number one in his class.
You were talking about
wasn't
like
top half either.
You were talking about like how stinky Trump's farts were like 3 weeks ago.
That was widely reported, and you denied it. Like
widely reported.
It was widely reported by people that hate him.
It was. He was sleeping and farting in court, and it was like everywhere on the
That sounds cool. That's how you should treat the judicial system. Just completely.
Just sleep and fart.
Yeah.
Just like have the whole place like the jury doesn't even want to be there. That seems like a good legal strategy.
I've heard like play-by-plays of this scene where like, first he's closing his eyes, you don't know if he's sleeping or not, and then like his mouth drops and he gets into like a less natural position and he farted himself awake. And
do you think that like the people writing this are like cool. Are like hat on like sleuthing?
The thing is, I can point to you like 37 articles reporting on this, and you have 0, and you're like, I choose it to think it's false.
Well, I'm saying that. Would
probably
you disagree?
Everybody's lying about
would you disagree that the media virulently hates him and will write stuff about?
I think there's a left and right media.
How he needs to hold rails to get through icy declines. He drinks water with both hands. Oh, the shape of his dick, pee tapes. Like, they will latch on to anything about this dude. And so it's just interesting to be like, no, Biden definitely didn't poop himself. And then, but 3 weeks earlier, be like, Trump is having super stinky farts.
You want the video? I have video and like stories, and you just have guts.
I'm with Taylor on this one.
It's ridiculous to treat it as serious. Is what
I'm with Taylor on this one. I thought it did look like he was like dozing off in court. Makes plenty of sense. I didn't think that said anything about him other than he's tired.
Can I jump in? I think I doze off in court too. Maybe. I heard that the HVAC in this building is like super old, and it was always either ice cold or hot.
Yeah, I don't mind that. But just the idea that everybody's like, yeah, he's farting. Yeah, you smell it. Let's say it's. I genuinely think it's just a conspiracy. It's.
You think that's just made up? It might be.
I think it's 100% made up.
All
I think
have
it's
is
just like in school when like somebody's like,
hundreds of articles about the P tapes.
You know, Meredith got a tampon stuck in her pussy. This is high school. Meredith got it, and she did apparently. I don't know, but I remember a kid a kid sprinted up to our group. We are in 9th or 10th grade, and he goes, Meredith got a tampon stuck in her pussy. And then he ran away to tell Mom. I think it's the same thing. I think when people hear it, they're like, "Hey, did you hear about the pussy? Did you hear about she just kept putting them up there. 12 of them, and her right now she's about to be turned inside out, turned to sand. She's got toxic shock syndrome. Her mom had to come pull it out. They used I heard the lunch lady used tongs.
No, I heard they had to call the fire department, use the jaws of life.
But it wasn't like I made it up. It's every Jimmy Kimmel.
We know you didn't
jokes
make it
about
up.
it.
Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel hates him.
Jimmy Kimmel hates him. Not a reliable source. I hear you. Like I get it. It's the left news who's talking about this.
Yeah,
but it is also like everywhere. And
that's because the news is overwhelmingly left. Like you can look at like they self-reported in previous election cycles, like employees at CNN, Fox, MSNBC, ABC, NBC, CBS. Like, where do the employees of these organizations donate? And it's like 95%
of Fox employees donate to the left.
It was even like almost a plurality of Fox people. I'm saying like media all aggregate was like over 95.5 Democrat to Republican. And so like when I see the Trump, and I agree, I'm watching the video, it doesn't look like Biden pooped his pants, but like the idea that like, oh, there's a bunch of crazy propagandists saying Biden pooped his pants, when just like a few weeks ago there were mainstream media propagandists being like, Trump has stinky poo-poo farts and he farted himself awake, and soon we're going to have the clips of him getting peed on, and this porn star who he paid off says he has a weird dick, and he drinks water funny. And
he said the N-word, Taylor. We have it on tape. We've had it on tape. It's been on tape for the last 22 years.
And it's never showed up. Yeah, I know. I didn't remember the tape thing. The dick thing, I've never said one.
I'm just saying,
I don't know what's true. I know Stormy Daniels made fun of his dick right after he called her a horse face. So I took that to be just childish back and forth. You know, that's not necessarily accurate reporting on Trump's dick. He does have small hands. That's true.
But it was reported on.
You think they're small?
Yeah, he put his hands in the wax museum, and they said he's in the bottom 15th percentile.
No, he's a big guy, though, right? If you're that big, you have like
how tall do you think Trump is?
Like 6'2", 6'3"?
Probably 6'1". Probably 6'1".
I think he's 6'1", because he stood next to Obama, who's 6'1", and they're the same height.
He towers over Joe Rogan. I won't hear this.
He does tower over Joe Rogan. Yeah,
he's 6'3" according to Google, which is always right.
Yeah,
look for a picture of him next to Obama.
They've worked this out. I don't know if you've ever seen like the stuff that goes down on 4chan and Reddit where they'll take
next to Barron.
They'll take like a door frame and like known quantities. Like, well, this doorknob is exactly 3 feet and 8 inches from here. So now we have a ruler that's 3'8". Now let's just slide it up and they can get the exact measurements of things. I don't think he's 6'3". I certainly don't. I doubt he's 6'2". It's a rare thing to be that tall, and he just doesn't look that tall. And he's got them big old business shoes on. I just don't care though. Like I don't
wears
care
the heels. Yeah,
and
as long as he's not short.
I don't even like when people are like, he says he's this and he says he's that. Like, yeah, that's his thing. His thing is that he's a huckster. He's a huckster. He's a who's the guy that had this? It's not Barnum and Bailey.
Oh,
no, Barnum and Bailey. That's the circus.
That sounds
people,
right, but who you going?
Who had the sign that said egress? Come view the egress this way.
Oh,
and
fuck,
people
I don't know.
And nobody had the vocabulary to know that an egress is an exit, and so it's to get them out of his place faster. It might be Ripley's Believe It or Not, and people would go to come see the fascinating egress, and they'd be like, "Ooh, through this door!" And it clocks
just
behind them. Out. They're outside. It was a way of like getting people through the place so they wouldn't hang out. Was that Barnum and Bailey? Okay, he's that guy. So when he says that, he's like, "Look at these hands. You think these hands are?" I remember Marco called him out on the small hands, and then he called out my hands. No one's ever hit my hands before. Look at these. These look small to you. And he also said, if the hands are small, then something else might be small. Let me tell you, there's no problem there. I guarantee. And it's like, then that man became the president of the United States like 8 months later.
Yeah, it's a good policy.
But like the faces of the people behind him during that moment was exactly why he won. They were like, he's going there, and it's funny. Look at it, he's going there. And if you could say one thing about Trump that I do love is that he will go there. He won't dance around something. He'll just go there and say the awful.
Did you see him on the Epstein files?
Of course I did. Yeah. I'm on Reddit, so I heard it. They were like, Mr. President, will you declassify the JFK stuff? Absolutely. We need to know the truth. We declassify maybe aliens. Yep. Let's get the truth out there. I always
9/11 was the other one.
Oh, 9/11. Yeah. Let's get the truth out there. What about the Epstein files? Well, maybe not all, because you wouldn't want to
There's a lot of lies in there. You could ruin people's lives.
There's people alive today that could be impacted by that sort of thing. He didn't dance around as much and much as I am, but he very quickly was like, that less so, because there are people alive who could be affected by the fake stuff that might be in there. That's right. I'm like 95%.
This is the guy who championed the birther theory, right? Who doesn't want lies to impact people's lives. I had another one and I lost it, but yeah, this guy is like beating the birther.
Look, if we get 2 out of 3, that's not bad, Woody. Though 9/11 and JFK. Look,
I'm like, you were already president. You can't tell me what you would do if you were president when you didn't do it. He could have just snapped his fingers and released these things.
I mean, he's doing that right now, and he might get elected. Have you guys made official election predictions?
Oh yeah,
we have bets on it. So far, I'm not doing well.
I predicted that Trump will not win. Kyle thinks that Trump will win, and I think Woody
Trump,
also said he won't.
Right? I picked Trump before he announced.
Yeah, so Kyle and I bet. Is it 100 each on each bet?
I think so.
I think so.
Maybe 50
I don't remember exactly.
100 each bet. The first one, I'm sure to lose. I didn't think Trump would win the primary. At the time, it just seemed like there's Trump, and then there's 19 other people. Well, shit, I'll take the 19. I'll bet that the Chiefs lose next year just because I get 31 teams or whatever it is.
I just feel like the other Republicans are so unmemorable. Apart from that Vivek guy, and even he doesn't.
Turns out you're right. Yeah, and then the other bet was I thought I'm with Trump you on the
Vivek.
Lose.
I like Vivek. Whenever I bring Vivek up to liberal friends of mine in the real world, I'm like, I ask, what don't you like about Vivek? He's a brown person who hates brown people. That rubs me the wrong way. And it's like, man, y'all are supposed to be. Whenever I see somebody on the left acting like people from the right are ignorant about something, it's that recouching what Vivek is about. Is so absurd to me. It's like, I think he's just against people invading a country. I don't think Vivek was an illegal immigrant. He probably filled out some paperwork.
I didn't like that Vivek wanted to raise the voting age to 25.
25.
Yeah.
To me, when they throw those out,
make it 50 men only. Boom.
25 is bullshit. You ever hear Jesse Ventura talk about this? You might have seen it recently because the algorithm.
I have some interesting ideas about voting in our great nation.
He has excellent ideas about not necessarily ideas, but perspective. He talks about coming back from Vietnam and not being able to buy a beer or vote.
When did he go to Vietnam? At 18?
Yeah, that's really a lot.
16?
I think at the time the voting age was higher.
It was 21 at one point. Yeah.
Yeah. So he comes back and he's 19 or 20 and he's getting hassled by some small town, maybe a cop, and call him a boy and saying it because he wanted to buy a beer. And he's like, I just came back from Nam. I have PTSD. And I'm just trying to have a brewski with my friends. And he's telling me not only can't I vote, but I can't. And it's just like, yeah. And the problem is he looks like a maniac sitting there in that chair because he refuses to. He grows his hair long and he has very little hair.
Yeah. When Jim Norton says, he's like, get out of here with your fucking Rocky Horror hairdo.
Jim Norton ate him alive.
Which, by the way, real quick, this episode just brought to you by Lock and Load Tonight, the premium ejaculation increasing supplements taking the world by storm. Use code PKA or code JIZ to get 10% off. And it's not just for the cum pills, folks. It's for energy drinks, weight loss supplements, dream supplements, anything and everything you need efficaciously dosed by Derek and his scientists over at GorillaMind.com. You can get 10% off with code PKA or code JIZ on all those wonderful products. Get the protein powder and get the cum pills to start. Those are what I like to call the bedrock of fitness. You need to come like a man, and you need to be supporting your muscles with high quality and tasty vanilla protein powder. I recommend the vanilla because it's the lowest calorie for, it's only 10 calories difference per serving, but if you're taking multiple scoops a day, those little 10s add up. Right?
I do. I just dry drink powder all day.
I would never do that.
I use this pre-workout Gorilla Mode. It's fucking good. It's a
good.
bombsicle flavor. It's excellent. I do dry scoop because I'm not a fucking pussy unlike some people.
Wow.
That's just dry scoop.
Gonna be a pussy. A fucking pussy is the best kind.
Exactly.
Do you dry scoop the stim kind, or because I prefer the non-stim, like no caffeine kind.
I love the stim. You got to have the stim. Like it's like a meth head at the gym. Yeah.
Yeah, I also like that his non-stim kind doesn't have beta-alanine in it. That shit that makes you itchy. Some people swear by loving to feel itchy and tingly before they go to the gym.
I don't mind the asshole itch. It's nice. It's fun.
Hate that shit.
It feels like you're like ascending to heaven or something. Like you just took like a stim from Fallout or something. It
makes me feel like I'm descending to hell.
Well, that's another place to go if you're lifting weights. Listen, they say when you get to hell, go through, right?
Yeah. You got to go through.
You got a dry scoop.
Are you on? Is that like your third Red Bull, or are you just slow sipping?
This is the same Red. I'm slow sipping right now. Yeah, I'm trying to pace myself because lately my heart is feel like it's going to explode. So I'm trying to pace myself a little bit. Too much Red Bull. Too many Zins.
Is Red Bull your favorite?
No, Monster's my favorite. Well, G Fuel is my favorite actually because they paid me, but I do like Monster quite a bit. Celsius. Everybody rages about Celsius. It's okay. I don't love the flavors honestly. It kind of tastes like it's like a Whole Foods version of the stuff I like. So definitely like the white Monster, the original Monster. The
white Monster is the best one of the 0 calories.
Me and the anorexic chicks, the 0 calorie Monster. That's where it is.
Those are good. Fire. They got a reasonable amount of caffeine in there. They don't make you panicky. If I drink a Bang, it's like I'm like gonna not get anything done because I'm so anxious.
Have you ever had a Rain? Rain makes me feel insane.
I have one of those. I've tried those too. It's the same as a Bang. Like they both
make me feel absolutely nuts whenever I have them, which is good for the gym. But then after I can't wind down, I just feel like a nut job. But yeah, I do like the feeling of caffeine though. I like when my heart's like boom, 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 boom. But probably not good to have that all day. You're gonna get a heart attack or something like that.
No, you're young. Just you're making your heart stronger and bigger.
You're right. You're right. Just filling it with blood at all times.
You're like 26, right?
I'm 21 actually. Yeah.
21. Damn. Yeah. I just took a shot in the dark there.
No, you're good. I promise without the beard, I look about 15.
I was like, how old is Brandon Buckingham? Probably. Actually, no, I think he's only a couple of years younger than me. So he's probably
29. Yeah.
Okay.
Damn,
the new class of YouTube racists and bigots getting called out by the bread tube losers. I'm proud of them.
Well, you think Gen Z is bad? My prediction is that Gen Alpha is going to be even crazier because they've had to put up with all the like every generation is like the opposite of what came before, and it's because Gen Z is so like woke, whatever term you want to use. Mm-hmm. They've been very very socially progressive. Not that progressive stuff is a bad thing, but very progressive, very against like making jokes. You can't joke about that kind of thing. I think Gen Alpha is going to be the opposite. They're going to be like Fortnite addicted. They're all going to know Python. They're all going to love fidget spinners, and they're all going to be dropping the N-word constantly. They're not going to get.
Are they in high school now?
No, I think Gen Alpha is like in middle school at the oldest right now, I think.
Oh, okay. I saw Joe Rogan talk about the kids in high school now, and he's like, everyone's saying they're woke. I got reports from the front lines. They're bringing back retard strong.
They are.
Dropping that thing.
Retard never left, baby. It never went out of style.
Yeah, my little brother's in high school, and I can from reports that I've been hearing from the inside, I can definitely say that certain jokes are being ripped. I think they're just sick of the. It's not even like a conservative thing. They're just sick of like the PC culture that's been going on, and the comedians they look up to now, like the younger guys like Shane Gillis and stuff like that. They're letting stuff rip. So I think they're more in line with like edgy stuff. So I think my prediction is that because you guys have experienced this, the internet's gotten a lot more sanitized in the past 10 years, right? Ever since like 16, things have been slowly getting more and more sanitized. But 2016 is when I really was started being online as like a person. So that's when I I remember my earliest internet memories were like crazy, edgy stuff like Filthy Frank or iDubbbz, dropping N-bombs or Leafy's here, right? All that stuff. All like the SOAR guys, like SOAR Nuda was super edgy, right? And that stuff kind of went away, but it's coming back a little bit. Like a few years ago, you couldn't say retard without having a big Twitter thread. Now, even like, you know, the sort of progressive people on Twitter, they like retard. So I think that we're slowly, you know, nature is healing in that way.
We're winning the culture war. Yeah,
we are winning the culture war. Yeah,
Republicans are winning the culture war.
Just because people don't like a lot of the stuff they're seeing, so there's going to be a natural swing back.
Some of the liberal stuff is just hard to get along with, hard to be a fan of. I don't know.
Well, Republicans are likable. They're way more entertaining right now online. Like if you look at like left-wing news shows, they're very boring. They're not very funny. Right-wing guys, not saying that they're in the right necessarily, but they're just way more entertaining, you know? And that's kind of always been the case. But I mean, just look at Trump versus Biden, right? Trump is like, he is a huckster. Like Kyle said, he's a very, you know, cartoony businessman, but he's very funny. He insults people. You know, he's down with jokes and stuff like that. And I think that that's the fundamental difference, that the right just has a way better media strategy right now. And that's been the case for a while, but
did you see?
It's definitely showing right now.
I watch a lot of news and I go out of my way to watch both sides. Dude, the ugliest people work for the left news. Like chicks that could never get fucked, just fat, ugly women are just dominating on MSNBC. Fucking crypt keepers over on CNN.
On the right, I feel
that blonde lady that looks 100.
Yes, I am. I can't remember.
God, she's wrinkly. She looks like a King Ranch seat after 800,000 miles.
But if you look at Fox News, like I feel like they hire models, like girls.
Dude, I'd bang anyone on Fox News, man or woman. Yeah. They're all good looking. I'm making that.
Brett Bear, you hear that? With your sexy ass hairline.
Waters.
But no, I actually watched the Daily Show, and they were covering the Trump interview. The 3 people interviewing Trump, 2 guys and a girl, all of them like borderline modeling careers they could have had. Like they're. Fox is right. This isn't fucking radio. Like I guess I identify more left, and I am frustrated by these guys doing television thinking that they're on radio.
I mean, the right is basically running a eugenics program at this point. Like they have to get the sexiest people possible. I mean, look at Alex Jones. That man is beautiful, right? I mean,
I can't argue.
Gutfield's like the #1 late night show. I thought he was. I thought that
Jesse Waters.
Gutfield. Greg Gutfield?
Gutfield. He does the 5, right?
Yeah. I think his show outperforms, you know, Jimmy Kimmel and Jimmy Fallon and whoever the third one is.
Before that, it was Tucker. I mean, he was pretty huge, right? Before he got
I think the #1 show in late night would be the category, just late night television.
Okay.
It's Gutfeld. I said Gutfield. Yeah. I watch it occasionally. It's kind of funny. It's not like
for TV. It's okay for TV.
I try not to be some humorless. You know, if you don't say what I want to hear, then I don't think you're funny. But Gutfield doesn't do it for me. Who's Steven Crowder? I watched him for years without knowing he identified as a comedian. Like I thought he was just kind of some kind of pundit. I'm serious.
That's funny. So I saw not trying to change the subject, but it was this video from Canada, and the dude he's got his cell phone as he's driving, and he's pulling up next to a police SUV that is covered with trans flag paint. It's got a transsexual flag paint job, and the passenger is a big black man with a long blonde wig on, and he gets him to roll their window down, and he goes, "Hey, are you police officers, or do you just identify as police officers?" And that's cracked me up for 3 fucking days. Like that is when you've gone too far. Why is your police vehicle like painted with the trans pride flag?
Really?
Look at this.
Wow. Oh my God.
Is this, take it back? Maybe the right's not.
Who has LGBTQ plus? You had room for the rest. Why are you ending in plus? It's a long car.
What's USL?
I have no idea what that is. Wow. But I think you were saying the right's winning the culture war.
Yeah, we're just backtracking on that.
I would say that the left has so dominated the culture and culture war and like all forms of media for the past couple decades that like this, like what Tom's describing, like very young people is like the the pushback of like they've only ever known this total left-leaning hegemony of like
they just had
pro
like
gay, pro this,
power,
pro that. Yeah. And so like
crazy.
what are the things that will get you in trouble from social media companies or at work or at school? Well, it's not, being too right-wing. And so kids are going to identify that and be like, oh, well, you want me to say this about trans or gay or, women or, okay, well, I'm doing the opposite. Like, I'm not doing that.
And the problem is like there's a large part of the population out there that's not being represented by the media with their interests, right? And so the right can just basically speak to that in a few talking points, and they instantly win, right, in that way.
Yeah.
To me, where the right wins is when the left shoots themselves in the foot. Like here, I'm going to paint a picture for you. Imagine an overweight woman with short purple hair shaking her fist with tricep fat swinging around in anger. Do you think she's a conservative or a liberal?
Yeah, we know what she is. Yeah.
Well, I think that's part of why Hassan was so popular, because he was like the first attractive socialist to ever do it, right? Like, and he was doing very well for a while. It seems like he's kind of falling off a little bit now, but at least online, I'm sure you guys have had the perception for the past, I don't know, 7-8 years that definitely the left has been dominating the independent creation space. Obviously, there's bigger places like Daily Wire, who are, institutions that exist, or like InfoWars that exist. But as far as like independent creators like YouTubers, I feel like the left was winning for a while with like BreadTube type people, ContraPoints, H-Bomber guy. I don't know if these names ring a bell, but they were pretty big for a while. But it seems like that's kind of sliding
to me,
off.
The right wins, the independent stuff.
You think so?
I know if you talk
about
about
more like
radio is right. If you're talking about political radio, the left doesn't even exist in political radio. Like they're 10% as big as the right.
Yeah.
So what I'm talking about is more like, because I'm a YouTuber, right? So I'm like hyper aware of like what YouTube people are doing.
Yeah.
And like in the YouTube perspective, the biggest people have been left wing for a while, but it's a big change from how it was, 7-8 years ago. Like I said, like, after Gamergate, it felt like there were a lot of bigger right-wing people like Sargon of Akkad, or I mean, Steven Crowder was blowing up around that time, and he was never like a Daily Wire person, right? He had his own thing going on. And there was kind of like a big pushback to leftist stuff, like, Shoe on Head was really big, and all these people who, I mean, even H3 back then, I wouldn't say he was right-wing, but he certainly was like making fun of the left a lot at the time.
Taylor, you were gone, but Woody was like, I didn't even know Steven Crowder identified as a comedian. That's good.
That's the thing about a lot of those famous right wingers. I think Ben Shapiro wanted to be an actor initially, and Crowder, there's videos of him doing stand up, and he was brutally unfunny. But then he realized that when he did like kind of right leaning jokes for a certain audience, people would be like, "Oh, I like that."
Yeah. I think he's something other than a comedian, like me, right? I don't identify as a comedian. I'm on a comedy podcast, and I have funny co-hosts. But,
I mean, he's like a propagandist or something, right?
Yeah,
like
to me, Steven Crowder is kind of a similar type thing. Like, it's just not comedian. That's not.
It's like you wouldn't call Tucker a comedian. You'd say he's like a talk show news guy. He does funny stuff, but he's not a comedian, right?
You see him on Kill Tony? I thought he was pretty funny on there. Like he's kind of quick-witted.
Yeah, he's a funny guy.
If you're quick-witted and you have a sense of humor and you're not like on the spectrum too much, then you can just be naturally funny, like, especially if you're a man who's not that good looking.
Yeah. People are.
You see the formula here?
Yeah. It's true.
I'm missing it, but not your joke. I was missing my own point. But yeah. Some people are funny and like conversationally funny, and they kill that, and it works on YouTube. That doesn't make them stand-up comedians.
True.
No.
Yeah.
Of course. I want to change the topic though and talk a little bit about UFC, because Woody, I hate to admit it, but I think Islam Makhachev might be the greatest of all time. Like, I'm pretty sure, and if he ties or beats Anderson Silva's defense record of 16, which he's probably 4 away on, something like that, then he is the GOAT. I love Jon Jones. I'm the biggest Jon Jones defender, but I just think Islam has taken out more extensive competition in a smaller amount of time in a more difficult era. And he's been more active recently.
You'll see a lot of people from the lower weight class.
Sure. And you got two of Makhachev's most recent victories over a 145er, but still, I think he's the greatest of all time, just because the people he's taken out, the way he's taken them out, how he's taken all comers. I hate his fucking guts. He's popped for PEDs before early in his career. But I just,
I'm sure he's all clean now that he's at
sure he's all clean now.
function. Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know if it's safe to assume that the best of the best have some sort of advanced program that they're doing, because you would just think the truth would come out somehow or another, but maybe not. Maybe they're all on something. I don't think they're on just testosterone or like the standard, like across the board, just make you better type shit. I think they're probably on some sort of growth hormone mixed with things like things that give you better cardio. So blood doping and shit like that. Maybe even I don't know if they test the blood platelets to see if someone has an overabundance of red cells.
And when they test it, the thing is, if you train in like Las Vegas, you get tested really hard. But people would often like go to Thailand to train, and there are training there, but they're just juicing the fuck up because the testers don't typically fly out and find you in Thailand. So when I learned that the greatest of all time trains out of Dagestan, is that right?
Dagestan, Russia.
I was worried about pronunciation. Then I'm like, I wonder how stringent USADA or whatever it is now, cicada or something, gets over into Dagestan and tests them.
You want to hear the latest out of Dagestan, Russia? You're going to love this, Taylor.
Yes.
So very anti-gay over there. It's already Russia, but this is like Muslim Russia, so it's like doubly fucking conservative.
Oh, they hate that.
They don't look like
hate it. They have this undercover program where they've had like men go online and pretend like they're gay to lure gay men, and then they have sex with the gay men on hidden camera and arrest the gay men. And it's just like that South Park bit where the cop is going undercover and he's like shitting out the cum into a bag.
You're giving my asshole quite a stretch. And then they come in and get him.
What are you kids thinking? Some of you didn't even use condoms.
Yes.
This is a real thing they're doing, Kyle? This isn't made up?
Yes, this is not made up.
Oh, that's great.
Hey, great. Guys, you know how much we all hate gays, right? Well, I've got a plan to catch them. And none of you are going to like it, but I'm willing to put my,
what is the punishment?
You're going to put your ass on the line?
Yeah, I'm going to put my ass on the line.
I don't know what the punishment for homosexuality is in Dagestan, Russia. Probably a slap on the cock or something, but it's probably pretty serious.
130 more and we're talking.
Somewhere between here, where they give you the key to the city for having gay sex, and Saudi Arabia, where they throw you off a building. Somewhere between there is what they're doing, I would imagine.
We all got together and watched that pay-per-view, and it was a bit of a snooze fest. I enjoyed the Strickland fight, but I like Strickland quite a bit, and I hate Costa. So seeing Strickland beat up Costa for 5 rounds was...
Did he do a lot of damage?
Fun. His face is swollen up, but he's not like cut up and bleeding because they never went to the ground. And of course, the last 10 or 20 seconds was when Strickland chose to like start throwing karate kicks and fun stuff. You are right to some extent about Strickland being a boring point fighter often, but it is fun.
And hides behind his jab.
He never walks backwards.
He did. Maybe I'm wrong. Who did he walk backwards against?
He continuously walks forward. That's the problem.
Ducas Dupree. He walked backwards.
Ducas Duplessis.
I read it and I read it poorly. He walked backwards in that fight.
With Costa, he literally never stopped, like constantly moving. Costa was kicking his legs real fucking hard. He checked him and was hurting Costa with his checks. It was a fun fight to watch for me as a fan of Strickland and a fan of his style. But when you got to the Islam Makhachev fight versus Dustin Poirier, you got those American hopes and dreams and the fucking Louisiana white dude who, and I just want him to win.
Man.
He's a good man. I got a bottle of his hot sauce. It's tasty. Put it on my chili.
Oh, cool.
And it's just like, come on, man, you can do this. And Islam not only he outstruck him every single round. He cleanly. Poirier never looked like he was in control. Poirier had good takedown defense. He damaged him, but I almost think it was weird. I don't even know how it happened. Maybe those gloves are extra cutty. I keep hearing people say that. I don't know how he cut Islam. He did do damage, but it was always Poirier getting his ass whooped the whole fucking fight. He got scooped one in the first round and dropped on his ass. And there's like 3 minutes to go. It's like, oh my God, is it going to end right here? Is it already over? And when he finally got him in the blood choke in the 5th round, it was like, they were like, oh, that looks kind of tight. And I was like, what do you mean kind of tight? It looks like he's trapped under a Volkswagen. Like his head is like contorted way off to the left and turning purple. And it's like, it's over. It's already over. Like you could see the writing on the wall immediately.
Poirier is one of my favorite fighters. I hate that people say he was never champ because I count interim champ, but I'm in like the 3% of people that do that.
Okay.
Yeah, he retired too. I think No,
he didn't retire. He says, I don't know what's next. Yeah, we'll see where he goes. He should retire. It's kind of over. He's not going to climb the ladder again to the top. You got people like Oliveira who are trying to do just that. It was a shitty card. I'm glad we didn't pay for it. But that last fight, it hurts to see those people win. I hate them so much.
The Dagestans,
but they're the best. They're the best. Their fighting style is
like
supreme.
Okay, there are things about them that I surely wouldn't like. They're probably racist, sexist, homophobe, this, that, or the other.
Let's go.
Terrorist train. A little terrorism was spicy. But they train incredibly hard, and they live this like fucking Buddhist lifestyle nearly. Maybe I'm using the term wrong. Like
anybody who chooses to have that Ali guy as their representation is a piece of shit, in my opinion. That guy who's on all those watch lists and had all those passports on him during 9/11. Like fuck that. Like I don't like that a bit.
You always know more about this than I do. So I'm like, really?
He's an FBI informant. He was stopped on a flight.
Wait, is that a bad thing?
That's how he stayed. That's why he's not a prisoner right now, because he told on the other terrorists he knew of enough.
He's a
terrorists.
Hero, you're saying?
He's a terrorist who ratted on the other terrorists, and he knew enough of them to keep himself out of prison, even though he's flying with a bunch of fake passports on 9/11. No, fuck that guy. That guy's
you're probably right. Every time we have this conversation, I'm like, damn, Kyle knows like 50 times more than me.
Conor McGregor, like that was the Conor press conference. Instead of being like, I'm gonna whoop your ass, you're gonna take a beating. He goes, on January 7th, on September the 11th, 2001. You want to know where Ali was? Well, I know, because here's his FBI file. And he starts fucking flipping through this motherfucker and talking about where he was and how many passports he had and who he ratted out.
Old Conor was great.
It just vicious. And he meant it. That you could tell that there wasn't as much. Part of it was being a showman, but also he hated Khabib so much. He clearly hated him in a different kind of way. Oh, this is good. 2002, he was imprisoned in Colorado on charges of document forgery. While in jail, he was recruited. It's pretty long. I don't want to read it. Okay, I lost enthusiasm quickly. I was like, oh, he had another paragraph. I'm out.
It's a problem because people don't know there's a chat next to our windows where we look at each other, and your sentences can only be so long, so they're all getting cut off. And
since he was recruited by the NYPD's Deputy Commissioner of Intelligence, David Cohen, to work undercover with a Virginia-based arm of a group called the Muslims of America. This is a thing, Muslims of America. He was one of Cohen's highest paid informants of all time, earning hundreds of thousands of dollars.
That means he's the best.
He's the best informant ever. Wow. Confidential informant 184. He was issued a green card as a result. Wow.
Remember when we traded that WNBA player for the butcher of Russia? like whatever that
he's the guy the movie was based on. You know that, right? Lord of War. That's what they call him. Yeah, that Nicolas Cage movie is about the guy we traded for Brittany Griner.
And he's way scarier than Nicolas Cage.
He sounds pretty good. I hope she's scoring a lot.
Does she still play?
I think she was one of the better players in the league, so I would guess, but I'll look it up.
I hate the idea that we're supposed to care about women's athletics in general, but those fucking thugs that play in the WNBA, like the guys in the NBA are so fucking classy most of the time. Honestly, like I watch NBA press conferences and them being interviewed and stuff, and it's like, oh shit, I wish I'd heard you speak before. Like these guys are all mostly articulate, well-to-do, smart. Like those bitches in the WNBA, it's like Thunder Thoughts. It's like Thunder Thoughts. They're all fucking screaming and shitty people. I'm trying to not say certain words. I want to go full Don Imus here.
It looks like she's still playing, but she's 33, so she's probably almost done.
Ugh.
I mean, I can't think of any other reason to watch the WNBA than to watch a cat fight, right? Like, what other reason would there even
You don't
be?
want to watch these
the
girls
athleticism,
fight,
the speed, the what if you want to see someone dunk occasionally?
Once in a
I'm a
while.
stats and stories guy, and I've just been like made aware of some of the storylines in the WNBA, like people getting pushed around. Apparently, a significant portion of this league is gay, so there's all these like dating
Shocking.
relationships and
Checks out.
you know, yeah, I'll have to show you the videos I saw because this really entertaining chick was like laying it out. Like she dated her and then her teammate went after her and she said, no, she's not the one. And like sticking up for her ex-girlfriend and shit. Like I'm like, this is the kind of sport I could watch.
I only
But
like watching whatever the highest tier of the sport I'm interested in. Like the only sport I love watching is the NHL, hockey. And that's because the NHL are all the absolute, there's no debate what the best league in the world is. It's the National Hockey League. The KHL, the Russian league, is the second best in the world. I have no idea anything going on over there because why would I waste time watching not the best version of the sport I enjoy? Like the idea that you'd watch the WNBA and like root and cheer and care about it is like, it's wild to me. It's like, why would you if it's the sport you enjoy, why not watch the absolute best people play the sport?
So I respect where you're coming from, and I think a lot of people would agree with you. I enjoy, one, the stats and stories, but two, the effort, right? I've been watching a lot of fighting lately. You know who I'm watching fight? Untrained girls. These people are between like 16 and 25 years old and just fucking hair grabbing. I saw one grab another one by the hair, just fucking drop knees to the nose, taking that chick out. I see a girl, she's on the bottom getting pummeled with elbows, reverses it, gets on top, returns the favor, comes out the victor. That's the kind of shit I love. I love the heart and the soul and the effort that goes into these contests. And I don't care if you're in a fucking high school bathroom or a UFC octagon. I appreciate what you're trying to do.
I mean, the drama of everything is really fun. I mean, obviously when you watch Ultimate Fighter, for example, I mean, I'm sure it's bad now, but I've seen a bunch of the older seasons and they're really good and they're not the best in the world yet. Like they're trying to get a spot to be the best, but just watching these retards like yell at each other and get in fights at the house and, duke it out and have their trainers have beef. It's a lot of fun,
Yeah. Yeah. But I can see where Taylor's coming from, especially if you like the game. But to me, the game is only like half of the entertainment.
I can't even tell you the last time I watched a series of sports interviews, even in hockey, was like watching the Blues get interviewed after they won the Stanley Cup. And that was 5 years ago. And it was only because that was the St. Louis Blues. That's my team. Like other than that, like I never watch.
Zach, would you please pick up or find a picture of Max Verstappen, the F1 driver, with his wife and his stepdaughter? Right? And find a picture of Max, his wife, and his stepdaughter. You have to know the story between, like, Max Verstappen was Red Bull has two teams. One's called AlphaTauri, which I guess is like bull in Spanish or something. I don't know why that works. Anyway, he was on the junior team, and there was this guy who was the the driver on the better team. Max Verstappen took his seat. Now, there's only 21 F jobs on the planet, or 21 F1 driver seats on the planet. So the seat is a big deal. And that's him and his wife and his daughter, Penelope. Her hair is weird, the daughter, to me. But anyway, Max Verstappen, the girl is adorable.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, this is them. All right, this is Max's new family. The guy who had the good seat on the top team, Max took his seat. You have to invest $80 million on your way from go-karts through F3, F2, and before you get to F1. He took this guy's seat. He took this guy's wife. He took this guy's kid. That's not his kid. That's the guy whose seat he took. He took his job, he took his whole fucking life. And now he's one of the most dominant drivers Formula One has ever seen. Last year there were, I'm gonna make this up, but I'm close, like 23 races. He got like 19 wins. and he's just living the life that this guy would have otherwise had. It is a stat and story that is hard to match, and I'm here for it.
How's
that guy's gonna go on a fucking talk show with Robert De Niro and have his own little Arthur Fleck moment what do you get when you steal a man's driver's seat and his wife and his daughter?
Yeah,
I'll tell you, Murray, you get what you fucking deserve.
Max Verstappen is really into Formula One sim driving games, like you'd have PC games.
Yeah,
and of course he has all the perfect setup with the seat and the pedals and the steering wheel, and he streams on Twitch a lot. Dude, it's constant. The Penelope is just like this adorable thing with a teddy bear tugging on his shoulder, and she's like, "Daddy's training right now." Like, all right, go to bed, get mom, and like he has this like perfect family that he completely took from the guy whose job he took.
It's awful. Can we watch that Thunder Thought video real quick? Can we play that?
That video is awesome.
Oh, I love it.
This ground is fucking shaking in that video. I don't know if they edited that to add.
Can you play it, Zach?
Taylor, tell me if this changes your mind about only watching the pinnacle of the sport.
Okay.
Yes.
No, this is the pinnacle, undoubtedly. This is way better than anything.
All right, money's on the one on the right.
Yeah, a good bet, but not always.
This one is.
Jesus Christ.
Player 2 inches.
Smash you!
Hulk angry. Oh no. And the girl at the bottom realizes she has made an error.
Dude, the girls on Thunder Thoughts are like more vicious than you might guess.
Yeah,
they like I feel like in high school when a guy gets top position, it's kind of like you give. Not girls. They're pretty ineffective punches, but they're just wailing on him, hitting him again and again, 8, 9, 12 hit shots in a row. And, they're bloodying up the other girl. And I'm like, fuck. I feel like the boys would have given him a chance to get out. Kicks to the downed opponent. They're brutal.
Yeah, I've been watching a lot of Thunder Thoughts this week. I've seen a lot of beat downs. A lot of girls show up with weapons and get the weapons taken away from them. Weapons don't seem to work unless you're able to actually utilize
all of warfare would disagree. Weapons are
they don't have effective weapons. That's the problem. Like a baseball bat is not a good weapon for a street fight. It really isn't, because unless you're really good with it and like you've trained in the art of clubbery,
I don't know. My odds go up if I'm given a bat in any fight.
Yeah, I know Kyle can swing it, but these girls are like using a baseball bat with one arm sometimes, like one hand on it, and it's like what? It's like throwing your knife at someone. Are you just giving me your knife? Well, thank you.
You just get one swing, though. You get one swing, and then you're off balance, and he's going to slam you. Once you're on the ground, you're still holding on to that thing because your fight or flight won't let you let go of it. And so you've only got one hand, and now he's already hit you 4 fucking times, and you're dazed. And by the time you know what's happened, he's gone, and you're fucked up. Like I've seen it a bunch of times. Usually they take the bat away from the guy, and sometimes they whoop him with it.
I don't know how to fire off a great punch either. I don't know how to box. So like the chances of me causing some serious, if I either get one big haymaker or one big swing with a bat, give me the bat. At least I have some reach. At least I might, if I take a reasonable swing with a bat and I even kind of connect with the head of any adult man, he's not going to be able to fight me.
That's right. The thing about a bat.
Exhibit A. Zach, would you please play Exhibit A for me?
How do you have receipts in 2 seconds?
The thing about a bat is you are telegraphing your hit from a mile away. The punches are not as bad in that regard.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I think you want, even if you had a blade in this situation.
I've seen this. This guy got too cocky with the bat. Now, I wouldn't get too cocky with the bat. See, I wouldn't do that.
He kicked. Oh my!
Oh,
yeah,
holy fuck. The thing about guys versus girls fighting those guys.
By the way, Zach stopped because he continues to hit the guy in the face unprotected till it gets to about 20 hits, and when they're like, "Oh, he's had enough, champ. You got him, boss. That's enough, pimp." And it's like, all right, now it's enough. And the guy's snoring. He's like out snoring.
Then
locked up. Yeah,
you know how bad that is.
He's fucked up. Yeah,
His
brain ain't working right.
When guys fight, though, there's like a code. Like you can't do gay stuff. With girls, they're vicious. Like I was going through this subreddit. I've never even heard of it. They're all grabbing each other's hair. Like they pull them by the hair with one hand and wail in the face with the other.
I like it. I feel like that's part of the girl. Like guys fight with a code. Girls fight with a code too. It just incorporates
the
hair
code
pulling.
is that there's no code. It's that everything.
You know, the
is
girls pull
included.
each other's clothes off a lot, and
They're
I
not
feel
Here's
I'm
the
listening.
thing about that.
They're not honorable.
I've seen that, but the reason that happens so much is because the kinds of girls who fight and the environment that is conducive to a fight, it also involves alcohol and whores. So what you have is club wear, and I don't want to make this sound racist, but black girls wear these dresses that don't cover their asses and nothing underneath. That like it's like
True.
Like in school, the rednecks wore Carhartt and Justin boots. Black girls wear a cocktail dress with nothing under it. And when they ground and
no
pound,
panty line.
I've seen more black pussy on Thunder Thoughts than in all my pornography.
Yeah, I can't agree there, but I have seen a lot of Thunder Thoughts pussy. I'll line up with that. It's just the ratio. So you're right. I was gonna say something. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit, but I've thought that by, for example, lifting your crop top, I've given you something else to worry about. Some girls will fix it, and some girls will just be like, "I'll deal with the boobs after this fight."
Yeah, the
these
ratchet
aren't
girls,
classy
I don't think
ladies.
they're- Yeah.
If anything,
I've
it
never
would help
seen them
fight.
mind a bit. And if anything, after the fight is over, they don't even rush to cover themselves and victory.
I've
They
seen that.
strut around and like, yeah, motherfucker, you got me fucked up. Right? That's they say you got me fucked up right now. You got me fucked up. You got me fucked up right now. But
They mean they're angry, right?
Yeah, they're angry. You've pushed me over the edge. God damn it, Woody.
Maybe very David Attenborough style analysis there. What do they mean?
Explain what the natives mean when they say "you got me fucked up right now," Taylor.
I don't know.
of Philadelphia have their own English dialect.
It's like that Family Guy joke.
"You got me fucked up right now," and what she means is she is incensed.
You seen that old family?
driven to violence.
You see that old Family Guy bit where they do it, where they're like, observing the streets of Newark, the Italian males find problems with the black females. A flock of Jews, sensing danger, takes flight, knowing their best chance of survival is avoiding the altercation entirely. They show the Jews flying away.
Do you guys seen the videos where they follow around like LA prostitutes with a drone? Like they follow them and they have like a nature documentary thing.
Where do I find these videos?
Those girls
I have an
have to stand
example
there
I
to
can
live
show
it.
you,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
they're
show
like,
it.
here is the common black queen whore. You can see her jiggling ass move apart as she tries to run away. I probably can grab one real quick.
Stumbled upon here, black queen. Is that what they say?
See, I don't like messing with people while they're working, you know?
Great.
Yeah, that's just rude.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Yeah, she's on the job, you know.
As far as like,
it's not a
fight
fun
You're
job
advertising
either.
for.
as
That's
far
a
as the
great
fight
job.
tactic of like declothing the opponent, if some guy's spending the time in the fight with me trying to like pull my pants down, I feel like that helps me. Like now he's trying to wrangle my pants off and get me naked, and I can like, that means he's
Get
probably
into
bent
north-south
over.
position.
I get north-south position, and then
Now
I
he's got his dick in your mouth.
little ground, little pound, little sucking, little fucking.
Yeah.
That's the
Like a
natural
hedonist-
MMA way.
little hedonism mud wrestling.
Yeah, the far and away the gayest sport, MMA, and that's fine. But
It's not the gay dude. You wrestled in high school. You wore
No, I
that
wrestled
fucking
in, I
gayatard.
wrestled
You wore
in
a singlet.
No, I never
you wore
did.
you didn't
Yes,
wear
you
the
did.
singlet?
No, I wrestled in middle school, and we just wore shorts and a t-shirt. In high school, people did singlets, but by that point, I was only playing hockey.
Taylor,
that
I
singlet
think they
is
should
gay.
switch to that. I know that you don't want to give grips to your opponent like board shorts have.
Yeah.
But I think that if guys wrestled in either board shorts, no shirt, which seems gayer, but it's not to me. The singlet is the gayest. Or
Yeah.
board shorts and the rash guard, like wrestling could be more popular. That singlet is repellent.
You're 100% correct. Like, even the people on the varsity wrestling team, it would be like, hey, you gonna go out there and wrestle another guy in a singlet today, and then have to take a really thorough shower because you're rubbing so close and aggressively with people that you spread staph infections? Like, not really. They would benefit from shorts and a t-shirt.
That's the other thing I wanted to mention. I forgot. Like Islam beat Dustin with a staph infection, and for those of you who don't know, that's like the antibiotics that you have to go on for the staph infection weaken you, like physically, like they're draining to your body and your metabolism. So it's a real like if your fighter lost and he had a staph infection, you're like, yeah, but he had a staph infection. Hey, he showed up hurt and he gave us a show. Like it's your way of like really, and like most people be like, oh, he had staph, I didn't know. He won the fucking fight with staph. It was the worst version of him and the best version of the other guy, presumably. I know Dustin said Dustin said he couldn't train because he had a rib injury or something, but Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry. I hate them, Woody. I hate them. I like American. I'm Muslim, not one. It's everything about them. Like every attribute that they possess, I despise.
You don't like the facial hair.
I despise that Amish fucking facial hair. I hate it. It's the thing I hate the most.
You don't think it's appropriate to cover your wife with a burqa? Come on.
I think there are enemy by like three different ways.
Let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater here.
Most of them can't get fucking visas to come over here, the pieces of shit. I hate that they're all sitting in that goddamn hot tub together with their matching haircuts. And I hate that they're so fucking good that they've dominated that sport. And they're going to continue to because they're so fucking poor.
When you watch them interact with Daniel Cormier, they don't like grow on you a little bit. Like they go
Daniel
back and
Cormier
forth.
is a fucking traitor. Daniel Cormier, like if I was Donald Trump, would be like, Joe, you're a good guy. You're a good guy. Daniel, they say I'm close with the Russians. Oh, what are you, a commie? You fuck. Isn't Cormier from Louisiana? Like
it sounds right.
That guy sucks so much Dagestan.
Dude, if Putin wanted to pay me $10 million to do a dance for him, I'd do it.
Okay, maybe if Putin wanted to like rub elbows with you, you could see taking some money in a fucking yacht or something with the fucking president of Russia. That's not what I'm talking about. He's rubbing up with the fighters. It's Khabib and fucking Islam. Like Daniel Cormier is always just like he's got this man crush on him. He flies over there. His children train with them. They're always rubbing each other and wrestling.
That's what wrestling is.
Dustin Poirier is from Louisiana. No, why is he wrestling with them? Why is he their best fucking buddy? They're so cutesy together.
Why? Because he trained with Khabib for like 10 years. And
why?
These are Khabib's guys.
Because he's the best in the world, right?
It was Khabib, Luke Rockhold, and DC.
Yeah, but now he is an employee of the UFC in a different capacity. Now he's the guy who interviews the fighters. And when I see him interview a Dagestani fighter, it's like it's his brother-in-law or something. Yeah. They're literally having like powwow time. Then here comes not only his countryman, but his I don't know what you call it, statesman. They're both from Louisiana. Dustin's like, he's like, what's with you and the Dagestanis? You got one of them silly hats in your closet or something? He's like, yeah, I don't like that. It rubs me the wrong way. And they're like, yeah, we're just funny. We're just kidding around. But I'm like, yeah, I feel the same fucking way. This guy's a fucking traitor. I don't like Russians.
I could not give a shit less about where MMA guys want to hang out and if they like hanging out with apparently the best wrestlers in the world.
You're not a stats and stories guy.
Yeah, I don't care.
He's not there. He's not there because he's like, we're here to study the best wrestlers in the world. He's there with his boyfriend, fucking chilling with his friends. He's not.
Well, you didn't tell me he was gay.
He's known these people for 10 years. They trained together before they were famous. Like this guy, Islam Makhachev, like he's known DC for a decade.
So they
train.
Yeah.
And partner. Yeah. But
what I'm talking about is the interview process.
This guy helped him prepare for his fights.
Yeah.
Professional wrestling, not professional.
I want to, Zach, can you pull up the video that Tom linked for us a few minutes ago?
Yeah. I couldn't find the original, but I did find the video of me watching it, but I didn't add a lot of commentary, but it's pretty funny. I did timestamp it in there.
Yeah.
I
love David Attenborough parodies. That's what this was, right?
This isn't a parody. This is real. This is very real.
What's the legality on prostitution in LA? Like
a creature ubiquitous to the streets.
Straight up illegal.
These voluptuous bitches prowl the Los Angeles streets, preying on their natural prey and predator, the trick.
They got close to her.
Skittish creatures, they flee when recorded.
Why are they running away?
The combined weight of their
what are they doing? Because there be something bad going on. Why are they running away? They're just hanging out.
Shame and hastily purchase BBLs, at times too great for their ankles to bear. Those who can seek shelter in the surrounding businesses. Best not linger inside too long, though. Their pimp, Demarcus Demetrius.
She looks like a man.
is quick to slap any bitch that dare return with insufficient funds.
Why is she naked?
When threatened, they twerk, generating...
There you go. That's the majority of it, but that's pretty awesome video.
They twerk. That's so funny.
I've never seen that.
I want more AIs of David Attenborough of nonsense like that. That's great.
We'll probably pester the homeless with that and have a good time.
Oh yeah,
that'd be awesome. Yeah, I love pestering the homeless. It's my favorite genre of YouTube video.
If you could pipe audio through it, you could probably, if you had like a mentally ill homeless, you could probably convince him you were God, have him do all sorts of things.
Have you guys seen To Apri on YouTube? You guys know who this is?
Mm-mm.
He does videos where he goes to libraries with like a large camera on like a tripod, and he says that he's watching Netflix, but he's walking around. Basically, he's saying he's if people ask him, he plays like a very autistic man. So he's like, I'm looking for a book. It's called 10 Ways to Fuck Fat Bitches. And everybody in the library starts freaking out. They try to kick him out. And he has this little Indian guy with him. And he says he has permission. So eventually the cops show up. They're like, do you have a permit? And he brings out a picture. It's a picture of it's Bangladeshi Russell Brand is what he calls him. He says it's his friend's father. And it says in bold font, it says, I permit my son to record at the library is what he shows the cops. And the cops always think it's hilarious. They just let him keep going. But he does a ton of these videos. He'll stand outside of like a business and he'll just film the window. And technically it's completely legal to do that from the start.
He's a First Amendment auditor. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he is. And so people will always come out and say, you need to leave. You need to get the fuck out of here. You're breaking the law. They'll call the cops. The cops come and they're like, you're not doing anything wrong. But it's gotten so bad that he'll start on a street and he'll start at one end of it and he'll start going to every single business. And the cops, when they hear about him, will show up ahead of time to go talk to the businesses he's about to go to inform them that he is exercising his First Amendment right and there's nothing they can do.
That's good. I love that. Look,
it is great.
Some people don't like First Amendment auditors. They think they're annoying. That's the point.
Yeah.
That's the point. I also like when people strap their AR-15s and walk down the street, you know, in sort of a march, not necessarily they're just gunning people down. Because what happens is I don't like the act of it. I think the act of it's kind of silly and I wouldn't do it even if I were allowed to. But I think that it drives a conversation where people go, hey, you can't do that. And I say, actually, I can. Just so you know, so can you. You didn't know the law. And you know what? That cop didn't either. So now I'm going to sue the police department, get my $90,000, and they're going to have a new program where they educate cops about gun rights. I did that for you. I like that. And it happens a lot, not just often with First Amendment stuff, like with being able to film on public sidewalks. If I'll see, he'll be filming people getting their hair cut through the window of a barber shop. And it's like, yeah, that's absurd. I wouldn't want to be in there getting filmed. You know, I wouldn't like that. And I would want to know why. But not only does he not have to tell me, he can do it all he wants. He can zoom the fuck in. And like, I'll see them do that a lot. And I like it because it upsets people. People call the cops and the cops get educated sometimes, but every time the complainant gets educated. And the best part is the guys who arm themselves with some good old fashioned pepper spray. One of my favorites. He's filming where they keep the school buses, like the lot where they're all stored. He's on the sidewalk fucking recording it. And the school bus driver's like, why are you recording us? And he's like, I don't have to tell you that. I'm doing a private personal First Amendment investigation of these school buses or whatever nonsense he says. And the guy takes his phone and throws it. So he fucking sprays him down. There's a whole montage of him just spraying people down with pepper spray. And he uses the kind that's got the green dye in it.
So the cool thing about this guy, To Apri, is he's not principled. He's just a degenerate troll, and he does it very well. Like he does videos where he'll dress up like a goth, and he'll go to like the furniture store, and he'll get in bed, and he'll start sleeping, and people will come up and tell him to leave. He'll be like, "Are you my stupid mom? My stupid mom left me here," and they'll try to get him to get out of bed, and he'll be like, "My stupid mom lets me wait to get up slowly so I don't get lightheaded." He'll just do this consistently. I just sent a link of the cops confronting him. I don't need to be sending too many links, but this is like a genuinely hilarious.
No, you're good. Zach, can we watch this one? It's time stamped.
I did timestamp it, yes. The cops, by the way, love these guys. I think they're hilarious.
TOOAPREE. To Apri is his channel.
To Apri, exactly. He's got a few characters. He's got like a gym one, but this is probably my favorite.
Over here. Hey, guys. Oh, we're looking for a book. I think it's called like 13 Ways to Call a Fat Girl or something. We're just looking for a book.
Yeah, but it's not my strong suit in book search. But...
Oh, okay. We'll keep looking.
All right.
What are the pearls for?
They had to regroup.
and stuff.
Do you have the permits on you?
Oh yeah.
Can you take a look at them?
Oh yeah, sure.
This is what he showed.
Okay.
My God loves it.
Russell Brand. Yeah, back here. He's like a Bengali Russell Brand.
Is he to issue this permit?
I guess he's like really like knowledgeable about like the Austin
What's his name?
Bengali Russell Brand, we call him.
Okay.
King Solomon.
Bengali Russell Brand.
Look, 13 ways of looking at a fat girl.
I don't see. I see it on Amazon. But I don't think we.
Yeah, that's kind of the end of the clip, but yeah, it's a pretty. This channel is legendary. He does stuff like this every fucking week.
It's a real book.
I don't know if it's a real book, but he goes to every library.
It's on Amazon.
Yeah, that's what I thought I heard.
What's it called? 13 ways to call a fat girl?
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's really funny. He's got a gym character. He'll go to Planet Fitness, and every time he goes, he needs a new membership. So he'll go there, and he'll need a new membership, and he'll talk to them, and they'll tell him they're like, this is like a casual place. He's like, oh, I'm a real bodybuilder though. I'm a real bodybuilder, man. My gorilla friend's gonna come here, make noise. And, he'll go around accusing like fat people of like causing the lunk alarm to go off. He'll be like, you lunking, why you lunking, fool? And this will be like in front of like the people who are employed at Planet Fitness. He'll also do a great thing where he has to try out all the equipment, so he'll like try to show off. He'll like do like 20 pull-ups in a row in front of the employee, and they'll be like, can I show you the rest of the gym? And he's like, no, I'm busy right now. I'm trying to get my sets in. He does public workouts where he'll be holding one of those like elastic bands you would use, and he'll go outside of a business once again with a camera, and he'll do like, he calls it soft tissue workout, and the cop will come and they'll be like, can you just move a little bit? He's like, oh, I'm just almost on my set. And they're like, how long is that going to take? He's like, well, I'm trying to go for that high rep, soft tissue workout. Could be 5 minutes, could be 5 years, and like the cops get like very, very upset with him. It's definitely one of the most legendary channels on YouTube. He's the goat.
It's funny. Just having a fun time in public. And we all get behind that.
First Amendment, my friend.
No one's getting hurt. He's a patriot. He's a patriot. He's an American hero.
He is.
Bengali Russell Brand is his dad. Which is, I like how it's like a barely changed photo of Russell Brand. They put a turban on him and like made him a little sepia toned, and that is all that they did.
I'll try to find the undercover workout real quick in public because they're pretty good videos.
Funny. I've never gotten that into that genre. Like I always like, this is like a flavor of it that I think is funny and almost like impractical jokerish, where the joke, like you are the joke, you're making yourself the funny thing, like the goofball. Whereas there was probably 10 years ago now, there was that trend where the prankster was just effectively like
terrorizing.
That's a perfect
bullying
word.
People,
just terrorizing people in public. Oh, I dressed as a terrorist and then I threw a bomb case at a family. At a mom and
that's a good video.
That's a little funny, but I would see other ones where they like stole people's fast food. Right?
Yeah.
Like, or like, I don't know. Shit like that.
The good thing about this guy is there's more of a punchline, right? There's like a character involved.
Exactly.
I did link the gym video. We can just watch the first minute of it or so. But the nice thing about this stuff is like not like old prank content. It's not just made to rile people up. The only victim is like, the person involved if they choose to get mad at him. He's not actually harming them in any way.
Exactly. The key to handling this stuff as the person, working is just don't get mad. Like just laugh it off.
Yeah. And he has a few characters. One of them, he has like a surfer character. He did get arrested in that one because he went to like a Cabela's with like a pool or something, like one of the water fountains, and he got in. He was like trying to surf. He did get arrested in that case.
I got a black card already, so I'm used to that. Might need my second black card in my wallet. So I just need a place where I can be a savage.
Yeah. Straight bars and curl bars.
I'm gonna turn the straight bars into curl bars when I'm done with them. Yeah. It was that dude in the orange shirt. You was lunking? You the lunk, huh?
I heard you put it down.
Yeah, but you was lunking though, huh? Yeah. I don't think y'all realize what you just did here. Just wait till you see me up in here. All right, sweetheart. All right, bro.
Like if you get the Black Card membership, you're allowed one guest every time you come.
Okay, so I can bring one of my bodybuilder friends here.
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah.
As long as they're not a lunk.
I gotta look up the definition of lunk real quick.
Right on the wall. One who grunts, drops weights, or judges.
Automatically, they don't judge and they don't drop weights because they're in control of it, but they might be violent.
Third one.
As long as it's not excessive, there should be fine.
I'm like, ooh. I kind of like barking at y'all. You got any gorilla bars? Yeah, I'm more than a monkey. Sometimes I go under too. I just kind of chill up here. I'm a new lunk here. Yeah, I'm about to be setting that lunk alarm off. It's not like a bodybuilder gym.
No, it's not that gym.
Yeah, I'm a big bodybuilder, and I'm gonna bring my bodybuilder friends in here.
He stands like dick forward.
It's like he refuses to touch his own waist.
It's like mid-thrust.
But what about like the whole bodybuilder thing? Like, you don't like bodybuilders here, you saying? Or is it like...
It's just not our mission right now.
Like how big, like is there like an arm size limit? Like, am I too big to be here? Is that like... I feel like I might be based on the whole bodybuilder thing.
Yeah, you get the idea. He basically just
clearly not a bodybuilder.
He's like, am I too big? I wish the guy was like, nah, you're fine. That'd be funnier.
But they get pissed off. They get pissed off because I think when you're just working a normal job, you're not prepared to deal with some kind of like retard like this filming being an asshole. So it's hard to blame the employees to an extent, but you just got to take it on the chin.
They take the lunk stuff seriously at Planet Fitness. Like do you remember this video is probably 6 years ago now, but I don't like Brian Shaw. That guy is like 6'10", the strongest man in the world. Him and Juji Mufu, another fitness YouTuber, were like, we're going to go get kicked out of Planet Fitness. And like, I think way sooner than they expected to be kicked out, they were being asked to leave. And I don't even think Brian was lunking. It's just like, he was lifting a alarming amount of weight where he's like, Juji, Tom, I need both of you to sit on the other sides of this bench machine because there's no more room for plates. And then he makes a little grunt. I'd be too afraid to kick Brian Shaw out of a gym. So that's getting. Yeah, but that's his feeding session.
Planet Fitness is crazy. They don't even have like a proper bench there. They refuse to have a bench press for whatever reason. I don't know why.
What? Not even a regular bench, like a free weight bench?
No, they don't. They don't have the bench where you can just like put the 45, like the plates on. They don't have that.
Yeah. Seems like an enormous oversight in a gym.
It's like, it does.
It's a culture statement.
That's retarded. I guess that's why it's for fat people, and their business model is like.
Taylor, what's your favorite exercise?
Chest supported T-bar row, or just regular dips or pull-ups. Dips actually, it's hard to beat dips and pull-ups.
How far do you pull the T-bar back? Like where do your elbows in?
I try and get like as much pinch between my scapulas as possible.
I try to imagine like pressing them together. Which is, I'm nowhere near.
It's so much better than a regular row, because a regular row you can cheat with your legs imperceptibly, not even realize it. And a chest supported one, like your legs are out of the equation. It's just upper body. So if you try and throw the same amount of weight you do on a regular row on a chest supported T-bar row, you won't be able to do it.
A regular row also requires form. One of the few times I ever hurt myself like badly enough that I couldn't work out for a day was doing rows, and I like threw my lower back out, or like made it do a thing just from trying to pop up more, finishing a set, trying to like pop it up and just like get movement and move the weight and just hurt my back. But when I like the machine a lot, definitely I like that one too.
Yeah,
Woody's got to be. Is it a calf exercise, Woody? Do you like? What is it?
It's probably pull-ups.
Oh yeah, you're good.
Hard
at
to beat pull-ups. You always feel good afterward. It's hard. You were really like.
I like jump rope and overhead press also, and both of them are straight up vanity reasons. I have mirrors all over my home gym, and I feel like they're the ones that flatter me the most.
Yeah,
you're still lifting a lot, right, Tom? I saw a couple of pictures of yours on Twitter. You're looking bigger.
Thank you. I don't have a true man body like you guys yet, but I'm getting there. But I definitely just like bicep curls. I feel like the pump you get is just so much fun when you feel your bicep feels like it's about to fucking explode. That's a great one. I mean, chest stuff in general, really like overhead press with dumbbells. Like if you're doing some nice heavy weight on those, and you look yourself in the mirror, you're like, you just feel like a fucking beast.
I'm so huge.
Yeah, exactly. An underrated one, honestly, I think is forearm stuff. Like I don't know what you would like forearm curls and
jacking
on the bench, and you're just doing this, jacking off. Yeah, that's a good one.
Farmers carries.
Farmer scaries are excellent.
There you go. This is a great image. Yeah, this is a real picture.
Never
of me at the
goon.
gym.
I saw you tweet this. Yeah.
It's no gooning June.
Masturbation.
Yes.
Well, that's a form of it.
Excessive masturbation, I would say. So
Yeah,
it's no goon
yeah.
June. So you're not allowed to look at your dick even this June. But
No goon June. Okay.
yeah,
Oh, he's
you
got the white monster.
there.
You drink that
Oh,
white
indeed.
monster, you'll be a white monster.
Why did
You will
this?
be.
Look how awful those weights were done by the AI. It's like
I didn't even notice that, to be honest. Yeah, well,
It did so much better on the rack in the back than it did on the ones right in front of him.
yeah.
Yes,
I
it looks
think-
like there's like 30 pounds or 40 pounds on one side and then like 5 on the other.
Yeah.
That's how that'd be a
They
crazy
work-
lift.
Work the stabilizing muscles.
At first, I was
Yeah,
like,
true.
"Oh, what kind of weight system is that? I've never seen where you put. Are we heavies on the inside? Oh, okay."
And then you noticed
it's
it's a jacked minion.
yeah. Yeah, I guess I hadn't looked him
fairness-
right in the eye yet.
It
Yeah.
did the jacked minion really, really well. Like that was really impressive art. You know,
Well, like he has a cigarette.
yeah.
As much as I like those First Amendment auditors, I'll never leave my police videos behind. I saw one this week where the guy's running from the cops on foot and he's got a knife and he runs upon a homeless man and he takes the homeless man hostage, knife to the homeless man's throat.
Great
And the
strategy. I bet he's free now.
Yeah, right. And so the homeless man is going, "What is this? Is this a joke?" Because he doesn't know what the fuck's happening. You know, like and the cops run up and they all got their guns pointed at the homeless man who's got the knife at his throat, just like in a movie. The homeless man has 2 dogs. His 2 dogs attack the man, the bad man, and start biting him. And you know how certain people are with dogs; they're very afraid of them. This was one of those people. And so he drops he sort of.
You're painting a picture here.
You got it. I'm using only one crayon, and so he turns loose of the homeless man, and the cops light him up with gunfire. Pop, 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 pop. The guy drops down, seemingly dead, and the dog runs in and gets one of those bite and shakes. Arr! And then they both let go and they run away with their homeless colleague, and that was it. And it was so perfect because the cops didn't shoot the dogs. Like the dogs at first run at the cop and they're like, "Roo, roo, 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 roo." But the cop is just like concentrated on the man with the knife as he should be. And then the dog's like, "Okay, maybe y'all are on my team." And they go back and they jump the bad guy. It was perfect. It was perfect.
I like the police chases in cars. Those are great.
Only if they end with like some violence. When they give up, I'm bored. Like
I like the ones where they go blackout mode in like a fast car, like they turn their lights off. Those are excellent. And then when they finally catch them, like I like when the cops like ram them and then they get out and there's some kind of altercation.
Cool.
You guys
Those are
are on
always
a
good.
different team than me. I like it when they get away. So I watch them. They're usually motorcycles, and
pedophile Woody.
They're just speeders. They're just motorcycles out there having a good time. The only person at risk is themselves. It's not like automobile speeding. What am I gonna do? Property damage on your SUV, your minivan? You're fine.
Woody, are you a Squeeze Benz fan? You know who this is?
I don't know.
You don't? You haven't seen? There's videos on YouTube where they specifically make YouTube channels with the intention of outrunning cops, and they'll have like a camera in the back and a camera in the front. And the description of the channel is like simulated AI or whatever. But they go swimming and they run in New York City from cops like successfully. This guy Squeeze Benz did it for like 2 or 3 years on YouTube, and he just got caught finally.
Yeah, Jigsaw just got caught. I talked about him on the show a couple of times.
Is that a bike guy?
Yeah, so Jigsaw is a type of motorcycle. It's very fast, and it's known for having riders called squids who are irresponsible.
Squids.
And
okay,
yeah, and I'm on the Calamari race team subreddit. I can't hang with them. They're very talented, but I can enjoy their antics. And anyway, yeah, Jigsaw he got busted. He went from like, I'm gonna mess it up, Dallas to Colorado Springs in like half an hour or something outrageous like that. Average speed was like 140. It was wild, and they chased him down and caught him. But dude, I love watching him. This Jigsaw guy, again, repeat story, but you see a cop chasing another motorcyclist, and he's like, baby squid's in trouble. I got you, bro. He gets in front of the cop and the motorcyclist, lets the other guy run away, and then loses the cop. And now everybody gets away.
This guy's running a lot of red lights. I'm just watching it. He hasn't stopped at a single one of them.
Are you watching Squeeze Benz?
I'm watching Slow Benz.
Okay, yeah. So his
Squeeze
channel
versus
actually
Wheeler.
got deleted, but there is another guy named Where's 981 whose channel is still up. And he posts videos like every time I ran from the cops compilation, and he'll constantly get away. I think the main car he drives is a Porsche 911 GT3 RS, I think. But I think he has an M5 too. But he'll like let the cops get real close to him, and then he'll instantly.
Oh, he just nearly crushed the man.
We have a friend of the show. He's like at all the hangouts and stuff. And his favorite way to enjoy motorcycles is wheelies and running from the police. That's it. This bike is not even fast. I'm like, how do you outrun cops?
You can just weave in between cars, right?
We have the same bike. Top speed's like 78. I have a lot of bikes, but this is one of mine. And like, how do you outrun the police? And he's like, for example, he recalled a recent event. Cop flashes on the lights, so he does a quick U-turn. Then the cop starts a U-turn. He does another U-turn and just tears off. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I guess that's an advantage.
Well, it's just so much more maneuverable. Like the cop, when a cop's going behind you on the highway, you have to physically move your car out of the way. It takes a few seconds. When a bike is there, you just go in between all of the traffic, top speed. You're going to be fine, So,
well, hopefully.
I'm watching the beginning of this. It seems like this is bad copsmanship if he loses this guy. Like
they always lose him. This guy wears 981. He's not been caught. He's a fucking beast.
Where's 981?
Mm-hmm.
So this is just a passion project for him.
Yeah.
Or is he like he's like, all right, today's chase is brought to you by Game of Thrones.
Is this guy in a car also? This wears okay. Yeah.
By better help.
If you look at his YouTube channel description, it says amateur CGI artist. So for legal purposes, it's all actually but I mean, he's good. Oh, he's great. He's excellent. He's got 400,000 subscribers from doing this. He'll be
it's just like I don't know. I never watched cop chases really, but I didn't expect so much of it to be like sub 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's pretty slow until they get to the end, and then they zoom between a few cars and they get off an exit. And
it's harder to escape in GTA than this by orders of magnitude because in GTA, like calling ahead forward and being like, we got a 3-star criminal about to cross Oak in 7th, and then they all start converging. This guy wanted to be a hero on his own. And now he's getting bullied at the fucking precinct, probably.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, I imagine a lot of it is like the cops usually, I think their strat would be like get ahead of you and put down like a spike strip if you're like OJ and you're like escaping on a path, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with these guys, I mean, they don't have anywhere specific they need to go, right? They can just run.
Dude.
Yeah. This guy he's not headed to work.
Have you heard of Max Wrist? Do you know him?
Mm-mm.
He's another motorcycle guy. It's fucking hilarious to me.
On YouTube?
Yeah. Whenever he rides, he's in full track gear. He's got like the leathers from head to toe. He's got the special approved gloves and boots. The boots are hard to walk around in. They're literally like MotoGP from head to toe, and he just races everywhere. He's a very good rider, but you can't do this on the street and not get hurt. He has a catastrophic accident almost annually. He walks with a limp. He's all fucked up. He's broken every arm and leg, which I guess is it's what cool people.
God,
do.
he needs a new hobby, right? Like aren't when the hobby that you have to do to get that adrenaline rush is that dangerous? Like
mm-hmm.
he
needs a new
up.
career, right? The problem is he risks his life for views. It's almost like when Only Use Me Blade started doing shots for dollars.
Yeah,
and now it turned him into an alcoholic that's really hurt his health.
Yeah.
This guy. It takes 15-mile-an-hour turns at 90 for dollars for YouTube clicks. And like I saw him in Colorado, he's going Mach 1 or something. And as he's headed around this turn, it's the Rockies. So a rock about the size of a motorcycle helmet was in the road. And when you go that fast, you can't alter your line. Only one line is like achievable.
Mm-hmm.
And he hit that rock and it was catastrophic and he fucked up. There's been other ones that were more his fault, like passing cars on the right. Right between the guardrail and the car.
I was imagining hitting that rock and I could feel the impact in my hand.
Right? Yeah. And nobody can recover from that. Like it's not a talent thing anymore. It was just bad decision making before he found the rock. So.
Yeah.
All right. I'm transfixed by this guy running away from the cops. I'm turning this off for now. I will be revisiting. That's a fun genre. I like that.
I think the problem for the motorcycle guy is just you say Kyle like he needs to find a new hobby, but what other hobby could give him that thrill, right? Because the thrill is so high because he's risking his life, he's risking jail.
Yeah, like maybe something with a plane or a parachute or a glider or something where you're going fast, but there's
something on an island, a little St. James Island, perhaps.
But they can't get arrested in the case of the glider and Little St. James. You can't.
That's the most dangerous game.
The most dangerous game is the game Jared Fogle was playing.
I found this one quickly, but Zach, can you show
hero of yours? I know, but I don't care for him.
Jared had a very risky hobby for sure.
He got
almost as badass as the motorcycle guy, I would say. For sure.
Oh my goodness, what a!
At first, Jared had me. I'm like, whoa, $5 footlong, sweet onion chicken teriyaki, and then all that stuff about the little girls came out, and I'm like, I don't know if the sandwich makes up for this.
Just the fact that he's out there racing on the streets all the time in full like MotoGP gear is wild to me.
I'm waiting for his foot to catch and break his goddamn hip.
I think he's okay in this particular one.
Yeah, beautiful bike.
Scary.
Yeah, he has a BMW.
Oh my god, he's sideways.
I missed where the rock was.
He this isn't that crash. Dude, there's so many crashes. I just found this one quickly, but I kind of wanted to show what he dressed in every time he rode, which kind of makes
cool suit.
First,
yeah, must have been going so fast there for that bike not to be able to stick that turn.
He wears his tires out like every couple of weeks.
Oh, well, what a dumbass.
Yeah, he was depending on his motorcycle. I know that ride, and his motorcycle has a light on the dashboard that shows when the traction control kicks in, and it's going off every turn, and it just didn't save him one time.
The thing that the sport or game or whatever that looks dangerous as fuck, but I would actually want to do is that crazy boat racing where they're on like it looks like some old Vietnamese raft they're on, but they've thrown a Chevrolet V8 on the back. And there's one dude just on the back, just giving it hell, and it's like straight headers.
Where they do like
black smoke,
the figure eights at 100 miles an hour in the boat.
They're on a river, just hauling ass, and it's screaming. It's like I can just picture his hair being plastered because he's going, straight back because he's going so fast. And there's a huge engine on the back of those things. That looks fun to me. Like boat racing looks fun because if you're going 50 on the water, it seems fast.
It does.
So to go 100 I bet that'd be really fucking cool.
I've never been 100 on the water.
I don't remember exactly how fast we went, but I was shopping for a jet ski, and we were by the lake, like looking at the thing, and one of my dad's buddies rolled up in his sick ass race boat that's got 2 engines on the back, and it's not a big boat. It's like all engine and just enough room for 3 people. No, there's 2 seats. And when he accelerated that thing, it never came down. Like the everything in front of us disappeared, and I can kind of look out the side at how fast we're going. I think we went 80. It was so fast. It felt like we were in a goddamn Millennium Falcon in that thing.
I was it was a much bigger boat. It was like a cigarette offshore racing boat. And we went 73, and so it's a little slower, but it felt so fast, and we were getting airborne in the inlet and stuff. I don't even think the guy was a very good driver. I think he was just wealthy and fucking pushed
the video Zach
down.
just sent is fucking horrifying. Jesus Christ, that boat. Is this the kind of boat you're talking
about?
Oh my gosh, 2-seaters.
Oh no, this is cool as shit though. This is
I've seen these.
These are jet boats, but they're doing lots of loops and turns and stuff.
These guys die like all the time, apparently.
They're doing like a race circuit and jet boats, and this guy just ran off the race course, if you can call it that. Don't imagine a lake. It looks like they carved water lanes into the ground.
Oh,
they're in a pit. Oh, that's cool as shit. I didn't even know that sport existed.
The boat is so small too. It looks like it's a fucking toy boat. Like you're right next to the other guy.
That's fucking cool, man. I didn't know this sport existed.
They're flying on land. They're jumping all over it.
Yeah, what you want to do is skip to the very last one. That's the good one. But yeah, oh my God, he leaves the track. Dude! All right, at a minute.
Did you see him sail over that dude?
In 40 seconds, the guy, again, these guys are in boats. He leaves the racetrack and goes off into the night.
Boats are not supposed to leave the racetrack.
He leaves the racetrack in his boat and literally flies into the night, and his boat is spiraling like a football.
They say he's still flying to this day. Oh my God. He skips like a fucking rock.
Dude, these guys are like all hardcore turning. And I saw 2 different clips over the course of a minute where they capsize in the water, and they go from like racing to like you see arms flailing like they're drowning in a capsized boat in shit water.
Yeah, that's cool as shit. Okay,
That
that's
is
a new
cool.
sport to watch. I didn't know that existed.
Yeah, that's even more hardcore than running from the police. That's what that guy should do.
Would you ever watch a WNBA game if this was on the next channel?
Boo! I wouldn't watch one if I was trapped on a desert island and I had an all-access pass on my TV to watch as much WNBA as I wanted. I'd break the screen and use it to try and light a fire. I'd try something like that. There's no way I could enjoy that.
The tube TV, I suppose.
Yeah, the tube TV. That's the only way that it works.
Yeah, that's what I pictured on the desert isle. Honestly, a flat screen wouldn't be practical.
No.
You're gonna mount it on. You haven't thought of that.
I got a nice CRT TV there, watching WNBA, watching the fucking the Lisbon lesbians against the what? What are some other names for the teams?
That's the thing. I had to ask Chiz. I was like, "Do I have a team?"
Yeah, the Portland Pussy Lakers.
Does Atlanta have a team? And you know, he told me
the Seattle Snatch.
Still don't know the answer. Still don't know the answer. But you know, I don't care about any of that shit anyway. It's not just women's sports. I kind of despise most of them. Although it's kind of cool that white guy's like the best basketball player in the world.
Eastern European guys are pretty good at basketball. Apparently,
what's that dude from the Mavericks name? Is that
Luka Doncic?
That guy's fucking cool. I saw that. I'm sure you've both seen that highlight where he's playing defense and he gets not exactly, I guess, a steal, but he's working so hard to get the steal. And when the guy realizes that he's lost the ball, he's just like, he's so upset and then Luka like throws it backward. He's on the ground sliding on his back, by the way, at this point. Throws it over his shoulder, and there's a guy waiting in the wings in full stride. Grabs it, maybe dribbles once, lets it spin in his hand, and he checks over his shoulder. He flicks it off the backboard, not trying to make the shot, but trying to serve up a third man who is also perfectly in stride, who dunks it, and the frame is perfect so that Mark Cuban is right there in the background going, yeah! He's so, like, imagine you own that team and you get to see that play. I watched it 10 times, like, back-to-back on my phone. It was so cool, so slick.
What sport were you best at growing up, Tom?
Sport? I wasn't good at any of them. I was good at making YouTube videos. That was my sport. I did like cross country and track in high school. My parents made me do it. No, I'm bad at video games too. I'm bad at Fortnite. My mom loved running, and I was like, I don't want to do fucking anything. So the only sport I actually enjoyed was ski team because I'm I come from like a shithead rich white town. Yeah, money, whatever.
Whoa, you had a ski team? That's sick.
We had a ski team, yeah. So I liked that. But then the coach, after like my sophomore year, I think he divorced his wife and then went to coach the middle school as a result for some reason. So
that is such a ski coach thing to do.
It is. But ski team was pretty sick. I did actually really like that. Skiing.
What kind of skiing? Really like races through moguls or like just straight?
Yeah, it was slalom and then GS, which is like they're a little bit farther apart. So slalom
a lot. You go like super fast. Those are like,
you go in between the poles basically. Yeah, I mean it is scary, but it's a lot of fun. But my parents they got me into skiing when I was really young.
That's got to be the whitest sport other than like equestrian dancing.
Dude, skiing is so much fun. You would love it. Kyle's awesome. Anti-skiing because he has
talk about a thrill. With like very little, I mean, there's generally little risk.
Skier.
You were molested by a ski instructor?
Yeah, I was.
Who's the guy that made like the David Attenborough ski videos? Is it Herman Miller? Do you know what I'm talking about?
That's the chair guy.
Herman Miller is
he's the chair guy. There are listeners who know exactly what I'm talking about. This guy made the greatest ski videos.
Herman Munster.
I remember him looking at this female ski racer, and he's like, that helmet cost $2,000. That outfit costs $4,000. Those boots cost $800. My advice to you, if you have a young up-and-coming skier, get her a tennis racket. I was like, all right, I like that.
Holy shit. It is expensive, yeah. Some of the kids in my high school were they would go to like prep schools in Colorado to ski in like Aspen for like weeks out of the school year because they were good enough. But it was a lot of fun. I will say the pain in your toes after you do, because we would ski we'd get out of school at like 3 p.m. We go to the mountain. I think we'd be skiing probably until like 9 p.m., 10 p.m., 11 p.m. It's cold as fuck in Maine at night, especially on the mountain away from everything. I would physically feel my toes unthaw. It was extremely painful. They would be like blue by the end of the night. So, and that was like a common experience, just slowly regaining the feeling in my toes. And
did you have any really good teammates? Like, did anyone go on to become noteworthy? Or
I don't really know. There was this one kid who, like I said, he went to a prep school in Colorado, and then I think he went to college somehow for skiing, but I don't know what school they do that at. But yeah, he was pretty fucking good. He was a short kid. He was like 5'6", 5'7" at tallest, and he was just a fucking beast on the slopes. I was pretty mid. I was like middle of the pack, but some of the girls were really fucking good too, because I had a girls like team basically, and they were pretty brutal. But the kids who were really good were the kids from like at one point I think we raced kids from Massachusetts, and they were from a very rich town. I think it's Duxbury, I want to say, or something like that. And they were fucking destroying us, and their gear was nice as fuck. They had like the nicest, newest skis. They had like super nice helmets. What makes a big difference is if you're getting your skis sharpened often. That's the biggest thing. And a big thing also is just making sure that, like, if you're not really putting up the money for it, you might have a hard time getting skis that are quite fit to your height and size, because it is depending on how tall you are. You might get close, but if you're going to like a used place, sometimes they might not have exactly what you want, because the sizes are like, it's like 136, I think 137, like they're pretty specific. But if you have the money to get the nicest skis and they're perfectly sized to you, then you're going to be a little bit better, right?
Makes sense.
I would have thought the schools to fear in the skiing world would be like Utah, Colorado.
We didn't race them, but I imagine they would be pretty bad. Yeah, they would be pretty brutal.
Yeah.
Or Canadians, I bet, are brutal too. I would not want to race a fucking Canadian.
They are so good at snow sports. Those Canadians, those Canucks.
They are. Yeah, the only NHL game I ever saw, it was the Bruins versus the Edmonton Oilers, and the Edmonton Oilers, they pretty much destroyed them. So
damn, was this recent?
It was like a year ago, I want to say.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a very brief window where they.
Oh, was it? Are the Bruins back?
The Bruins
aren't the Oilers better this year?
The Oilers are better this year. Yeah. I was saying like if you saw this 5 years ago, it'd be like a big outlier. I hope the Oilers win the cup. That'd be neat. Canada hasn't won one since '93. Give them something up there. Give them something.
Give them something. You think Edmonton will be good because they're pretty out there in Ontario.
Yeah.
Is Edmonton Ontario? Actually, I don't know.
It's the northern. I think it's the northernmost NHL team.
Alberta.
Versus the southernmost in the Stanley Cup Finals this year, because the Florida Panthers play out of Miami, and Edmonton is like cold even for Canada, up in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah. Well, I grew up in New England, and all our teams were fucking destroying when I was a kid. Like the Bruins, the Patriots. Tom Brady was with them, and it was like absolute rape of the other teams.
It's like unfair. Boston wins way more than their share. Like the Red Sox are pretty good. The Bruins are pretty good.
We've got like 5 fucking states. We're destroying.
That's true.
What was I going to say? I lost it.
New England
we were going to talk about hockey.
we were gonna,
you know what surprises me? I'm surprised. I would if I was a player, I would gravitate towards a place that has lower taxes. Like, why doesn't Florida dominate in hockey? The players aren't from Florida. The players are from fucking Toronto or something, right?
Well, they're making too much money. They're having too much fun. You know, and they keep them on their toes up here.
If you told me I could play in Toronto, which I think has high taxes, I could be wrong, or Florida, which has no state taxes, I'd be like, yeah, fucking all the players should be gravitating towards Florida to bring home that cheese.
I mean, it's probably because if you live in Florida, you have so much fun, right? And if you live in Boston, you want to kill yourself, so you're going to get really good at whatever you're doing, basically.
Well, you're talking about where the skills are developed. I'm like kind of thinking these guys are 27 years old, peak of career. They're from Boston. They're from Edmonton, but they go to Florida or Texas or something for the low taxes and win.
I think that's, not uncommon. And Florida's been the best state at hockey for like the past 5 years. I think since the past 5 seasons, the best team in the Eastern Conference has been either the Tampa Bay Lightning or the Florida Panthers, which is baffling, like for them to make it every single time. But anyway, that's all the hockey stuff I need to say for another 6 months.
Oh, you sure?
I'm sorry, everyone. No one likes it when I talk about hockey. People are like, we don't care. Do Indian guy again.
Can I talk about hockey now?
Oh, we found the loophole.
I am so very excited to watch the Stanley Cup finals.
Are you looking forward to the finals?
Yeah, it's kind of nice to watch when I don't care about either team. Like watching the Blues versus the Bruins in 2019 was so stressful because I was like, oh, come on. Give us a win. These fucking New Englanders get championships all the time. Let's get one for the NHL in St. Louis. And then after we won, it was like, hell yeah, it's we because we won. It would have been them if they had lost that.
Yeah.
But now it's like I get to watch the Stanley Cup finals and be like, oh, man, that was a great play from Edmonton. Oh, that was a great play from Florida. Neat. But no matter who wins, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. If the Blues would have lost in Game 7 against the Bruins, that would have ruined like the rest of my month. I would have like woken up and been sad about it.
It was the first round of the playoffs this year. I think we're in a PKA hangout. I bet Dirty $5 on the game. Dirty doesn't care. If people don't know, Dirty's a Patreon gambler, and he'll bet on anything. He doesn't even care what team it is. He just likes to have some money riding on the game because he enjoys it more. He doesn't care about basketball. He can't name one player on either team. Anyway, he beat me on the bet, and my team lost. And he's just. I think he literally got up and danced and gloated. And I'm like, I really cared about this game. Like, I was bummed that it was the playoffs.
You do that to people all the time.
Yes, I do. But I like to be on the side of it.
It'll be a sport he doesn't even care about. He'll send gifts. He'll send gifts of your mascot being like gunned down in the street by their mascot. But now they're all Crips and Bloods. And like we don't even care about this. Leave us alone. This is bothering me for weeks to come now. I'm in a bad spot with all my teams, all my fighters, all that shit. Like nobody's doing well. I gave up on the Braves a year ago. I'm sure they're doing poorly. All my fighters lost. Like none of my fighters are champions anymore. And then after this last weekend, it was kind of sad again. I got nobody to root for. It's real sad times.
Damn shame.
Yeah, you're right. It's a low moment. Anyone on the rise that you like?
In like all of sports? I don't even think so.
You know what bugs me a little bit? Jon Jones got hurt. All right, so that's one thing. But he's being a bitch about his next opponent.
No, he's wanting to go by the contract he signed that allows him to fight Stipe Miocic at a pay-per-view. And a fight that he knows he can win. He's got his career planned out, but some injuries have postponed things. And people are like, "You're not really a good fighter because you won't fight the best fighter in the world right now." It's like, I've already got a fight scheduled with this guy. This guy for my legacy. This is
so
his last.
I didn't know about the contract he signed, so maybe I don't know everything.
Well, he wants to fight.
You should be Jon Jones's lawyer. You're a great.
Yeah. No, Kyle's leaving out a lot of key stuff. Jon Jones is the
important
champion.
too.
He's his lawyer.
He's the champion, and when you're the champ and there's an interim champ was created because Jones got hurt, and they're like, well, we're not going to have the belt idle for this long, so we're going to take the next two best guys, have them fight each other, and historically they're guaranteed a shot against I'll call him the actual champ. So the interim champ,
unless you're Tony Ferguson,
you get more money and you get a little more fame, and they promote the fights off of you. And the other thing you get is sort of a guaranteed shot against the champ who's out for whatever reason. And Jon Jones is dodging this guy. He wants to fight Stipe Miocic, who hasn't fought in like 4 years. I'm making that up, but it's not far off. And he's like 40 something years old. Jones is clearly cherry picking a weaker opponent because he's afraid of the interim champ.
That's Jones' entire thing, right? Running from fights and poking eyes, right? That's his entire career. I mean, he is a really good fighter.
The greatest of all time.
Yeah, at those things.
Did you guys hear this? You guys know this with this MMA YouTuber who posted a video about how he thinks Jon Jones is gay? Have you guys seen this?
Yeah. No. That's what's that guy's name? It's
like MMA Guru or something like that.
MMA Guru. Yeah. So MMA Guru is like the underground fight fans MMA YouTuber guy. He's getting a lot more prevalence. It was funny. They thought he was fat for the longest time, like obese, because he just sort of shows his face.
I thought he was fat right now.
He's got a big bushy beard and a lot of hair. And then he went to Dricus du Plessis' camp, like to his gym, and they're standing next to each other in full frame. And it's like, not only is he, I mean, he's a big dude, but like not only is he not fat, he's like 6'4", maybe, like super big dude. He started a rumor, basically. Just like Meredith's got a tampon stuck in her pussy, he was like, I think a guy who hits women might be a little gay. I think maybe John's got some sort of repressed homosexuality. Maybe it's not even all that suppressed. And like sort of like cooks and this tongue-in-cheek sort of conspiracy theory, wink, wink, nod, nod. And it's like they picked on Jones enough on Twitter that Jones is like trying to change the conversation. It clearly was getting to him because he's like, it's crazy how you can just have a platform on the internet, say whatever you want to say about the greatest of all time, and nobody can do anything about it. I guess people just go along with it. It's clearly he's talking about how this dude's calling him gay and it's bothering. Yeah, it was a good win for MMA Guru. I like seeing him getting more like mainstream stuff and more buzz. He's really good at his job, very knowledgeable. Like he knows the card up from top to bottom, and that certainly ain't me. I know the main card usually, and maybe not even all the fights on it.
There's a video he has of Jon Jones at like a club in LA, and I'm pretty sure it's Jon Jones, but he's there and he's talking in a very lispy voice. He's like, I just love the guys in LA so much. And the guy's like, no, I'm not saying it's wrong to be gay, but he might be fucking gay.
So in that video, I think that's the video maybe where he's at the comedy club.
Yeah, Def Noodles Comedy Club.
He's drunk. Jon Jones is a piece of shit. This is how much
when he's drunk, the gay comes out.
He's heckling a comedian while drunk. And he's talking like this because he's so drunk, but he's a piece of shit. He really is. Like that really bothered me. The heckling of a comedian, and the comedian's like, "Oh, what do you do, John?" It's I like watching him fight though, and I do think I think Islam's past him though. Like I said earlier, I think Islam's the new GOAT, the greatest of all time for sure. Like he lost one fight ever. He's defended that belt so many times. He's only got one PED violation, and Jones has it.
He's got Jones on that.
Yeah, he never assaulted a pregnant lady, so I must stick with him. Piece of shit.
In fairness, that was a vehicular assault.
Yeah, he also beat his wife though.
Yeah, was she pregnant
or whatever? No,
loophole there.
The child was there though. Maybe it was pretty rough.
Yeah,
he's way less bad than the gay thing in my opinion, but still.
Agreed.
Well, I need to know what the wife did.
And how gay he was being. Like, what's this dude look like?
I mean, she is a woman, so just start with there and work backwards, I guess.
She's probably annoying.
She's probably nagging him.
Yeah.
Well, all right then.
Time to wrap.
I'm so hungry.
Check out all of TurkeyTom stuff linked below. Watch his interesting videos and learn more about the dark side of a lot of people you didn't know existed.
Check out Tuapri, please. Check out Tuapri and where's
Watch some drones chase some thoughts around.
Yeah, that'll be all my content from now on. I'm switching things up based on this podcast.
Yeah, give some views to all those people whose content we watch so that they don't copyright strike us.
Yes. Check out Tuapri.
I was thinking about it.